Testing, testing. I think so.
Hey, did you get the test of the program audio or visual audio? Okay. That is up way.
No, he's got it turned up a lot. A lot.
There's a key here.
That's what I do for him. Oh. I'm a sound manager. I use that theater, so.
What?
Like,
oh.
Are you silently judging?
Yes.
You should do it now.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you guys hear that?
Can I talk into?
Brandon,
Check,
did you guys
check.
hear that?
1, 2, 3, 4. Check. Testing.
Brandon, I need you. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Cool. Then CBC setup.
Fresh towel for if there's any condensation.
These are very sensitive microphones. Huh? These are very sensitive microphones. It just picked up me opening my iPad.
Really?
Okay. I have the. Hey, Brandon.
There's no switch.
What time do you guys?
National Anthem's at 7:45.
So what time is it now? Like
20 minutes.
20 minutes. I'm gonna mute your mics so that way, and then we're.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Oh, you have the same idea.
Yeah. So that's what they're gonna do.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that'll be so
Let's do an intro. Good morning, folks. Welcome to Saturday of the Head of the Charles. We have event number 9, the Men's Club Singles, coming up soon. That start time is at 7:45. But first, we have a special guest here.
So this morning, we're very pleased to welcome Hannah Shanefield to sing the national anthem for us and kick off events. Hannah is a Boston-based soprano. She's originally from Philadelphia and is a recent graduate of the New England Conservatory. She's recognized across the region for her performances on the operatic stage and stage directing and producing events. Most recently, she co-founded the Boston Summer Opera and sang a leading role in Don Giovanni, an opera by Mozart. You can find more about Hannah at hannahshanefield.com. Hannah, welcome.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Hannah, thank you so much. Thank you. Awesome.
Again, thank you, Hannah, and good morning to our athletes and spectators.
Welcome to the second day of the 2024 Head of the Charles. Special welcome to everybody that's watching online. A couple of tips in terms of following the races. Online, there are two ways to track things. The first is through the official Head of the Charles app. We would suggest everybody download that. The second is on the Regatta Central page under the results. They will be putting up splits, so sometimes one will come up sooner or later. If you're at home, you can look at both. If you're on the bridge, I'd recommend the app in terms of Wi-Fi access. We'll be trying to give you some insights as to how the races are evolving as they're coming up the course. One of the things that's interesting about the head is the seeding process. Invariably, there's somebody in the back of the pack that's fast. You'll see the first 10 crews come through. Generally speaking, the people at the front are seeded based on prior year finish. But there's like I said, there's always a surprise back there. Last year, on this day, we saw some extremely fast times in the early races, and we knew that the river was going to be very, very quick. And we just watched a series of course records fall across the morning. So we're looking forward to a great morning of racing. Our first event will be the club single. It is actually on the course right now. We'll have about 15 minutes before they get to us. Course record was set last year by Kieran Edwards from Los Gatos, and the time was 17:54.8. And he knocked a couple seconds off the prior course record.
Which it is interesting to note that here at the Head of the Charles, if you place in the top half, you have a guaranteed entry. And one of those benefits of being one of the top placers is you do get to claim that as your starting bow number the next year.
Except in the club single, which means if you're top three in the club single, you get booted up to the champ division.
That is true.
So there's always a little bit of a refresh going on here. The winner got booted up. So our number one bow marker this year will be the number 3 finisher last year, which is Jack Higgins from Undine. Other thing about the club singles is this tends to be the event that you see the post-college, pre-masters crowd. So there are a lot of people in this event that are in their 20s. A lot of them are maybe in grad school, so they can keep training, or some of them are in their first job post college, so they're trying to figure out how to get to the boathouse. Each of these events tends to have its own set of challenges in terms of getting to the line.
And I think one of the interesting matchups today is actually going to be our number 1 and number 2 bowmen. Behind Jack is Victor Corja from Occoquan down in Virginia. Last year, they only placed about a second apart from each other, which fractionally, if you do out the math there, that's a differential of less than a percentage. I think it's 1/4%.
Yeah, you're talking about centimeters per second on average across the course. It's just absolutely razor thin.
So that could absolutely come out to either competitor. And given that this is the club event, we have many international competitors joining us here on the Charles.
Yeah, we've got 5 countries that I can count. We've got Canadians, we've got Dutch, Chinese, British. We also in Boston, in a very good-natured way, like to welcome everybody up from Philadelphia. I think if you look at the East Coast rowing in the U.S., the two big centers of it are Boston and Philadelphia. Head of the Schuylkill will be in a couple of weeks, so a lot of people that are racing here will be heading down there, but today it's Boston.
Yes, and everybody can make their pick about which is better for a variety of reasons, but I think we're all a little bit biased here. Now, that being said, the East Coast rowing scene is evolving. There are many other secondary cities that have been developing their own powerful rowing programs, DC being one of them.
Yep. So on the international side, bow 17 is Zane Wang, who's here from Shanghai, and Following him, George Lawton from GB is bow 18. So they haven't gone through the line yet. We've got the first few racers through Riverside. So we'll be starting to update the splits to you in a couple of minutes. Behind them from the Netherlands is Floris Lofen, who's from De Hoop. Ashley Cowley from Great Britain, bow 26. And Nicholas Kraus from Canada up in Calgary is bow 33.
And just looking at the Head of the Charles app, it does appear our earliest competitors. They're about halfway down the course, somewhere between Riverside and Weld. So that puts them...
So one of the things we're working on from an announcing standpoint is correct pronunciations of all of our competitor crews.
Yes.
And there are two particular challenges. One is for Americans, the international pronunciations, but then also the Native American pronunciations.
Yes.
So
Unfortunately, I do not speak.
It is Occoquan.
Occoquan. Yeah. So not Occoquan, Occoquan. I apologize to our friends down
from
in
Virginia. Yeah.
I will not make that mistake again.
We are open to coaching.
But, I may have the microphone and you may have to listen to me, but I am not perfect. So if you have feedback, I take it with open ears.
So first splits are taken at the Riverside Boathouse. Second splits at the Weld Boathouse. Riverside's about 1,100 meters into the course. So a little more than what you would typically see, and people tend to think about these things in terms of 500-meter splits. So you usually see a time in the low 4 minutes through Riverside. Right now, the fastest split through Riverside was bow 1, last year's bronze medalist Higgins from Undine, who went through in 4:12. And there are four crews with 4 scullers within a couple of seconds of him.
It is worth noting, both for our spectators here on the Elliott Bridge and our spectators at home, when we talk about placements and timing, this is all unofficial. Anything can happen, anything can change between the start line, the finish line, and when the final times are confirmed. So please take everything we say with a grain of salt, but we just want to keep you updated as we can. That being said, it does look like Florian Carl, one of our rowers from Connecticut, joining us from Great River Rowing, is pacing to take second place, overtaking Victor Corja.
Yeah. So from a pacing standpoint, this race, as we mentioned before, has a course record just under 18 minutes. So 4 minutes into an 18-minute race, you get the idea about how much that means. Generally speaking, the athletes will start the race at a higher cadence, and how they go about that and how long they stay up at the higher rating and how high they go is something that there are a lot of opinions on. As you start this race, you start to transition through energy zones, and the higher up you get in terms of your exertion level, the more it starts to show up in your legs and hurt. So a lot of these guys will take 20, 30 stroke starts and then get on it. Some of them will go all the way to Riverside. So that's why when we were saying that the Riverside split doesn't necessarily indicate how things are going to finish. You can go out hard the first 1,000 meters and then give it all back in the last 1,000 meters.
Yeah, it's all about pacing and strategy ultimately. There are, of course, some mind games that go on between the athletes. If you're side by side with someone, maybe you go a little bit harder than your race plan to try and overtake them. Is that advisable? Not always, but sometimes you get a faster time because of it.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about those surprises back in the field. You can be sitting there in bows 1, 2, and 3, and everything looks great, and you're pacing off of each other, and you think you've got the race under control. And then you finish the race, and all of a sudden you come back and you look at the results, and it's like, where'd that guy come from?
Yes, there were a few examples of that last year, which again, last year's racing conditions were incredible. You're going to hear us talk a lot about how records fell last year. But last year, there were several crews that started in the either lower teens, mid-20s, or there's even an example of a crew that started at bow number 30 and then ended up placing in the top 3 overall. So that means they were just passing and passing and passing all the way up the course.
So the first sculler is through the Weld Boathouse. They've got about 2,000 meters to the finish. That means we'll be seeing them in about 4 minutes. From the Elliott Bridge to the finish is about another 3 minutes. The interesting thing as you start to get into this last 1,500 meters of the course and you come into the CBC turn is you've got a combination of fatigue and technical difficulty building up on you. You start to get into this big, long 180-degree turn that actually accentuates in the last 10 strokes before the Elliott Bridge. One of the reasons why people hang out on the Elliott Bridge is if people don't pick up that last bit of greater, turn to your port side, you can swing out and have a bit of a collision with the far bridge abutment. It doesn't tend to happen as much in the singles because they're more maneuverable, but in the big boat races that'll be coming later today, the coxswain's ability to skid turn the 8 into that entry angle for the bridge gets more challenging, particularly if there are lots of boats around them.
Yes, those of you who do not have experience rowing in 8s, 8s are like the 18-wheelers of rowing. They don't turn very well, and when they have a lot of momentum, they're hard to stop. So the challenge for the coxswain, especially some of these fast 8s, they have to angle their turn and pick their attack angle before they can actually see the bridge. So if they choose the wrong angle, either too sharp or too wide, which the ideal line is you want to be entering the middle Boston side of the Elliott Bridge and exit the Cambridge side of the Elliott Bridge, so going in a diagonal through the bridge. So if you go too sharp, you'll hit the Boston side abutment. If you go too wide, you'll hit the Cambridge side abutment or potentially even hit a dock.
All right, in terms of splits, we've got a few more scullers to go through that first split at Riverside, but right now Higgins continues to be the fastest through the initial time mark. He also is the fastest through the second time mark at Weld, and at this point we should be seeing him in a minute or two. He was 10 seconds up on Occoquan through the Weld Boathouse. In third place, unaffiliated, is James Barr. And then in fourth place from Cambridge Boat Club, within a half a second of Barr, is Mike Wilson.
We do have some shakeups with that too. We also have Lawton joining us from Great Britain, who seems to be putting on a push here, as well as the second Undine crew from bow number 16, Colin Stewart, recent graduate from Drexel and the coach of Ocean City High School.
Yeah, through Riverside, Lawton was running in fourth place, just about 5 or 6 seconds behind Higgins, which is, 2 lengths, not much distance.
For an 18-minute race, that is a negligible amount of time.
Yeah, singles, and we can see our first sculler coming up the course now. So this is Jack Higgins from Undine in Philadelphia.
It's right on the buoys. So those of you up on the bridge or here at CBC, you'll see him coming around the corner. He is right along the buoy line there and straightening out a little bit more. As we were just speaking about earlier, this is a long, almost 180-degree turn, so it is advantageous to stay right along the buoys as you come up and around.
Right. So at the start, they try to space the scullers 2 to 3 lengths apart from each other. So when you look at spacing here, a length is about 2.5 seconds. Sorry, 2 seconds. So you can get an idea of how he's doing relative to starting position.
So our athletes are coming down in order. That is, again, Jack Higgins from Undine going under the bridge. Followed by Victor Korja,
from Occoquan.
Occoquan, and then Michael Wilson.
Bow 3 is Mike Wilson from CBC. Mike has fans on the bridge.
Yes, you'll always hear some cheering for the hometown favorites here. And
I got to have more cowbell. And bow 4 from Potomac, Andrew Weinstein. Followed by bow number 5 from Seattle and Seattle Scullers, Robert Murray. And Robert's coached by former CBC friend Matt Zatorsky.
And those of you watching will see that these crews are a little more bunched up, so that means there has been some changes in pacing, clearly. Six across from us.
Tight to the buoy line, James Barr is the head coach for the Holy Cross men, father of 2. That means a lot as far as training goes. Followed by bow number 7, Florian Carl from Great River in Shelton, Connecticut.
And as of those of you watching at home or with a program of notice, we're going in order so far. However, we now have our first change in order. From Riverside, Alan Wu, bow number 9, has overtaken Cody Webkin from Cincinnati.
Oh, what are we on here?
Yeah, that's
okay. And bow number 10 from Westside Rowing.
Just hit a crab.
Oh, yep. Bow number 10 from Westside Rowing, Stephen Rupp.
I'm going to go off the mic a little bit and just report what I see. Let's see, bow number 10, we just grabbed. Bow number 11 in maroon.
And now we have bow number 11 in maroon from Flower City in Rochester, Frank Sankey.
12 in the Epoch.
In the yellow boat from Penn AC, Eamon Glavin from Penn AC. Eamon is one of the more prolific videographers of the sport.
15, 18, 16.
Okay, now we've got some mix-ups in the bow order, which means there's been some passing going on. From 15, High Point University, Ethan Perry. From Undine, Colin Stewart. And from bow number 18, Northwich, from Cheshire in the UK, George Lawton.
Yeah, that's Lawton right across from us right now. In the Epoch. 19. And high visibility 14.
Got 19?
19.
Okay, and the white shirt and the yellow boat with the CBC blades from De Hoop in Amsterdam, Floris Lofen. Floris' most recent racing this summer was in the Thames Cup at Henley. He's also an alum of Neris, one of the big university clubs in Amsterdam, and he was a member of the Dutch U23 team a few years ago.
14.
And bow number 14 from Quinsigamond Rowing Club, Ross Zuckerman.
Yes, whose wife is actually one of our volunteers this weekend on the announcing committee.
And an Olympian.
Yes, not to be forgotten.
So you get
multi-time Olympian.
So you get motivation and coaching on the home front.
And we do have a little bit of a gap here. So as we were saying, they do try to start all the singles roughly 2 seconds apart at the start. This gap could indicate a change in order. And we have a large flock of geese swarming our rowers now.
It is an outdoor sport.
23.
Okay, and here's bow number 23, Chris Clark, who's a Bromfield Acton Boxborough alum and Holy Cross alum.
20.
Followed by bow 20 from CRI, Will Messenger, who's a Brandeis student and a member of the CRI competitive team.
21, Boston side.
And on the Boston side from Undine, Undine, Noah Tichy.
And then 13.
Followed by bow 13, Dylan Chan from Dallas, Texas.
And entering the bridge, 22.
And entering the bridge, bow number 22 from Pittsburgh, Maxim Gamanko. And bow 24 from University, Andrew Grubel, who's a prep Cornell alum with a lot of post-grad racing experience. About what?
25.
And from Seattle Scullers, Derek Heath, who's another athlete coached by Matt Zatorsky.
Well, we do have some unofficial times now. Again, these are just the crews that have crossed the finish line. Anything can happen since this is head style racing. Initial unofficial times seem to be 18:23 at the top, so about 20 seconds off the course record. There's very little wind today. Last year there was a very pleasant tailwind, pushing courses down the powerhouse stretch, which I think was one of the benefits that helped so many records fall last year.
Yeah, the top time right now is, like you said, 18:23, so that's still a very respectable time, and a tailwind is good for 20 or 30 seconds.
30.
Okay, bow 30 from, that's Liam Jenkins, rowing unaffiliated. He's a Tufts alum.
28:32.
And Liam had passed bow number 28 from Occoquan, Maxwell Dulkin, who's a George Mason alum, learned how to row under Bob Spousta, who's a Charles River legend.
Entering the bridge, 34 right behind them.
And now we have bow number 32, Independence Rowing Club, Michael Carenza Schultz, followed by bow number 34, Edward Laundress from Undine.
29 and all in red.
And on the inside from San Diego, Joel Whaling.
31 behind.
Followed by bow number 31, Michael Bain, who's a sophomore at Northeastern, so he's sneaking in some sculling between classes.
33 in front of CBC, CRI Blades.
And bow number 33 with the CRI Blades from Calgary, Nicholas Kraus. He's a seasoned Calgary Rowing Club veteran, having previously won Henley in the men's quad. $37? 27. Okay, bow number 27 with the CBC Blades, Russell Murphy. Russell actually grew up at Cambridge, so he's been on the river his entire life. Currently on active duty in the Navy in Florida. Learned how to row in a parent-child double, as many of us did here, and has rowed in the Director's Challenge with his dad. I think he might be doing it again this year.
39.
Followed by bow number 39, Dominican University, Dante Galisteo from Argentina. He's a sophomore at Dominican.
I missed that nationality indicator. I guess because he's racing under the club designation.
Yeah, I missed Argentina earlier when I said because we've got a couple of dozen different countries here this year.
Yes, our nationality indicators go off your registered club designations.
Yes.
So Dante's rowing for Dominican University out of New York. So we only saw that he's listed as a USA sculler, but I guess he could also.
It's in the notes.
He could row under a different flag if he wished. 35.
What's this one?
35.
Okay, and now bow number 35, rowing for New York, NYU, Rahul Jayachandran from Glastonbury in Connecticut High School and Riverfront Recapture. So he's making his first appearance here in the single Welcome to Boston in small boats.
Yes, Riverfront Recapture rows on the Connecticut River right in downtown Hartford. They are essentially the Hartford equivalent of CRI.
And bow number 36, Matthew Kosinski, worked up in Craftsbury, running the sculling school up there for 4 or 5 years for the 9 to 15-year-olds, and then moved out to Quad Cities to coach there, and met his wife, Grace, got married, and she is now coaching him. So again, some of that motivation and coaching at the same time.
Yes, you will not get to sleep in and miss practice, that's for sure. So we have a couple more rowers in this event coming down the course, and then it appears we have the start of the next event right on their tails. So right now we have 37 in the red hull, right off her dock.
In the red hull,
And then bow number 1.
in the red hull, bow number 37, Hollywood Rowing Club, Frank Fuentes. First attempt on the Charles. I'd say he's doing better than attempting it. First attempt in a single. And then bow number 40.
Yes, that's Luke Walters from Pittsford. And then bow number 1, who is overtaking him, which is Adam Randall, bow number 1 of the event number 10, the men's master, senior master singles. So that's the 30 plus, 40 plus designation. They had a start time of 7:56.
Yeah. So
he's flying down the course.
He's flying. So they try to take some gaps between the races, but fast is fast. Got a couple of seconds before the next clump of the next race come. There was a fast one in the pack right now, unofficially from Northwich. You've got George Lawton at the top of the field in the club single, followed by Jack Higgins from Undine, and less than a second separating those two. And then from the DeHope entry is unofficially in third.
And now in front of us in the current event, we have bow number 6 out in front, Cody Lowry from Undine, followed by
lightweight national team alum
Lee Greathouse.
Yep, from down the river at Union.
And then Luke Willem from Sacred Heart down in Connecticut. And now right in front of CBC is Jeffrey Toto, bow number 8, downriver from us, from Union Boat Club.
Yep, coach down at BC High. One of John Lindbergh's scullers.
And then approaching us, High Viz, bow number 9, Mercer.
And approaching CPC, bow number 9 from Princeton National Rowing Association down in Princeton Junction, PNRA Mercer, PJ Caputa. So in addition to rowing, PJ is a referee and an indoor erg championships competitor, father of 6. That's masters rowing.
Now, if we're looking at the pace of the rowers who've gone by and last year's results, so this event actually has 2 different designations. You have your masters, so that's the 30 plus, and senior masters, 40 plus designations, and there's separate records for each. The masters designation, the record has stood since 2017. That's a time of 18:13 and change. Just by judging how Adam Randall was doing as he passed, he may be on pace there. And we have more rowers in front of us now. Out in front is bow number 10.
From San Diego Rowing Club, Evan Day.
14, 11.
Bow number 11, Holyoke Rose, Zach DePace. And bow number 14, Timothy Wong from Minnesota. And bow number 17 with the blue oars with the dark blue and white stripe across it from Maritime down in East Norwalk, Brendan McEwen. Brendan's a 4-time winner. So back to that back of the pack stuff. Through Weld, Bow number 29, Alex Twist from Riverside, was actually running ahead of Brendan McEwen from Maritime and Adam Randall. So bow number 29, then bow number 17, then bow number 1.
And in front of us now we have Randy Wilhelm rowing in the senior master designation out of Maritime. And then we have another group of rowers approaching us now.
And bow number 12 from the UK, Oriel Kensington's Ilya Kasendikas. Bow number 16 from Detroit Boat Club, the oldest boat club in the well, it's a debate whether it's that or Narragansett, but Detroit DBC's Michael Desi.
We can let them fight that out.
And then Riverside, bow number 20, Alex Barat. Bow number 15 from Oklahoma OKC River Sport, William Massimini. And bow 22 from Austria, the Wiener Ruder Club in Vienna. It's Steven Zimmerman.
Yes, again, we love to welcome our international competitors here to the Charles. This is truly an international event. We have actually never got the final head count, but it must be close to triple digits of international competitors here today. I know Olympians, national and international, we have over 100 who competed in Paris this past summer.
Okay, we have yet to see Alex Twist come through CBC. Right now, the fastest time through this marker was 15:24. It was Brendan McEwen from Maritime, and again, it's about 3 minutes to the finish line. So you add 3 minutes onto that, and they're running a little bit under course record pace, a little bit slower than course record pace. Okay, and here's Alex Twist, Riverside, bow 29. Who's past bow number 26 from Maritime, Jeffrey Hoffman. Alex taking the inside line on the Elliott turn. He'll then cross over to take the dock tightly at Belmont Hill, Windsor.
Which again, it is worth noting, although they list on the finish sheet in order, they are really two events going on at the same time.
Yeah.
So the rower next to you or in front of you might not even be racing in your race. They could have a different age
That was a
designation.
nicely executed pass, because you'll see it's a crossover like you see in speed skating, and Alex got in front of the guy that he had just passed on this turn and then switched over to the other side of the river, and they cooperated very well on that.
Yes, that was very smooth. And then entering the Elliott Bridge and now exiting the Elliott Bridge, that was Eric Schultz of Argonaut, another one of our visitors from Canada.
And here's bow number 24 from Conshohocken, Eric Menz, followed by, from Turkey, the Bogazaki club in Istanbul. It's Karam Khan Ertug, who's 49 years old. So he's rowing at the top of the division.
Bawazachi.
I know that feeling. Okay.
Bow number 18.
Bow number 18 from Shanghai UC Rowing Club, Jack Zun.
And Jack just made a great correction there when approaching the bridge. He was taking it a little bit wide. He would have either hit the abutment or had to readjust. Now, there is a safe lane of passage on the Cambridge side, but you have to hold water and pivot quickly on the other side because of the Belmont Hill dock.
Yeah, it is generally not. It's a what you call a course of last resort.
Yes, that's those off ramps for the 18-wheelers to go on when they lose their brakes. It's like one of
That is
those.
exactly what it is.
Let's see, 34, and then right off our line is 33.
Okay, and here coming in front of the Cambridge Boat Club, bow number 34 from Undine, Shane Madden. And bow number 33 from Atlanta, Charles Wu. Both of these guys are former RBC guys. Go Stripes.
All RBC always does have a very competitive program, and they put out a good showing, especially in these age
and
classifications.
RBC is known for 20-somethings.
Yes.
So as they move up into their 30s and their 40s and they finish grad school, they spread out. It's kind of like Red Sox fans.
In front of us now is Andrew Millspaw. He is unaffiliated with any club, but rode out of Niskayuna High School and the University of Delaware.
Okay, and unofficially through the finish at this point with Twist yet to come through, it's McEwen, Randall, and Schaefer in first, second, and third. Finish time was around 18:30, so 18:27, so 12 seconds off course record, which is still pretty fast river. Bow number, but yep, we got 29. Yep.
We missed it by 0.3 of a second. It does look like the unofficial time for Andrew Twist is he may have missed the record. Alex Twist may have missed the record by 2.5 tenths.
Yep. So Alex right now did an 18.
We have a little bit of a battle in front of us. 35 and 37 are right in front of us, jockeying for space. 35 is Stephen Lamberts from Red Arrow, next to Vladimir Pavlovsky from Potomac. I believe he's competing in a few events and coached several events as well. He's a former Ukrainian national team rower. And in front of us right now, we have Brian Pack of Cincinnati. And in bright, high visibility orange, Henrique Moda of Row LA. Not quite LA weather right now, but give it a couple hours and it should be more comfortable for Henrique here.
It is a layers kind of day. It's going to hit 70 today.
And in front of us is bow number 2.
Okay. So
this is not
do have
for the next event.
The women's club singles are on the course.
So this is Richard Connell
okay.
of Middlebury.
So we didn't have that much overlap.
I suspect there may have been a shuffle at the start or a delay.
Start, definitely. Yeah.
You know how Boston traffic is. Sometimes you don't get out on the river in time, so you miss your start by a couple
generally they make you wait until the end.
You get bumped to the bottom. The starters will generally, if they think you're going to be overtaking quite a bit, they'll give you a little more of a gap, but not much of a gap because they don't want to delay the next event.
That being said, the first women's sculler in the club single is through. They just showed bow number 2 being Bushman from White Marsh. That might have that can't be right. That had to be the guy from prior race. Yeah. Sorry, hot mic.
Although while we were discussing that, we did just miss a sculler pass us, so that may have been Christy Bushman from White Marsh, which White Marsh has a strong presence this weekend. They have, I believe, a couple dozen crews racing.
Yeah, I think if you look at Regatta Central right now, my sense is that revised, I'll put my bets on somebody having to start at the back of the pack and that kind of confusing some of these results. So bear with us as we learn things as you learn things.
Yes.
It's one of those challenges of announcing, trying to come up with something insightful that people can't see on their own.
Yes, of course. We have a little more information than you do, but not much. This is ultimately a regatta that is meant to be fun, so we're not going to penalize you for missing your start time by 30 seconds.
And don't penalize us.
Precisely. So while we do have a couple of seconds here to breathe, we will take a moment to thank a couple of our sponsors.
Yeah, so if you get a chance, the last half mile of the course is
fun.
Attager Row, and as well as down below Weld in the middle of the course. So our sponsors will have booths at all of these locations, but we invite you to go visit them. So a few thank yous. First of all, to one of our apparel sponsors, 776. Take your performance to the next level with 776, the official rowing apparel of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to the pop-up shop to shop the limited edition collection honoring this year's regatta with unisuits, long sleeve base layers, summer hoodies, vests, bags, and accessories. Don't miss regatta exclusive offers today and tomorrow only. Competitions, chance to connect with the U.S. rowing team athletes and company founders to find out how to get your crew racing and world-leading kit customized for your team. Okay, and we do have a sculler on the bend.
And also, just before we get back to the announcing, would like to thank all of our volunteers. This event could not happen without them. We have, I believe it's 2,300 volunteers this year, so thank you. If you see anybody in a navy and green vest, be sure to thank them as well.
L2? 28, okay. 23.
I can't tell by the hairstyle. White hats, black shirts.
And coming across Cambridge Boat Club right now from the men's master, senior master race, bound number 23, Scott Stewart.
He's a New York City native, so presumably rows out of one of the various New York greater area clubs. So yes, just judging by this gap and then our staggering here, we may have had a couple of delayed start issues at the start. But I'll take a moment here and we would also like you, if you make it over to Attiger Row, and there's also other vendor tents up by the Reunion Village, downriver from us, to take a moment to try some peanut butter. We know every rower loves peanut butter, so the Head of the Charles is pleased to once again have Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud sponsor of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is all natural and the perfect fuel for your rowers and elite athletes. Have you had your Teddy today? Now, Teddy Peanut Butter is a local company. They're just up off the Mystic River, and if you've ever had the pleasure to row off the Mystic River, when they roast their peanuts, it makes the entire river smell of Teddy Peanut Butter, which can both be enjoyable, because rivers have unusual smells, but it could also be quite the detriment since it makes you really hungry, and if you're trying to work out, you don't want to also feel hungry. Now, we have some more rowers coming down the course, and just looking at them from our vantage point, the spacing seems to be your standard start line spacing, so I'm going to assume this is event number 11.
Yeah, these are the first three.
This is
in
women's
the women's
club
club single.
single.
Course record was set in 2022 by Mary Kaleda. Bow number 1 is Christy Bushman. Bow number 1 is Claire Botterill from San Diego. Bow 3's in first? Okay, so bow 3 has overtaken from Lake Washington, Megan Northey. She's a 3-time NCAA D2 national champion. This is her 4th year in the club singles at the Head, and she competed in the 2021 Olympic trials.
Sounds like Megan has a few fans on the bridge.
There's some creds in this race. Give me the numbers.
That is Megan in the red hall. We can hear her fans cheering for her on the bridge. And then in the black hall, that is bow number 2, joining us from White Marsh.
Right. The aforementioned Christy Bushman.
Which the course record for the women's club single is just slightly over 20 minutes. And the last few years we've had, so that was set in 2022, and last year came close, but no one toppled it. As I was discussing earlier, The wind, we had about a 9 to 10 mile an hour tailwind last year, but this year it's not going to be peaking over 5. So I'm not sure, unless somebody has a great race.
Yeah, it's sort of west southwest 4 right now,
Yeah.
which is doesn't hurt, but it doesn't help a lot.
It'll make your boat feel very, very secure most of
Yeah,
the course.
it's non-factor, which is good.
Yes, a crossing wind would be obviously worse, but I think this is a non-factor for any sort of racing or record-setting runs. Now in front of us is bow number 4
from Minnesota, Morgan Robinson crossing CBC, a Wisco alum.
and then in blue we have bow number 6, who has overtaken bow number 5.
Bow number 6 from PCRA in New Rochelle. It's Natalia Kostenberg, who has overtaken bow number 5 from Thames in the UK, Christina Mattiotti. This is her 4th regatta, 2nd time in the single.
Wow, this is a tough course for your second time in a single racing. Now approaching CBC is Allison Zolnowski from New York AC, out of Pelham Manor, rowing in the black hull with primarily white blades. Generally they're white blades with it looks as if they've been dipped in red paint.
Through CBC, the first 3 were bows number 3, 1, and 2. Northy from Lake Washington in 1709, followed by Botterill from San Diego and Bushman from White Marsh.
We do have a bit of a jump now. In front of CBC is bow number 14, Raina Kerschel from Minneapolis.
USD alum.
And then bow number 9, right behind her.
From Rutgers, Margaret Check.
She's studying civil engineering down in Providence.
Rutgers.
Rutgers.
Yeah.
Excuse me. 16.
And bow 16 from Lake Washington, Carolyn Newbert, who trained at the collegiate and elite level in Germany during high school, so fast junior, then joined Lake Washington Rowing Club after taking a 10-year break.
And then on the Boston side of the river,
from the Harlem River Rowing Club in New York, Leslie Farouz Abad Nagu, studying architecture at Cooper Union right now. 13. From Bowdoin, bow number 13, Kendall Brainin, 2nd year of rowing. Highlights in her first year were a bronze at the New England Rowing Championships.
Give it a second.
And bow number 7 from Community Rowing, Emily Grevin.
And that is
Emily. 2nd time rowing the head of the Charles.
That's Emily on the Boston side.
Yep,
On the Cambridge side,
in the red hull.
Which we couldn't actually see from our vantage point.
And from on the Cambridge side, from Rose City in Portland, Oregon, Riley Brooks.
Yes, looks like Riley took a slightly longer angle around the turn, but she made a good move to get the better racing line through the bridge.
We've got 3 singles flying in formation towards the Elliott Bridge.
19, 22, 20.
19.
Yep.
Bow number 19 from the Olympia Area Rowing Club, Stephanie Krupp. Bow number 22 from Green Racing Project in Craftsbury, Simone Vorperian, who's a Penn grad from Madison. She's ready to rumble. Can engineer with the best of them. I'd say it's engineering putting 3 singles under the Elliott at the same time.
Just wait till you see 3 8s going under at the same time.
Yeah. Bow 21 from CRI, Laura Anhalt, former BU 6-seat, 2-time Patriot League championship.
And then on the Boston side, out in front of this next
Yep,
pack.
we got some stripes from Riverside, Ariana Lee. Sweeper switched over to sculling.
Then bow number 17, Claire Pace from Long Beach. And pulling up the third member of that pack is Avril Freymark from Cambridge. That's, of course, CBC, our headquarters for the Head of the Charles.
And through Cambridge, we did have a lead change. Vorporian from Green Racing Project is now the leader here by 9 seconds. So we'll see how she does in the last 700 meters of the course. And bow 28, another Green Racing Project sculler, Kathleen Castle, who's a recent URI grad from Florida. Now she's up in Vermont. They have seasons up in northern Vermont.
Yes, they do. Some fantastic foliage. And then behind her is Valerie Spiegelthal.
And from Occoquan, white oars with red and black stripes on the tips from Occoquan, Valerie Spiegthal.
Chased by Kyra McClary in that indigo-colored hull. Former rower out of Old Dominion and Smith College.
And we can see as the big boats start heading downstream, the crowds on the bridge are starting to build. They bring their fans.
In front of us now is Julie Rodriguez out of St. Paul, Minnesota. Yes, the big boats, it's
big crowds.
They're fun to watch, and naturally you got 9 people per crew.
You can't see it from the bridge, but we can see them heading downstream inside the white safety buoys. It's a real Congo line right now.
In front of us now is Sophia Gaines from Greater Columbus. She's got a fun trivia fact here. She owns 3 chickens. Yeah, so rowers are allowed to self-submit bios for the announcers to talk about them. So this is probably the 4th time she's heard about her chickens coming down the course.
And from community rowing, crossing CBC, Jillian Ross, bow number 23, followed by bow number 27 from Simmons, Samantha Kelsey.
And then being chased by another CRI rower, Yu Liu, training out of CRI as well.
Yep. Second time racing in the club single, but many times up and down the Charles every morning.
And then a little bit of a jump. One of our striped friends downriver, Hannah Wayment-Steele, one of our Riverside rowers. She played D3 volleyball and then learned to row.
Yeah, so master sculling can be a late entry sport. You can get some very good athletes coming into this from other events.
Yes, for those of you who are not experienced rowers, rowing is actually fantastic on the joints. So if you played a high impact sport like volleyball, a transition to rowing may actually make sense for your longevity. And just passing us was Jenny Wythcombe and Nicola Lawless.
Yeah, Jenny's out of Willamette in Portland. She's also very, very involved in leadership with U.S. rowing on the DEI front. 25-year rower, but her first singles race at the head. So welcome to Boston, Jenny.
And in front of us now is Brooke Downs from UC Santa Barbara and Sarah Fish rowing for Clarkson University. We have most of our competitors coming through. We should expect
and on the lead table right now, Viparian from GRP is still our leader at finish line 2020. Followed by Lee from Riverside, followed by Northey from Lake Washington.
In front of us now, we have one of our international competitors joining us, Mara Jones from Argonaut. Great program out of Toronto. Member of the Canadian national team, 2002 through 2006. 4-time lightweight world champion. and a member of the Olympic double. Has been a member of Riverside as well. So very storied and awarded rower. And looks like we have perhaps two more boats in this event. Actually, nope, that's the next event.
3. Yep.
So this is bow number 1 coming down the course. So
Really?
please
Okay.
excuse me, that is
Well,
the next event.
they're coming at you hard and fast today. No breaks between races.
So event
So
12.
This is event 12, the 30 and 40 women's single course record. In the 30 plus is Jevy Stone's 2022 time of 19:10. The 40 plus is Shannon Kaplan's record of 1942.
Which that is Shannon who
and
just
here
passed
is Shannon.
us.
Shannon's a Pen AC sculler down in Philadelphia. Shannon loves the head of the Charles, says it's her favorite race. She's won it several times. That helps. And hopefully this is the next year will be the year she can convince her cat to be her coxswain. Okay, welcome back to Boston, Shannon.
She did try to break her own record
You
last
write it,
year.
we write it, we
Very
read
close.
it. Yeah.
And right behind her was Aisha Chow,
Okay.
who just passed
from,
us.
Yeah, from Bear Island, Aisha Chow,
In front of us.
and from Hydro, Aisha Rafe.
Who is
She's
overtaken.
a two-time Olympian.
And she's overtaken
who's
Mary
overtaken
Kelton.
Mary Kaleda, the course
Kaleda,
record
excuse me.
holder. Sorry, last year's winner. No, she didn't win that last year. She had her name on a course record and something else, didn't she? Or
I think we misspoke there. Sorry,
Yeah.
Mary
Sorry, that
has
was a
the
misspeak.
course record for the women's club
For the club singles, right.
So she has graduated to the
right.
Masters.
Exactly. That was 2022.
And in front of us now, approaching our dock,
From Olympia area rowing club, Eleanor Ayala.
and she has overtaken bow number 7.
From Hanlon, Eileen Brett Evans.
Who is fighting off another Austrian rower.
Right. From Ruderven, Austria, Heather Moon Vogels, who's another Stripes alum. Yeah, Heather has actually won the head of the Charles several times as the lightweight single sculler.
It does
So
help having
we'll look
that.
and see how Heather does on the splits.
And just looking back at the previous event, our unofficial results show top 2 podium spots going to Project Green Racing, or Green Racing Project.
Through CBC in this race, Kaplan is in 1652, followed by Hydro's Rafai in 1656, followed by Bear Island's
In front of
Chow.
us right now, another Riverside rower, Ilana
Ilana
Zeif.
Yep.
Zeif,
Yep.
who loves her dog, which again, self-submitted bios, so if you tell us to say it, we will say it. Catherine Infantino from Union, another one of our neighbors. This is her 26th consecutive head of the Charles,
26th consecutive.
which we've only had 59 of them, so that is
That's
more than half.
Yeah. She started when she was 10.
Wow. And entering the bridge now is bow number 10.
From Independence Rowing Club up in Nashua, Aaron Lalmond. And it's Masters rowing. There's a lot of life coming at you. Aaron, 7 days prior to last year's race, was diagnosed with a rare stage 3 cancer. So she's here racing today as part of the Warrior and Survivor. 30-year rower with 10 years of head of the Charles. Is feeling particularly blessed to be here and participate in the race this year with her friends and family.
Which, of course, we are very happy that she's here with us as well. On that note, we actually have a Survivor exhibition row this afternoon. Crossing the bridge right now, bow number 13 Just the two crews out in front, did you see them?
Yeah, bow number 13 from Don rowing up in Mississauga, Ontario, Leslie Smith, very credentialed master sculler, followed by bow 14, Libby Bogosian from Riverside. Go Stripes, 19th head of the Charles this year.
That is her in the orange hat, and behind her in the high visibility green hat, blue hull, is Lily Machin. She rowed at BU and now rows for Stonington Rowing out of Connecticut. I think that was one of the ones we missed, but we'll see.
Dock our bonus. Okay. What we got? CBC. Is it CBC Blades?
16.
16. Okay, bow number 16 from Cambridge Boat Club, Elizabeth Avery. 11 marathons, plenty of aerobic base. Racing in Italy later this year, also for Cambridge. Go Liz! Followed by bow number 18, Louisa Palmer. Keeping the dream alive.
Yes, high visibility green, high visibility pink. Easy to spot on this river.
You write it, we say it.
Yes, that is the motto here.
Well, let's put it this way. We do have somebody go over what everybody writes.
Yes, that was me.
Yeah,
I went through and I sanitized many things
Yeah.
because everybody thinks they're funny.
Yeah, we don't say everything you write.
17.
Bow number 17 from Narragansett, Megan Delaney. Third year competing for Narragansett. White oars with blue stripes. Followed by Buffalo's Lori Criado. Wow. Has been racing since 2013, welcoming 7 babies along the way.
Wow.
That is Masters rowing.
Yeah, 10 years of rowing and
7 kids. Wow. She ranks me. From Austria, Leichhardt. Australia, my bad.
Very similar abbreviations.
Leichhardt, from Sydney, Australia, Nikki Lepresti.
Well, welcome to our hemisphere, Nikki. Hopefully the weather is to your liking. But now in front of us we have Maine Coast Rowing's Patricia Jones.
Yeah, and Patty Jones, if I remember correctly, is a Cambridge Boat Club kid.
And a professor up at Bowdoin.
She grew up here. Went to school across the street at BB&N. Go Patty. And from Union, Chandra Grimm, who's a ultra marathoner. We'll be doing the Vermont 50 at the end of September, so that'll get your aerobic base ready for this
so
race.
far.
And from Thames Rowing Club in London, Joanne Harris, bow number 23, longtime member of Thames.
And approaching us now is Sarah Kate Snyder from Alexandria. That's Alexandria, Virginia. Avid sculler since she was 14. Rode at Notre Dame and also placed first in last year's Head of the Charles, or Head of the
Occoquan.
Yep. And also placed at the Schuylkill. So she's had a lot of recent results. Out in front, 27.
27. In front of CBC.
Overtaken 29.
Casey McKenna Monroe overtaking bow number 29 from Vancouver, Haley Clark.
And 28.
And bow number 28 in front of CBC, Jessica MacLear.
And 25.
Who has overtaken bow 25 from AFG, Afghanistan. Country code AFG. Shaban Flynn.
That doesn't sound like an Afghan name.
I don't know. Let's get our country code next year's announcing kit. Yeah. Live mic.
The country codes are live from Regatta Central, so whatever they have.
What we got here?
34.
In front of CBC, bow number 34, Bruna McCartney. Go Stripes from Riverside. And we've got a group of 6 or 7.
38.
Bow number 38 in front of CBC, Libby McCann, 21st head of the Charles.
Wow. And bow number 40 out in front of this pack of rowers approaching us.
From Don Rowing Club, Sarah Pigeon.
There's Dawn out of Ontario.
Yeah, out of Mississauga.
Bow number 30 in front of us now with the pink and blue blades.
With the pink and blue blades from Strokes in Transition in Ann Arbor, Willow Piper Arts.
And bow number 36 in the blue hull.
Bow number 36 in the blue hull, Cincinnati Rowing Club.
New Zealand in the black hull.
Followed by from New Zealand, Auckland, Carolyn DeLong.
And 35 in the Embarker Union.
35. From Union Boat Club, number 35, Kristen Hahn.
And bow number 33, orange.
Bow number 33 in orange from Greater Columbus, Larissa West. Followed by bow number 35 from Union, Kristen Hahn. And a quick shout out to bow number 30 who went by a little bit earlier, Willow. So Strokes in Transition, Willow's a transgender athlete, and Strokes in Transition is an organization promoting visibility and acceptance for transgender, gender non-conforming athletes.
And in front of us now is bow number 31, Caitlin Bannister from ZLAC.
From ZLAC.
ZLAC?
Yes,
Oh,
this is what
I was told it was pronounced ZLAC earlier today.
Okay, there you go.
So they're out of San Diego.
Caitlin Bannister.
Hopefully we'll have some of that San Diego weather this afternoon.
Yeah, and Caitlin is Mike Bannister's daughter. Mike Bannister's a longtime Riverside master sculler. Followed by bow number 37, East Arm, Laura Petrucci, equestrian turned rower.
See, again, when you're talking about the club and the Masters singles, you have a lot of athletes who joined rowing later in life rather than starting with rowing.
I think the relationship with your horse and your relationship with your single scull, I mean, you treat it right, it treats you right.
You probably don't have to feed your skull quite as often, though. And so in event 12, there are 40 competitors. I think we have a couple more coming down the course. As we said before, sometimes there's a little bit of a kerfuffle at the start, so you never know, might get started out of order.
Do I see a double? Mm-hmm. I do see a double coming.
And we can already see the first member of the next event coming down the course.
The 30, 40 plus double are coming at us, and they are moving at a pace that is about...
Well, first, we do have bow number 26 from the previous event, so that's women's master singles. Joining us from Shanghai, it's Sabrina Lee, highly decorated rower and successful professionally in the fashion industry in China.
Yeah, so here comes the women's 30 plus, 40 plus double. The course record here was set by Teresa Zarzeskini Bell and Saya Remler back in 2008, 1849. Bow number 1 from Riverside Boat Club is Alexis Sneff Belkovsky and Tina Vandersteel. Excited for bow number 1. Super grateful to each other for this combination. You get a good double together and you hang on to it. Okay, last year they were the second place finisher in 1912, ahead of Pratt and Gallinger from Lake Union, who are bow number 2. And are they in order?
Which they did only place a second apart last year, so this is a real toss-up of who might win this. This is bow number 2 coming down the course now in those high visibility green hats. So again, that's Elizabeth Jallender and Kathleen Pratt of Lake Union.
And through Weld, the unofficial leader was Bow 16, followed by Riverside and they're not within earshot, so we can say this. There was only a tenth of a second separating them at Weld.
Behind them is Emily Crowley and Jody Hamus out of Capitol. So joining us from Washington, D.C. They just entered the Elliott Bridge. It looks like they have a fantastic racing line for that final long turn on the other side of Belmont Hill. Approaching us now again in race order, Station L. It's Tara Jones and Leslie Spencer.
This was an incredibly tight race at Weld, so we're looking for Bow 16 coming up soon.
Now we have bow number 5, Joanna Rubini and Lauren Rubini. They're sisters, and they've been rowing together for 30 years, often coached by their dad. And they are a part of Rubini Jewelers family. Anyone who's spent any time around regattas, you've seen
the Rubini name.
Yes, the rowing and oar-shaped rings, earrings, necklaces. They've made quite a little pocket industry for themselves. Behind them with the pink blades, bow number 7, Riverfront Recapture, joining us from Hartford.
Yep, that's Laura Christoph and Sandra Fair. They've been in a double together for 16 years.
Oh, and one of our first big toss-ups and changes in order. We have bow number 10
from Temple University, average age 40, so they're in the first year of the 40-plus division, which is a great place to be. Go Owls!
And in front of us right now in the white hull, rowing under the Vesper banner, so another Philadelphia club. That's Camilla Oxley and Jennifer Sculling. They're coming back.
They're looking to place up this year because they apparently got in some head of the Charles traffic last year.
Yes, as we were discussing last year, sometimes with the start order placement, that can really affect your performance if there's an accident, a crash, a slower crew in front of you, and you just don't get to row the race you want. 13.
Okay, and then moving up from CBC, it's Elizabeth Sunshine and Megan Wheeler. Let's hear it for Cambridge.
And then behind
both national team alums.
Another Vesper crew, Veronica Jones and Ellen St. Clair. 16.
Followed by bow 16 from Ridley Grad up in St. Catharines, Laura Brown and Caitlin Pauls.
They have a really great rowing lake up there, St. Catharines. It's phenomenal 7 months out of the year.
And these two are single scullers that decided that getting into the double might be a smart idea. They've won a bunch of stuff in the last year or two. And now in front of the boat club, bow number 9, in the green and blue blades, blue on top of green, from Quinsigamon Rowing Club, Amy Mayer and Jennifer Devlin.
Another jump up, we have visitors from Great Britain, bow number 17 out in front.
From CUBC, Cambridge University Boat Club, Karina Graff and Jenna Armstrong, 2 times winners of the boat race recently.
Oh, wow. So they're a
so
name
we'll
to
be
watch.
looking to see how that one does.
And then they've overtaken recently, just on this past turn, bow number 11. Passaic River Rowing, Joan Victoria and Janice Holzman. Yes, we actually have, in addition to many Paris athletes this year, we have many recent alumni of the boat race joining us this weekend. But first, in front of us, we have bow number 18, Toronto, sculling Elizabeth Taylor and Abigail Smith. Welcome to Boston.
Yeah,
but yes, the boat race...
unofficial through CBC, that Ridley Grad boat is in 1610 in first place over Riverside, and 1616 with Cambridge in third, Cambridge, UK, in 1622.
Yes, the boat race, for those of you not fully informed, it's an annual race between Oxford and Cambridge, and it's approximately double the distance of the head of the Charles, rowed at pretty close to a dead sprint.
And in a preview of the big boat races, we now have 4 doubles approaching the Elliott Bridge at the same time. with slightly different lines. So this will be interesting.
15 on our side.
15 on our side. Excuse me.
15, 21, 22.
Okay, 22 out in front. That's bow. That's riverfront recapture.
21 on the Boston side. Right
21 on the Boston side is Ridley Grad,
15 and then 12 in the rear.
and then 15 from Gentle Giant, Catherine Kern and Courtney Patricia, followed by bow number 12 from Peking University in Beijing, which sort of rivals Sydney and Melbourne for distance traveled. Yu Zhang and Feng Gao.
Yes, I believe this year we have a record number of athletes joining us from China. Opposite hemispheres, opposite time zones.
And if it takes about an hour a day to adapt to the time zone for racing, it's one of those questions of, do you start adapting before you travel, or do you get over here early?
I would assume get here a week.
Or do you rough it?
And right in front of us, orange and black, you can always guess who that is, and your guess is probably right. That is Fat Cat, Michelle Clark, and Sarah Connolly. Fat Cat Club is the Princeton alumni. They always are wearing alternating orange and black. And approaching our dock now from Port Jefferson in New York, Kelly Moore and Anna McDonald in black with the white blades. And taking a slightly wider line in front of CBC, Carol Schoenecker and Rachel Van Dongen
From Genesee up in Rochester.
Yes, another great rower river.
Over and up. And on the far side, on the orange buoys, that looks like, is that Potomac?
6. Potomac, yeah. Red.
What's the bow number?
That is bow number 6, red blades, white
Yeah,
star.
it is Potomac. So that's Erica Steve Caldwell and Samantha
Bow
Houston.
23.
And followed by bow 23 from LaSalle, Ontario, Ashley Chenard and Jillian Wilson.
And then followed up by bow number 25, Vesper, Constance Chang, and Charlotte Mahaffey. They started rowing 3 years ago out of Narragansett. And this event had 25 entries, so we think that was everyone for this event.
Okay, and course record in that event was?
Oh, it's going to be close. 1849 was the course record.
Looks like Ridley Grad.
A little slower.
Pauls and Brown were 1926.
The unofficial times coming in looks like the top 3.
1926 for Ridley Grad, followed by Riverside, about 4 seconds behind them in 1930.
And then Cambridge, our two boat club or boat race alumni, coming in at bronze.
1939.
All within about 10 seconds of each other.
Followed by Vesper out of Philadelphia and Cambridge Boat Club.
So again, these are unofficial times. They still have to be certified and reviewed. But
we mentioned that Boston-Philadelphia thing.
It's
like Vesper and Cambridge Boat Club go back a long ways together.
So our next event is the men's master doubles. Course record was set by Nate Kelly.
Yep, and Jake Watkins.
Nate's actually one of my former teammates. They set that record in 2022.
Watkins is a fine Penn grad.
Yes, they tried to break their own record last year, came about 5 seconds short, and they've returned again this year.
Yeah. In a new combination, because Sean Wolf moved over into the single.
They've also graduated into the 40-plus average
Igor
age.
Belikovsky is now Pete Morelli's partner, so they'll be starting a little bit further back. What happens when you switch your partner is you lose your seating. You get right back into the unseated crews, and they try to figure out what makes the most sense. And then in terms of like other people that are coming along.
Also, you may want to watch out for bow number 8, Peter Graves and Tom Graves, brothers, who are also teammates of Nate Kelly.
So Pete and Tom are both Olympians.
Yes.
They come from the Graves rowing family.
Yes. For friends and families of rowers, think Kennedys of rowing.
Mom and Dad will be on the bridge, and brother John, who's a coach up at Dartmouth now, I'm sure is here too. But yeah, they've won the champ double a few times. So Tom, the last couple of times here, the first thing he did was went and broke my 40-plus singles record, and then the next year he jumped into the champ singles.
They also won the boat race in the 8.
Yes, and they have a funny habit at showing up at things like national team trials and stuff like that. So there's a lot of muscle memory there, if not current time training together, because I think one of them's in Connecticut and the other one's in California. Okay, so
initial timing, again, we're going off what's being reported on the Regatta Central webpage. It does appear that the Graves double is leading the pack on time, but only by a couple seconds ahead of the Kelly Watkins boat.
And full disclosure, my announcing partner here is a Trinity guy.
Yes, I am a Trinity guy, so I'm a little biased.
I'll be keeping him honest. A quick acknowledgement of our sponsors while we've got a couple of seconds. Our second thanks goes out to Community Rowing. Community Rowing up the river is one of the largest boat clubs in Boston and the home of Boston's Let's Row program, which is a great outreach program into the middle schoolers in the Boston and Cambridge public school communities. There's just a huge effort at CRI to get kids from the neighborhoods down to the river. So Head of the Charles is happy to partner with Community Rowing to bring the sport of rowing to more than 5,000 middle schoolers in Boston and Cambridge. To learn more, go to communityrowing.org.
And we can see our first crew coming around the corner, just based off our checking of the times. I'm going to say that is most likely maritime rowing. The Kelly Watkins boat. I'll give it a second before I talk about him, since there's a pretty big gap.
It's about one.
Yeah, but I'm just going to give him a second since they're still pretty far down.
Yep.
All right, now in front of us, in the light blue and hot pink, that is bow number 1. This is the Kelly Watkins double that we were just talking about. Matching hats, matching sunglasses, matching short sleeves, matching unis. And they have put a sizable gap for the doubles as well. They're going to put a couple seconds between each starter, but this is a big gap.
That was a fast boat that just went through.
Yes, they were looking very smooth.
Okay, bow number 2 from Mobjack down in Matthews, Virginia, and I guess it's a hybrid Mobjack Occoquan entry. So Matthew Thomas, or composite entry, and Will Meeker.
They have won a couple of national championships in the last 2 years.
Bow number 2. These guys are the men's Masters A double and double A champions in the last couple of years.
Perhaps if our starters were being smart at the other end, they gave a little extra space for our high-profile.
Well, sometimes you just have to fiddle with your shoes a couple of extra seconds. Sometimes you make your own luck.
Now in front of us in the Riverside Unis and Riverside Blades, I bet you can guess who it
wearing
is.
stripes, that's Niles Coronan and Andrew Hashway. These guys are part of the Gentle Giant rowing crew.
Yes.
Gentle Giant and Larry O'Toole has been hiring rowers in Boston for 40 years.
He's instrumental in the success and operation of the Head of the Charles as well.
Yep.
They store all of our equipment in the off-season and transport it when we're ready to put on our show here.
We'll be giving a shout-out to Gentle Giant
bow
soon.
number 8. That is who we told you to watch out for.
Okay, the aforementioned Long Beach juniors at 40 and 42 years, respectively, Peter and Thomas Graves.
Let's go, former Bantams. They're looking smooth, going through the bridge. And in front of us now with the Potomac blades at bow, that's bow number 6.
Bow number 6, Joshua Hutter and Dyer McCabe, coming out of retirement as alumni co-captains from Rutgers Lightweights.
Four and white, 5 on Boston.
With
side.
the red-blue blades, Long Lake rowing crew from Long Lake, Minnesota, Ryan Walker and Lawson Navarro.
And then on the Boston side in the red hull, joining us from Saskatchewan, Matthew Bradshaw and David Ukranets.
Kranitz, yeah.
Ukranets. And bow number 10.
And then moving up, bow number 10 from Riverside, Igor Belikovsky and Pete Morelli.
7.
They know the course. They will be
And-
shaving probably 100 meters off the
Oh, yes.
4702.
Yes, if you are an expert, you know how to cut a few corners here and there. In
And
front of us
from-
now, bow 7.
Bow 7, Shipley from Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania, Craig Dodson and Scott Gavin Wisniewski.
And out in front,
Moving up, bow number 13, Fairmount, also from Philadelphia at the end of the row, Stephen Krasuski and Ross Anderson.
and they've overtaken Alexander Pappas and
Yep.
William Doss, joining us from
Wyandotte.
Michigan.
Yep. And we got Union. 16. From Union Boat Club, Brian Weddick and Chris Massey. This is another one we'll be looking to see the splits on. This is a fast combination.
And then in front of us in the red hull, green hats, that's
From
another
Maguntacook.
hybrid
Yep.
boat.
Andrew Niels, another Stripes alum, and William Shetsky.
And in the black hull, Buffalo River Rowing.
Zachary McGurk and Jesse Clark.
And
Okay, we've got a break. Let's check some
a
splits.
big gap now. This event has 27 entries, so we've seen approximately the top 15. So you got another half.
Okay, so
This looks like it's essentially those who were awarded a time from last year and those who got a lottery entry.
here we go. In first place through Cambridge in 1432, the Graves brothers from Long Beach and Trinity.
Which they had to cut under 17 for the course record for this
And,
event.
Do we have a course record watch going on?
For every event.
Okay. And then in Union, the Massey Wettick boat was 2 seconds behind them. And again, the course record holders, Kelly and Watkins, 1 second behind the Union boat. So we've got 3 boats within 3 seconds of each other going into the last 3 minutes. And those were respectively bows number 8, 16, and 1. Welcome to Masters Rowing.
Yes. And again, this is another where there's 2 classifications in the same event. So you have the 30 plus and then the 40 plus.
All right, now we got another cluster coming at us.
Oh,
so
boy.
1, 2, 3, 4,
So,
5, 6, 7 doubles coming around the bend.
Buckle in, everybody on the
Got your
bridge.
cowbells up on the bridge?
We're just going to be going rapid fire at you, so let's make some noise for our competitors.
Bow number 21 in the high viz, rowing unaffiliated, Colin Williamson and Henry Palmer. On the Cambridge unit side. Blue? Bow number 19, Kampala from Uganda, Timothy Whitney and William Mwanga. Behind them, bow number 22 from Austin, Texas, David Schnepp and John Matrowski splitting the buoys. Bow number 20 from Potomac with the red oars with the stars, Mike Gallagher and Jose Carrasco.
3 across from our side to Boston.
3 across, coming from Boston, 14 on the Cambridge side. Thayer Academy,
23 in the middle,
23 in the middle, Green Lake,
and
and 25 on the Boston shore, Commencement Bay. And we've had our first of the day.
First collision today. Oh,
With 2 boats coming up behind them.
2 behind them. We have 27
Bow
and 18.
27,
Oh, but they've righted each other and cleared.
Fairmount, and bow number
18.
18, Harlem River.
So that was not a bad collision.
There was
It
pretty
could have
dynamic.
been
There's some
bad.
pretty dynamic steering. Good corrections.
And as we were saying, these hulls, much like the singles, they are very maneuverable.
They're pretty maneuverable. Yeah.
And extra lightweight. The power to weight ratio is great. So if you have to move and get out of the way quick, it's very easy to do so.
But you get into this crossover under the bridge, and it's kind of like, can we hold them off, or
And
do I have to let them get
approaching the bridge now is bow number 24, James Taylor, not to be confused with the other one, and Andrew Symington out of Lake Merritt. And I think that's our whole pack for this event. But yes.
So what you just saw there with that group of doubles, imagine that with eights. And that's what's coming at us in about an hour.
You may not even have to wait that long.
Oh, you're not going to have to wait that long.
Because we have the men's senior master eights approaching us right now.
Now, one of the things about Masters rowing is what just happened under the bridge there. Everybody is going to remember everybody, and some of them are your best friends, and some of them are your best competitors. And you'll see each other again next year on the starting line. So the Masters rowing stuff, there's a reason for the diplomacy out on the course, because sometimes you give favors and sometimes you need them.
Yes, there's a little more give and take than in, say, for example, the youth events or collegiate events, where
there's
you're
not as
just
much.
another-
There's not as
you're
much.
another
There's
face
not.
on the
There's
river,
not
that's
as
it.
much history.
Exactly.
And relationships matter more.
And approaching us right now is bow number 26 from Potomac, joining us from Washington, D.C. That's Sean Bamman and Christopher Dopita.
Oh my!
Sean is recently back from Germany.
Okay, I'm gonna let my colleague here give him a little time to process this. But the results going through the finish, a reversal from CBC, Maritime, 17:24, 2 seconds ahead of Long Beach, 17:26.
Now, this is a perfect example.
4 seconds ahead of Union. So Kelly and Watkins dropped it in the last half mile.
Yes, they did. And that is a perfect example of these masters relationships, that they have known each other for 15 years, 20 years, and race each other every year. So you can't have these clashing blades, profanity-laden nonsense that you occasionally hear about out on the river.
And next year, whoever came in second is going to be training more, because they're going to be starting right next to each other.
Yes, there will be a lot of erg time this winter.
So I'm trying to be the impartial announcer here today. Next year is going to be a real challenge for my partner, because they're going to be right on top of each other.
Yes, it will. I suspect there will be a picture of the Kelly Watkins double in the erg room down at the Graves household this winter.
Might have to have like in terms of Row 2K and their shots of the racing thing. They're going to have to go down to the start line and get shots of these guys right next to each other in the starting line.
Oh,
shoot.
yes. It'll be a good time. Occasionally they actually do have someone set up in the basement.
I mean, so would it be good-natured, witty banter, or will there be trash talk?
I think it'll be pretty good-natured. So again, just to refocus us here, we do have a 9:08 start for event 15, so we should be seeing these boats.
Yeah,
any minute now.
these are 15-minute CR, so we should be seeing them
Course
in about
record
4 or 5
set
minutes.
last year by Ex Nemo. Those are Harvard alumni.
Harvard alums, yep.
And
the top Ex Nemo boats are pretty competitive in terms of they expect you to be in shape, they expect you to be racing, and they expect you to show up and just be able to blend together perfectly. It's pretty competitive. Now,
a good example is the other competitors who placed 1, 2, 3 last year. So we have Ex Nemo, Marin, and RCA.
yeah. So okay.
This year
we talked about the competitive dynamic at Ex Nemo. In bow number 2, we've got Marin Rowing Club.
Yes.
So they row year round, and this is another one where you want to be in the top boat at Marin. You've got to be ready to commit to the training plan. The third boat is RCA alum. So RCA is an acronym for Rowing Canada, which basically means all of these guys are national team alums.
Yes.
And it's a mix of ages. Youngest guy in the boat is in the stroke seat is Julien Bahane, who I've had the privilege of almost racing with during Heineken during the COVID year. And then the oldest guy in the boat is Phil Monkton, who's former vice chair of
rode
Rowing
in the
Canada.
76 Montreal Olympics.
Who rode in Montreal. But Phil can bring it. So, okay, and here we go. On the orange buoys, putting them right on the hull. It's a Harvard Coxswain and an ex-Nemo. Yep. And right on their tail, looking like they're maintaining the spacing, is bow number 2. So here comes ex-Nemo and Marin.
Which, again, expert job coxing, putting the buoys underneath the port side riggers. That's a great looking crew going along here.
This is Marin in bow 2, isn't it? Or do we?
Yes.
Okay. Marin typically rowing with red and white oars, but borrowing some blades here today in their red and black shirts.
Which we
okay,
don't have updated times
yeah,
for
they're
them
out
coming
of
through CBC.
they're out of earshot, but at weld they were 0.6 of a second apart from each
Yes,
other.
it looks like they've spread to about 3.5 seconds now, but they still have another 800 meters before the finish, so you can make yes.
So a fit 70-something.
with one other 50-plus man and a bunch of 30-year-olds.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah, this is one of these. You do the calculation, and total years in the boat has to total, 50 times 8.
So we do have 33 competitors, so that was our first 3 in this event. Approaching now bow number 5, Diesel.
So these are national team alums for the U.S.
Yes, 1999 world champs.
Yep. There'll be a couple of diesel alums in a couple of diesel boats in this.
Yes, you'll be hearing that name quite a few times today and tomorrow. And Irish Master is joining us now with the Kelly Green and the faux wood hull. Regular attenders to the head of the Charles, and they love to support the local economy on the Saturday night after the event. I think we all know what they're referring to. Bow number 4 in the blue hull, Chinook. And that's another Virginia crew. As we were saying before, the Virginia, D.C. area, as well as Delaware, has really been exploding in rowing. So this is the second Diesel crew. Diesel actually had back-to-back bow numbers, 5 and 6. They appear to be wearing army green matching shirts, and they're trying to hold off bow number 8, a second RCA boat. And it appears we have, yes, another old ex-Nemo boat.
Yeah, the Diesel RCA relationship goes back to the World Championships, where the U.S. Men and the Canadian men, long history of dueling each other in the A finals.
So unofficial timing so far, first finisher about 5 seconds off the record. So it's in the conversation, but I think it may live another year here. And that was Marin and then Ex Nemo, who were about 5 seconds apart. Approaching us side by side, you can see that's clearly Fat Cat in orange and black on the Boston side. That's bow number 11. Oh, and they are trying to overtake bow number 10, Texas Rowing Center. Let's see how these coxswains negotiate the turn side by side.
So at Weld, there was a half a second Nemo lead. That switched over to a 4-second Marin lead here at CBC. And the finishing margin was about 7 seconds. So Marin working the second half of the course.
Well, as we were commentating, the Marin coxswain was doing a fantastic job on the buoy line and the angle exiting Elliott Bridge. That's a BMA, so
Yep,
this
Cornell
is Cornell
alums. Yep.
alumni.
Or no, well,
Or
no, it means something else.
I think there's something else.
Yeah,
but yeah.
that'd be the edited. That'd be the edited version. It goes back to a Cornell-Harvard rivalry.
And entering the bridge now is a riverfront recapture boat joining us from Hartford. And
It's one of those if you know, you know.
North Dakota in the yellow Empire. Oh, not them. That's 13, not 17. And then right behind them is Sammamish Rowing Association.
Bulldog.
16. Olden Bears. So in front of us right now, black and gold, that's the Olden Bears. These are alumni from Cal.
Not exclusively.
No, but
Yeah.
generally they try to staff the boat with mostly alumni from Cal. 17 with the blue and white, that is Bulldog, Yale alumni.
Not exclusively.
Again, yes, the clubs are in the spirit of trying to staff the entire boat with strictly alumni, but sometimes you get a couple ringers or fill-ins that you got to have 9 men in a boat. Uh, 19, one of our
Crabtree
international friends.
from London. They're based on the Thames, and it's a mix of first-time HOCR competitors, but also veterans. They have all raced at Henley Royal and other international regattas, so their credentials in that boat.
Yes, and I believe Crabtree is generally affiliated with Cambridge alumni. Is that correct?
The color would suggest that.
Yes.
Oh,
Because we do have another Oxford alumni boat, and I do not want to get them mistaken.
I would disqualify that as a semi-educated guess.
Yes. And in front of us now in the black hull, it's Narragansett out of Providence, Rhode Island. Remember how earlier we had a club claim they are the oldest boat club in the United States? Well, Narragansett also makes that claim as well. We're not here to judge or tell you the history, so you can ask them yourselves. If I were to guess this boat approaching us with the Harvard blades and crimson Henley shirts, I'm going to say they're probably an ex-Nemo boat. Bow 23, it's actually not ex-Nemo, it's the Crimson Death Barge. It's a compilation boat made out of the 1989 freshman lightweight crew from Harvard.
Yeah, now, alumni boats come under several different names, but generally speaking, the regatta tries to allocate things ratably. So you'll see some particularly clever names coming out of the Harvard alums as they're like, trying to say, oh yeah, we're the only entry from that club.
Having just passed us, that was a Swiss crew, and now in front of us right now is Evergreen. That would be Dartmouth alumni, generally.
Yeah, the Swiss crew was rowing club Thawil, if I pronounced that correctly, from Lake Zurich.
Yes, Lake Zurich, I think, is one of the more beautiful rowing locations on the planet. It is incredible. Second only to the Charles River.
I will compliment all of these Masters coxswains on how they're handling Elliott.
In the yellow Empacher, we have Brown Alumni right in front of us, rowing with the brown-topped white blades. And 25 directly in front of CBC.
Yeah, Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club.
Hong Kong Rowing Club.
Yep.
Or Yacht Club, excuse me.
Which has a few recognizable names of people that have been on this river more than a few times.
Phillips Academy
this is
alumni.
their third trip to the Charles.
This is Friends of Phillips Academy. That's not the one here in the Boston area, but a Phillips Academy in Maryland, just entering the Elliott Bridge. And we have 4 boats coming across right now.
About 24 out in front. Those are the Penn 80 lightweight alums from the DC area, holding water, and the red boat.
27 is now holding water.
We've got 2 boats holding water under the bridge and a fast boat on the other side. What's the number?
31.
31 moving up on the Boston shore. That's De Hoop from the Netherlands.
So they holding water going into Elliott forced 27 to hold water. So I think that may have been an example of the coxswain.
Excellent steering from the Netherlands.
Yes, that was fantastic.
And it's
navigating around.
You get into this debate about is the Amstel or the Charles a more technical river?
And approaching us now is bow number 29. That's another Yale alumni. So this is Yale Oldfellows. Another variation on the alumni namings. If I were to suspect, the coxswain probably did not feel confident in making the second part of the turn there, exiting Elliott with the fast-moving boat on the Boston side already cutting across.
Yeah, because
so-
if you impede somebody passing, that's a 1-minute penalty.
But, of course, we're out of earshot from the crews, and we're not telling the referees what to do. We're just free-talking here. I'm going to guess that's probably going to be an impediment
We're sharing information
on the crew behind them.
Yes. Yeah.
But that is not up to us to
except
decide.
when it's not. It's a judgment call from the U.S. rowing umpires.
Yes, who are all certified and make
all
the
over
best
and all
choices.
over the course. There
And
are many eyes on this river.
They know so much more than we do. We're just trying to inform our audience. In front of us right now is bow number 32, Union Boat Club. And they are holding off DeWolf. So DeWolf being BU, generally BU alumni.
Yeah,
or,
with the
or
red over white oars.
affiliated with BU. Their boathouse has one of the best views of the Boston skyline anywhere in the city. And it was actually designed specifically for that. And that room has been claimed as the head coach's office.
It's the erg room is a multi-purpose room. They have many events there.
So this is
Really?
now bow number 1 of our next event, the
so-
men's Grandmaster 8, so 60 plus. This is another Marin crew out in front.
Okay, so same comments before about Marin, the 50s and the 60s all trained together. It's a very competitive selection process. Followed by bow number 2 from Upper Yarra in Melbourne, another head racing river. It's the Upper Yarra Rowing Club.
Now this is a big gap between 1 and 2.
Big
so
gap, yep.
Marin and Upper Yarra did place 1 and 2 last year, with Upper Yarra setting the course record in 22. So they're both looking to probably try and get underneath that 16-minute line.
And Head of the Yarra is a great head race. It's summer down there when it's winter here,
Yes,
it's one that they're very interested in having Northern Hemisphere crews come down to visit.
Effectively, the Head of the Charles is the start of their racing season, since for them this is springtime.
So unofficials on the last one in first, Marin A, 7 seconds up on Ex Nemo, who was up on Rowing Canada.
In front of us right now is bow number 3, which is USD alumni. This is one of our crews to watch for this event, since they won gold at the Crew Classic this spring in the 60-plus category. So they've had some success in the 2024 racing calendar. Behind them and in front of us right now, entering Elliott Bridge, is bow number 4, the 1980 crew. This is made of the 1980 Olympic team and some friends.
And friends.
Because as we were saying, it is more in the spirit of the team, plus whoever you need to fill out the boat. Bow number 5, entering the bridge, Cornell alumni. And then bow number 6 in the Whitehall, Palm Beach, joining us from Florida.
Cornell, featuring head of the Charles, managing director and former Cambridge Boat Club president John Grant. Bunch of recognizable names in that boat. CBC member Andrew Calfels, U.S. rowing supporter Ray Hill, Brad Boricke, who's raced with Cambridge over in Europe. Everybody knows everybody.
Yes, the rowing world feels big until it suddenly feels very small.
The older you get, everybody really knows everybody. All right, we got Stripes.
So out in front here, that is bow number 8, who has overtaken bow number 7. 8, obviously, horizontal stripes. That is Riverside. And they have overtaken bow number 7, Upper Valley Rowing. So that is out of Hanover, New Hampshire, rowing on the Connecticut River.
Noise on the bridge.
Yes, sounds like we have some...
Bring in the cowbells.
And orange and black, we all know who that is.
Yep,
that is Fat Cat.
Fat Cats from the 80s. 1980s rock stars. Okay.
And another bit of a gap here.
So allowing for back of the Packers through the finish line. Upper Yarra in first place, followed by Marin.
Yeah, 0.6 of a second off the record, unofficially. Unofficially, Upper Yarra was 0.6 of a second off the record.
Off the record.
Yes, so
we've
just
we've got a lot of, ooh, that was a close one.
Yep. Or, again, these are unofficial timing, so they could be changed.
Yeah.
So out in front here, in the black shirts with the red blades, that is California, bow number 11.
Yep, coxed by Mark Zemsch.
Slightly
a lot
crossing
of
race lines.
There's some national team alums in that boat.
Right behind them, we have basically bow on Cox or bow on stroke.
With New Haven and the green and white. Green, white, and blue.
Good race lines from both crews. Definitely jockeying and not letting each other get the better line.
Zemsch was my U23 Cox 40 years ago.
So one of the interesting things about the Elliott Bridge turn and exit is that if one crew doesn't yield to let the other crew have the better race line, both crews end up having bad race lines.
Yep.
So on the Cambridge side of the river in the Empacher, bow number 13, so Warren. On the Boston side,
yep, it's
Cambridge.
Harvard lightweight alums.
And
on the far side, Cambridge Boat Club, bow number 14.
And in the yellow with the red hull, pulling up the rear of this pack, is Corvallis out of Oregon. They've won the 70+4 twice and won the 60+8 once.
That CBC Warren crossover approaching Belmont Hill is going to be interesting. We can just see the edges of it from our vantage point. We're a little too high up.
Yes, some years we can see it if the river's
you can
particularly
see it,
low. But we can see where the buoys are laid. So generally, we can speak to if a crew is going through the Cambridge Arch, whether or not it's safe or whether or not they're going to hit the dock. But it's tough to tell the back corner of the dock, which we can talk about steering strategy more in a minute. Bow number 17 is right in front of us in the yellow hull, the Empacher hull. That is Bulldog. That's another Yale boat, Yale alumni crew. They've overtaken Team Attiger, So that's, of course, Regatta backwards.
Traditionally made up of Head of the Charles volunteer leadership.
Yep. And Head of the Charles executives. And then in the rear of this little pack here is bow number 16, Purple Rain, which are Williams College alumni.
Yeah, Adager over the years has won multiple head titles. They had a streak of 7 or 8 in this event that just went year after year. And
Now,
the streak actually became something of
out in front of us in the silver hull there, bow number 22, doing a fantastic coxing job. Again, riggers over buoys.
Chinook.
Chinook.
Now, Chinook is a Rolodex crew. It's a virtual club. So they also train competitively, and then they try to put together. Now, then followed by bow 20 from West End.
Yeah, right on their tail.
Yep, in New Zealand, traveling all the way from Auckland.
And in front of us right now with the white hull and white blades is another
Upper Yarra from
Western Hemisphere or Eastern Hemisphere crew
so you got the
and Southern Hemisphere
got the
crew.
Kiwi Aussie thing going right
Yeah.
here. Yeah, everybody knows everybody.
But although Chinook is a Rolodex crew, they are a high-performance Rolodex crew. They
very
always do well.
disciplined. They have camps that you have to go to if you want to row in one of their boats. You have to show up, and so they want to know that the chemistry works.
And red and black, those of you who follow college rowing will know that is Wesleyan. So this is the Wesleyan alums crew. These are all former Wesleyan varsity rowers throughout the years. Which, back to Chinook, I have no problem with Rolodex crews entering events like this, but I feel they have to be competitive. That is the spirit of it, right?
If you're gonna put together, if you're going to go out and try to find the best possible people, you got to bring it.
Yes, you can't poach them from a local crew to be part of a Rolodex crew if you're not a solid contender.
We can get into the debate about the 60 plus 8s versus the alumni 8s. Because I think some of these alumni 8s this year are actually championship 8 caliber lineups.
Speaking of alumni 8, entering the bridge right now, that is Northeastern University alumni. But yes, I think the alumni 8 event today, this weekend, is going to be extraordinarily competitive.
Like 6 of the 8 rowers being either Tokyo or Paris Olympians.
This is another USD alumni crew, so that's the University of San Diego. Yes, and we do mean Paris as in several months ago,
as in
Olympians.
as in they haven't had a chance to get out of shape yet.
Yes. As in they've probably had one baguette since they medaled. In front of us now in the yellow hull is bow number 27, one of our international crews joining us here on the beautiful Boston morning. Quinton.
And let's clarify, this is a veterans entry. You've got the 60 plus and the 70 plus going at it together.
Yes, this has an average age of 70.
There are 2 first place medals here, and this crew is right on the 70 age group thing.
And they've overtaken another 70 plus crew, Tuwong. It's a Australian crew from Brisbane. They're in the white hull, slightly ahead of bow number 28, a Pen AC crew.
So the way you build one of these lineups is you have the core of the boat, and then you go younger and younger with the last 1 or 2 people so that you come in right at 70.0 years.
With the white, orange, and blue blades, these are Coast Guard Academy alumni.
So it's your age, it's your fitness, and then it gets into the port starboard thing. So if you're trying to get boated in one of these boats, being able to scull and row both sides sweep is a good thing.
And now approaching CBC in the sky blue shirts and yellow hats. That's bow number 24, Phil Roche's boys out of Pennsylvania. This is a reunion boat of Father Judge High School, coached by Phil Roche. And they won the Junior 8 event in 1974 here at the Head of the Charles. So welcome back.
So right now in the Grand
This
Master
is
with
the 50th anniversary of their winning race.
There you go.
Glad to have you all back.
That's pretty impressive. So in the 60 plus right now, unofficials are Upper Yarra, Marin, and Chinook, with some races to come through the finish. The early leader in the 70 plus is Team Adager. But they've got Quinton and Upper Yarra bearing down on them.
All right, I do believe that is the conclusion of event 16. Our next event, 17, Women's Senior Master 8s. That's 50-plus category. We will have the first few crews joining us momentarily. Standing record from 2017. That's a Chinook record, 17:22. Much like the men's division, a number of former national team and Olympic team members are scattered throughout the event. Starting at bow number 1 as the returning back-to-back champions, Endeavor Racing Alliance. They're all former U.S. national team lightweight scullers. Last year, they were 0.2 of a second off of setting a new course record. Bow number 2 for Atlanta, they've got a few all-stars. Bow number 13 is a crew of former U.S. lightweight sweep rowers. They made an impressive nine-spot jump. Maybe a crew to watch is bow number 22, Toronto Scullers. They carry multiple past Heather Charles winners, as well as multiple golds in this year, 2024's competition season. And then another, out of the 31 competitors, bow number 29 is another one to watch. Marlow, they have many Great Britain national team and Olympic medal winners. And we have our first crews approaching us now. Out in front, bow number 1. So, of course, this is Endeavor Racing Alliance. They won this event last year and the year previously. Driven by Kristen Kitt of Team Canada. They won gold in Tokyo, silver in Paris. Great coxswain to have here steering you on the Charles. And we have a little bit of back and forth competition. Looks like bow number 3, Texas Rowing Center, is trying to overtake Atlanta, or at least they were trying to on the long arcing turn. But Atlanta has the better angle going into Elliott Bridge.
All right, and in the 70 plus 8, in first place right now is Upper Yarra from Australia, followed by Quinton from the UK, followed by Team Adager. And just to give you a little bit of an insight on everybody knows everybody, in the Upper Yarra boat are a couple of guys that race World Masters for most of the last 20 years with guys that are in the Adager boat. But in the bow pair of the Upper Yarra boat are none other than Dick Cashin and Sean Colgan, formerly of the 1980 Rowing Club, longtime U.S. national team alumni and national team supporters.
And right in front of us right now in the red hats, that is Sarasota County. Sarasota County Rowing Club, Masters only club out of Osprey, Florida.
So when I say everybody knows everybody, and Sean's living down in New Zealand now, so he's living in New Zealand, rowing for an Australia club, bringing his friend Dick Cashin into the boat, and they just went out and picked up another first place at the head of the Charles.
Hey, if you're fast, you're fast. Doesn't matter where, when, how old.
And there are actually a couple of rules at the head of the Charles that have Sean Colgan's DNA in them. So if you're really competitive at this race, it actually tends to show up in like this happened.
On the Cambridge side of the river, we have Sammamish Rowing, bow number 8, who's overtaken 3 crews, and they're currently overtaking bow number 5, DeWolf. So that's BU, former BU rowers, or in the spirit of BU rowing. And then we have bow number 7, BMA, more Cornell alumni, in the red hull out in front.
Yep.
And side by side,
white with the red blade tips.
We have bound number 6, East Bay, joining us from Oakland on the Cambridge side, and Philo from New Jersey joining us. Looks like they are trying to overtake East Bay and maneuver themselves to potentially try to overtake BMA on the final turn. And approaching us now in all black, that is the Radcliffe Alumni, neighbors from downriver. So what were some of these rules that have his DNA all over them?
Well, I won't speak to Sean's, but I've got a couple of them, and one of mine is the no restart rule, because we were in a director's quad race and our steering cable froze, and we got through the BU bridge, and we said, the heck with this. That was awful, because we missed like 4 buoys before the bridge.
Yeah. And
so we went around and we restarted, and we're going through the line, and the announcer says, bound number 8, you can build. Bound number 8, you've already gone. So yes. I've got the no restart rule. The other one was if you row onto the course after the race, it's now a minimal penalty if you don't interfere, where one of the races I was in, the guy that was in front of me that did it got tagged with a 1-minute penalty.
Oh.
So sometimes,
that is a harsh penalty.
Yeah. So, but I had up close. Oh, and the other one was, what's the penalty on the first buoy you miss? Because I've been involved in a few where that buoy has just popped up on the wrong side of your hull as you're rowing over it.
Yeah, if you're trying to cut the line close, sometimes those buoys aren't exactly where you thought they were.
It's where it's supposed to be, and then it's not.
So that was Litchfield Hills that just went through the bridge. And in front of CBC right now, Old Glory, former national team and Boston Rowing Center lightweights. And we have a crew that lost their bow number. I can't quite tell who that is directly in front of us. I think that's Genesee based off their blades.
Yeah, with their blades. It's from Rochester, New York.
15 is behind them. So losing your bow number means it was either not affixed properly or there may have been a little bit of contact further up the river.
That's why you have blade colors. From Ann Arbor, bow 15.
And then North Suburban right behind them from Skokie, Illinois. They're from Chicago's North Shore. They've been promoting women's rowing since 2017. And they've had quite a bit of success at Masters Nationals this year and last year.
The thing about the head of the Charles is every single rule in the rule book has a story behind it.
Oh, of course. And bow number 22. That's
bow number
big
22
jump for
is
us.
Toronto sculling.
Yep. And then 16. So Toronto sculling, that's a sizable jump.
Bow 16, Trinity College. How could you forget them?
Oh, how could I forget Trinity College? I missed them. So that's the women's program, right around when the women's program got started. That roster can't be right. And bow number 19 is approaching the bridge right now. That's Swan Creek Rowing Club. And in the blue hull, Blood Street Sculls out of Connecticut. Followed by Annapolis Rowing Club. Those are team members who have been rowing together for 15 years, rowing with the pink hats and blue tops.
As 50 plus 8s tend to do.
Yes, once you have a lineup that works and everybody's schedule can accommodate it, you don't really shuffle things up too much.
But it's good in terms of, it's good peer motivation to stay in shape. Okay, here we go.
And
this is an Elliott Bridge, what you've been waiting for up on the bridge. 5/8s coming at you at the same time.
And just one more, we had a New Zealand crew, West End, just passed through the bridge.
Yeah,
but
they came with a big crowd this year.
All right, so we're going to be going rapid fire here.
All right, who's out in front? 26. Okay, out in front is Marin. Cambridge side 24. So Marin passed them. And then 29 on the Boston side, GB Marlowe. So Marin and Marlowe moving up aggressively. Followed by 27 St. Catherine's. followed by 20, Greater Lawrence.
Now, that is a perfect
That-
example
those
of
are
very experienced coxswains.
4 serious clubs with very experienced coxswains and rowers, and less so in the 8s than in the small boats, but you can use the rowers to steer the boat. And when you get into that kind of stuff, where you might also have to be pulling the oar in a few feet to avoid a clash, this is one where some of the steering you just saw there is literally world class.
Oh, absolutely. Those coxswains are all very, very successful.
These are seasoned, watermen. I mean,
Yes.
in the
And,
most complimentary way of saying that. They know how to handle boats.
For this turn, you can often do staggered push moments or power moments, so that you do, say, starboard bow pair or starboard bow end starboards are just rowing harder than the rest of the crew, so you can make it around the turn more efficiently.
Yeah, so say you're doing double workouts as a national team, practicing that kind of stuff, you got more time on the water. Composite crew that gets together to practice maybe yesterday,
much.
maybe the day before.
We have some Huskies, Northeastern University, in front of CBC right now.
Go NU.
I heard some barking coming from downstairs.
Is this
31?
31? Yep. So about 31, Lake Union from Seattle. Made the commitment to be here back in the spring, so 6 months of training.
28.
28.
Yep, and then we have bow number 28. This is another Golden Bears.
Generally, but not exclusively, Cal alums. And from Saratoga Springs, with
black
the
and
blue,
white
with
stripes,
the white and blue chevron blade pattern,
and to their hull as well. Looks like the deck of their
they are striped out.
hull's striped. Reminds me of those old World War II camouflage ships. 21. I thought we already saw 21. Well, this is 21. So this is bow number 21, Recovery on Water. Rowing team out of Chicago that caters to breast cancer survivors and serves over 80 women in the greater Chicago area. They're in Boston to participate in the Survivor Rowing Network exhibition. So again, that is an exhibition race we are doing this afternoon. It's between event number 42 and 43. That is highlighting all of our Survivor Network crews here at the Charles. It's bow number 1.
Bow number 1.
Yep. And this is bow number 1, so this is Women's Grandmaster 8's Event 18, Endeavor Rowing Alliance.
And Endeavor is a crew put together by Leslie Wright. It's another one of those ones that has high expectations of anybody that wants to race with them.
Also
course
set the
record
course
holders
record.
last year, just under 17:56.
It's also worth noting this event, the top 3 finishers would have all been course record
They all
setters.
broke all the medals last year broke the prior course record.
Upper Thames. And then Marin. And entering the bridge right now is Upper Thames, and followed by Marin. So these are the placers from first, second, third in 2023.
Yeah, and last year the wind was east, like 9, which makes it a bit challenging down in the first 200 meters because it comes up the basin. But then you've got a tailwind for the next 600 meters, and you've got a tailwind all the way from weeks up until the entry of the CBC turn, and you got a tailwind in the last 400 or 500 meters.
It was also a bit warmer last year. It was about 10 degrees warmer at the start time. Right in front of us is Lucky Charms. They also always have a distinctive uniform. They wear alternating colors of the rainbow, much like Lucky Charms. Lucky Charms used to have the course record. They set the course record in 22. But Endeavor, Upper Thames, and Marin all placed under 18 or close to under 18 in 2023.
Actually, it's pretty close to last year's temperature. Right now, we're coming up on it's cruising into the high 50s. So, and again, we're gonna top
Chinook
out,
crew right now.
top out at 70 today. It's a t-shirt weather.
Oh yes, I brought a change of clothes for this afternoon.
And we've got, let's see.
This is Conabera, women's master team from Seattle, established in 1984. Oh, sounds like we got some fans up on the bridge.
In the 50 plus eights, unofficially, first place, Marlowe, time of 17:22.3. How does that compare?
So 7:22.3
half
is
a second off the course record. First course record of the day.
Yeah,
I
that's a
think.
new course record.
Yep.
Assuming that holds for
It's unofficial.
unofficial.
Repeat,
but
unofficial.
That is assuming that holds. That will be a new course record by half a second.
And then second was Toronto Sculling.
Which Marlowe was one of the crews we told you to watch out for because they're just chock full of great British Olympic.
GB ringers.
Yes.
And we say that in the most complimentary way possible.
Yes. Catherine Granger.
Yeah. Just a few.
The most awarded
knighted
medalist in the history of England.
Knighted athletes. Yeah.
Bout number 7 is approaching us now. That's Three Rivers out of Pittsburgh. But yes, one of the athletes in that Marlowe crew is the, I believe, single most awarded athlete in British history
Yes.
of any sport
Yes.
in any time period.
Including Redgrave.
Yes.
Yes. And so Marlowe, Toronto, and then Texas in third, followed by St. Cat's in fourth, and Endeavour in fifth, Marin in sixth. I mean, these are not casual races.
No, these are the best of the best for this age group. Approaching us now in the blue tops. That is 1980. Again, another Olympic team and friends, all alumni of the 1980 Olympic crew. And then Upper Valley Rowing in the white hats with the black hull. Connecticut River out of Hanover, New Hampshire.
First three places in the 60-plus women's eight in first. Marin, 1807. I don't know how that compares.
So that is close. Endeavour last year got it under 18.
Okay. And then
So we're in spitting distance, but
second
not quite
place
there.
is Endeavour, 1813, and then Upper Thames.
Oh, and we got two side-by-side crews approaching us now. Looks like that's Texas Rowing on the Cambridge side, bow number 13. On the Boston side, bow number 17. RCA alumni.
Yep. Canadian
jump there.
national team, so we'll look and see how they do.
Looks like Texas took it a little wide,
Half mile to go for them.
but that's a great line for RCA alumni. And behind them is another Chinook crew. I can't tell if those are Texas fans or Canada fans up on the bridge.
They bring it.
We probably have an equal number of both here this weekend.
They bring it. You don't get this on Friday morning.
No, you don't. Well, many people are still at work. You're going to get some of the casual fans showing up today.
The Masters Sculler had their fans.
Oh, we have a large
But
pack
there's
coming around the corner
definitely more
now.
cowbell up there right now.
Just wait till the youth events get started.
Yeah. Yeah, for anybody that is listening in the Boston area and wants to come down and really catch the energy, the Youth 8s races and the Youth 4s races, they are just incredible. The crowd on the bridge will be 3 deep.
So loud. They actually have to close off most of the traffic lanes because
It's
of how
just
deep the
nuts.
traffic. So this is a Northampton crew in front of us in yellow and black. That is Northampton, Massachusetts.
Yep.
Beautiful town, especially this time of year if you catch the foliage.
And in the pink hull,
This is Saugatuck. Normally they wear black unis, black blades, and have a very intimidating black hull.
Yeah, so
but
this
they
is
changed it up this year.
And this eight is another example of people that learn to row as adults.
Oh, and we have 3 across out in front. Bow number 21. That's East Bay. And then, blades on blades. We have a little bit of contact. Is out in front, Avalon, and Intrepid Rowing.
Intrepid from Iowa City.
Looks like they're
having a head of the Charles experience.
Yes. Everybody has it at least once where your blades strike each other.
And in 19 with the aforementioned blue and white chevron, Saratoga from Saratoga Springs.
And then Chargers from Liverpool, New York.
Yep. Green on top
coming
of
up
white.
Solo here. The noise from the youth events is always tremendous because not only do they have the family, the friends, the teammates, everyone cheering them on from the bridge, but there's also 90 competitors in each event. So you just have so many people here to support those kids, and it's fantastic. There's
family. It's family and
the
school,
energy
and
is
school,
incredible.
Schoolmates,
of course. What the hell's that monster? We're in the middle of a race. And we have 2 side-by-side crews. Out in front is Rio Salado from Arizona, and they've overtaken Cape Cod Rowing out of Cape Cod here in Massachusetts. They're lake rowers, so this is a slightly different experience for them, I'm sure. And if that is all our crews, that is the end of that event. The next event is bow number 19, the 9:56 start time, men's senior master fours, 60 plus. This was another event where a record was set last year, Crabtree, so that is out of London, of course, set at a time of 17:03 and change, shaving off about 2.5 seconds from the previous record.
right? Say it right. All right.
And talked to us a long time about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got Crabtree, Molesey, Diesel, Marin, Palm Beach. This should be a pretty competitive event. The lineups for Crabtree and Molesey are very similar to last year, and they finished with a close margin last year. So, like we were saying before, I bet you there was a poster with their losing time and Crabtree's winning time in the weight room for
Definitely
Molesey
locker room material.
the entire year.
Unofficial results: women's 60+8, first place, time of 18:06.8 is Marin.
We also have some international crews for this next event.
And in second place, Endeavor Racing Alliance, and third, Upper Thames.
So 1, 2, 3 just shuffled a little bit. They had to get under 18 for a new record, so not quite.
See you again next year.
Yeah, see you again next year. We got 30 competitors in the next event. And, of course, we have crews joining us from Canada, Australia, and Spain. We don't see too many Spanish crews joining us here at the Charles, but we always like to see new countries and new competitors here.
The last year, the guy that was in the winning straight pair, Javi Garcia, is back again this year. He was in the pair for Paris Olympics, and he's racing champ single this year, out of CBC. So he'll be rowing with Cambridge Blades.
Yes, you'll be seeing many, many, many Paris Olympic alumni
And
this
some of them
weekend.
are tucked into these alumni eights.
Yes, so some of them are a little hidden.
They're a little bit hidden. We can kind of get into the whole gamesmanship of what event do you go after, because the head of the Charles has generally speaking tried to take the Olympians and get them into the championship events. But if they're alums, they're alums.
Yeah, you don't get disqualified from being for example, Harvard alumni just because you went to the Olympics.
Okay, here we go. First boat in the fours race. Rowing with
bow number 1.
Northeastern oars. Bow number 1. This is Crabtree, which typically has a green oar with a gold crab on it. George Cozens, Sean Gorvey, Stephen Peel, Jade Uru, and Rod Chisholm.
It is difficult to ship hulls and oars across Atlantic, so I imagine they are rowing not only with Northeastern blades, but probably a Northeastern hull.
Isn't Uru a Kiwi national teamer?
I can't say for certain, but I'm fairly certain.
Exactly, yeah.
And just looking at the age breakdown of that hull, I do suspect we have a national team member plunked in there at 3-seat.
Yeah, so you've got a 61-year-old, a 59-year-old, a 50-year-old, and a 37-year-old.
Yes.
Yeah.
And another coming up behind them, doing a great job with the coxing, bow number 2, Molsey.
And these guys have all won. They've all won head of the Charles, and they're all Olympians.
Yes.
So Sam Burrows, Edward Bellamy, Matt Britton, Tom Middleton, James Wright.
Just a tremendous amount of talent and skill in that crew.
Is this bow 3?
4. And our first shuffle of ordering, this is bow number 4, Diesel.
Yeah.
Oh, no, excuse me, Marin.
Marin. Yeah, with the red and white blades.
I said Diesel because I was expecting Diesel as they are bow number 3, but I should have learned by now they got matching kit this year. They're all wearing army green T-shirts. So that is Diesel right on the buoy line there.
Yeah, Chrissy Cadigan, Rob Zabel, Brett Gaby, Chris Burrell, and Spencer Cutter.
And I can hear the coxswain from here. Palm Beach is right on their tail and
they,
moving fast.
They all know each other. Yeah, that Cox is managing the boat ahead of him.
Yes, I'm not sure if politely managing or exchanging words so that they can continue their
diesel
speed.
boat has yielded the line, so Palm Beach is going to the inside on the Belmont Hill turn.
Next up is Atlanta. And then in the yellow hull, red, that is a Potomac crew. Potomac's always easy to identify. They have the white star on the red field of their blades. And then, of course, ex-Nemo. And even our senior masters, they have to get out there and train. The ex-Nemo crews are always fast.
And the bio for the ex-Nemo crew is beat Yale.
Of course. Why would they say anything else?
We talked a little bit about having rules named after you. One of the other charming parts of the head of the Charles, as we've been talking about, are the club names that people come up with. And let's just say that the governing body, when they see these club names, and they're saying, okay, these have to be, recognized organizations. Sometimes this is the only place these names show up the whole rowing year.
Yes, some of these clubs, if you look them up on Regatta Central, you'll see they only race here and they don't have a single other race anywhere on the planet any time of year.
Sorry, we got racers coming. We'll back to this in a second.
12 and 9.
Pause on the witty banter.
So on the Boston side, out in front, River City. And on the Cambridge side, we have Riverside with the striped unis and striped blades. And they have bow deck on stern deck entering into Elliott Bridge. And then Argonaut.
And there seems to be an 8 coming up the middle of the 4s race.
Yes, we have some officials dictating information here.
We will share information as it becomes apparent.
About 10 entering the bridge is Pacific. Yes, so this 8 here, we're not sure who they are, but they've been directed to get off the course. This is bow number 8.
From the prior race, so this is a 60 plus.
Yes, this is
women's
Saugatuck.
So this is Saugatuck.
The officials are not happy with that. I'm not sure how that will be dealt with, but that is not for us to decide. In front of us right now, out in front, is Evergreen, and they have overtaken Black Mountain from Canberra, Australia. Welcome.
That might be a returning crew that's landing at BB&N.
They look like they were racing.
Yeah.
I think they got a late start and just tried to start in the 4 zone. And entering the bridge right now, Gentle Giant. Got some fans for Gentle Giant up on the bridge making some noise for them. And this is Greenwich Crew in the high visibility green. Gentle Giant Rowing, of course, is affiliated with the Gentle Giant Moving Company. Gentle Giant Moving has rowing at their core, as we were talking about before, one of our longtime collaborators, and we could not put on this regatta without them. And they have many, many crews that they enter into many events. In front of CBC now is our Spanish crew, Olympic Barcelona, joining us from Barcelona, Spain. They've been rowing together for more than 40 years, and it sounds like this is their first time in Boston, so let's make some noise for the Spanish crew.
Barcelona will be hosting the World Masters Regatta next summer.
And this is Capital Rowing coming up to Elliott Bridge now.
So to the unofficial names, one of the entries in the singles a couple of decades ago was a fairly legendary Harvard coach who entered the master single under the name I Am Lazarus. and then it was the rule was single scullers need to use their real names. It was very difficult for seeding purposes.
So this is Rockland approaching us now. Is that Harry?
Yeah.
Which, yes, if you know the coach we're talking about, it kind of fits. I can speak to when I was a youth rower training out of that boathouse and showed up at about 5:30 in the morning to do some early morning erging. And he was 6K into a 10K and was pulling faster splits than my 2K at 18 years old. I realized, yes, he might be Lazarus. And approaching us now, Avalon, bow number 20.
Another charming part of Head of the Charles culture is, you go over to some regattas and you have to have a national governing body sanctioned uniform. You have to have matching hats. You have to have matching sunglasses. Head of the Charles is known for creative costumes.
Yes, given that we are the third weekend in October, some of the events, especially the
directors' events coming up this afternoon.
Also the collegiate alumni.
The alumni aids,
in Halloween costumes.
Yeah.
So you'll occasionally see skeletons or witches or firemen coming down the course.
Yeah.
Approaching the bridge right now is Minneapolis Rowing Club. And we do have a large pack, so we'll have to put a pause on the banter here. We got Whitehall is bow number 21, Blackhall is
bow number 21 in the Whitehall Hudson River.
25, Blackhall.
In the Blackhall Highlands from Hewitt, New Jersey, bow number 25.
22.
Followed by bow number 22, Row, New Jersey.
In the Red Shirts Blackhall, bow number 30.
And Red Shirts Blackhall, bow number 30, Willamette from Oregon.
Moving fast. We got 24 on the outside, 28.
On the outside, in the Red Hull from Northern Virginia, And then on the inside, with the green blades, Highlands also from New Jersey.
I'm on mute. So I hadn't checked them off yet, so they definitely missed their start and started late.
Okay.
And they were like mid-race, and that's why they were basically told to go be in timeout on that. I think they might just be DNF.
Banned from next year. Yeah, right. Yeah.
DNS.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so there are 30 competitors in this event, so we have a couple more crews, I believe. But our next event at a 10:07 start time, it's the men's Grandmaster Fours, so that's 60 plus.
Yeah. Last year, Molesey
Another Molesey record.
brought a lineup and
they smashed that
tagged
record.
the course record by 30 seconds.
Yeah, most course records here, they shave off 2 seconds. Maybe if the conditions are perfect, you might get a 5 or 6 second record. 30 seconds is unheard of.
Yeah, and this is another one where I think the prior record was something like 1804, and the third place crew was 10 seconds under the old course record.
And the old course record, it wasn't a fresh record. It had been around for 5 or 6 years. So this is bow number 26 approaching us now. Club Nautique de Sherbrooke. So that's, I'm sure I'm butchering my French Quebecois, but they're joining us from Quebec.
Now, in this next event, one thing to watch
Upper Valley.
in bow number,
This is Upper Valley in front of us right here, joining us from Hanover, New Hampshire, rowing the Connecticut River.
Bow number 1 is Molesey, and they're starting to come onto we can start to see them coming around the bend. Bow number 2 will be Cambridge Boat Club, coxed by Chris Boyd. I would hazard a guess that Chris will steer this course in about 45-30 meters. So he'll probably shave more than 170 meters off of the 47.02. So watch how they come around the buoys in bow number 2.
Maybe bow number 2, but bow number 1 is also doing a phenomenal job.
Bow number 1 is having a good race.
Say about maybe 6 inches off perfect for this turn.
Excellent course.
So again, this is Molesey from Great Britain.
So Adrian Ellison, Harv Worden, Richard Shirley, Ian McNuff, and Clive Roberts.
And this is the team and essentially the same lineup that smashed that record last year.
These guys have a regular training regimen. This is a very competitive Masters program. Bow number 2, Cambridge Boat Club, Chris Richards, Greg Wilkins, Tom Darling, a late substitute for injury, Richard Sampson, and Chris Boyd. Blades going straight to the water. Nice tight line.
Very,
Clean,
very
efficient rowing.
limited wasted energy.
Just roping the course.
You know when they make it look easy that they're doing a very good job.
If you're watching rowing and it looks easy and it looks clean, it's very difficult to do.
Now that they're out of earshot, the rough timing, Molesey is up on them by about 10 seconds.
Okay.
And they are going 1-2 right now with a pretty large margin over everyone else.
All right, Benny.
Bow 3, Marin.
Yes, that is in the red and black tops. Bow number 4 in the white. Rocky Mountain joining us from Colorado. They're using just standard unpainted blades. I was hoping they brought their own because they are.
There's some very
cool.
fit guys in that Rocky Mountain boat. It's Glenn Quizin, Mark Stromberg, Richie Sachs, Ilya Kolshnikov, and Mike Gasper. That's a boat that when it shows up more often than not, they win stuff.
So we have a couple crews coming down side by side. Looks like bow number 6, which I believe is CBC, on the buoy line.
Yeah, on the buoy line, you've got Cambridge, CBC President Tom Pounds in stroke.
they are using the buoy line to overtake Narragansett, number 5.
So Narragansett on the outside. So
we got
they
fans here.
passed.
Clearly, we're making some noise.
And now Cambridge is looking to do a crossover.
Oh, look at that. Narragansett is not letting the CBC guys walk away with this at all. Now, those of you watching at home or on this side of the bridge, you do want to have the angle on the Boston side of the Elliott Bridge going into the bridge, but there is another turn in the opposite direction.
Like we say, it's like a speed skating crossover zone.
You got to go left to right. So if you can hold the line and not let them fully overtake the race line, you may have an advantageous line on the second turn.
It is the responsibility of the passing crew to complete the pass.
Yes, but if you can't complete it because
you get halfway there and then you stall out,
it's not enough.
The crew that you're passing, doesn't have unlimited responsibility to make it easy for you. Thank you. Okay, and in the stripes, Riverside Boat Club, Lissa Bay Byrne, Ernest Cook, Robert Sangstaken, Dennis Wojla, and Mike Thibault competing as a 70+4. Then we've got Cambridge entry of Carolyn Jane Hanlon, John Lambert, John Saxelby, Ed Ford, and Steve Morse.
And now in front of Cambridge Boat Club is one of our German visitors, Frankfurter Rugerschlatt Germania. So that would be a rowing club out of Frankfurt, Germany. Welcome to Boston. Glad to have you.
I was asking him to ask you if you wanted anything. Did you get off soon?
Yeah, we're off soon.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I can next door.
Oh, and we have a little bit of a jump here. This is bow number 14. Army green shirts, that's Diesel. And then bow number 10, Palm Beach, joining us from Florida. And in the red hull now, we have San Diego Rowing Club joining us from San Diego, California. Just looking at the unofficial results, looks like the record will likely stand for another year. That Molsey crew, the one that smashed the record, came in about 16 seconds slower this year. So I think it was a combination of just a great crew, great day, good conditions. I think that record's going to stand for quite some time.
Yeah, it's a combination of flow, wind direction, and having the right crew and the right course. And it's a tricky combination to pull together because you can have a outstanding crew, but if the flow is up because of rain or the river temperature is a little bit colder or the wind's the wrong direction, it is what it is.
Or if there's a gusty day and you just catch a gust at the wrong time.
And yeah, generally speaking, course records get broken by tenths, not by gobs of 30 seconds.
So in the blue hull, Pelham Community Rowing Association, they are overtaking Gross from Michigan. They're U.S. Masters National Champions 2022, 2023, and 2024. Bow number 11, I believe that is Purple Rain, if I were to guess by the shirts. That is Purple Rain, Williams College alumni, specifically from the 1981 alumni crew.
This is 20.
Ooh. And we have bow ball on stern deck, a little bit of tapping going on. Bow number 20, East Arm out in front. Followed by Purple Rain. That can't be right. I'm not sure who that is. And bow number 12, Riverfront Recapture. They weren't dressed in purple either.
Interesting going on the buoy line right now. There's a crew from behind coming right up on the orange buoys, pressing its advantage on the crew in front of it in the bright orange. Bright orange crew has yielded. Very polite of them.
Out in front, we have a Riverfront Recapture crew, and the crew that's really flying down on the buoy line. That is
with
DeWolf.
the BU blades. Yeah, that's DeWolf.
And our crew that
BU
yielded, as they should.
And in the orange, it's
Virginia alumni.
UVA alums. Grumpy, growling UVA alums from class of 74.
It's, the only crew that loves orange more than Fat Cat is UVA.
Won the Club Fours back in 72. So back then it was the Champ Fours and the Club Fours. So the Champ Fours was national teamers, Club Fours was good college programs.
That must have been quite the crew back in the day.
Occasionally back then you would have national teamers try to sneak into the club events, and that would be another one of those head of the Charles rules.
And I think we have one or two more crews for this event. And then our next event that had a 10:18 start time, Women's Senior Master Fours. Another record set by RCA. They smashed the record by 15 seconds as well.
Yeah.
It was a crazy year last year for records.
Just to give you an idea of how fast the track was last year. So they forecast rain on Thursday, Friday. So Friday morning they were draining the river. So they opened up the locks down at the bottom and millions of gallons of water.
One moment. This is Friends of Phillip Academy. So this is bow number 18 of the Men's Grandmaster 4. Combination of teams from the West Coast and East Coast, all who are alumni of Phillips Academy of Bethesda, Maryland.
So this is getting a little wonky, but last year it was relatively dry. So the flow coming downstream was relatively low, but then they were forecasting a heavy rain. So the guy down at the locks opens it up to drain the river.
Which we did end up getting rain eventually.
Yeah, we did get rain. Then he shut the locks. So Friday, it was like you were on a treadmill and somebody hit the speed button, and all of a sudden the river was going against you. So that slowed things down a bit on Friday morning.
Yes, which for our friends and family not familiar with the river, you are rowing against the current.
You are rowing against the current. So if the river's moving, it's the old relative motion thing from a GPS standpoint. And we have our crew coming, so I'll pause in a second. The other thing that was going on last year was the wind on Saturday and Sunday switched around to east and southeast. So the guy shut the locks, the river starts filling up. The wave piles up down at the river, and then it starts rolling upstream. So then it's like the treadmill's going backwards, which is to your advantage. So the river was dead still on Saturday and Sunday. Plus you had a tailwind over probably half the course.
So
there goes. That's how you take 30 seconds off a course record.
This is Pocock Rowing Club for the Women's Senior Master Fours. They placed third last year. It seems RCA and Marlowe opted to compete in other events. So Pocock got to claim the number one bow. But yes, by having that build up down to the basin, is basically you got a free push right around the corner and down the powerhouse.
Yeah. Now, your course also has an extraordinary impact on your time. If you figure you're moving somewhere between 4 and 5 meters a second. Yeah, okay, sorry. Back.
So out in front we have Willamette and then Alexandria. So that's from Portland, Oregon and Alexandria, Virginia. Alexandria placed 5th last year, so I'm sure they're looking to get up on the podium this year.
So if you go straight up the middle of the river, it's 4,800 meters.
And in the purple hull, we have Narragansett.
With the white blades, blue stripes. Go Narragansett. 4,800 meters up the middle of the river. The way they theoretically lay the course line, it's 4,702.
Yes, theoretically, which
but that's allowed.
Drift,
But that's also assuming a certain safe margin off the buoys.
Yes.
So then you can put it on the buoys, and some of the time trials here, people will be showing course distances, like I said before, in the low 4,500s.
Yeah, which if you're putting rigger over buoy, that's
or
going to be
scraping your oars on the Boston shore.
A fraction every single stroke.
Right.
So this is bow number 8 approaching us. So a little bit of a jump. That's Marin.
So you can have a spectacular set of conditions, but if you've got to swing wide on somebody, or you've got to slow down because somebody's, you're waiting for somebody to yield the line, the things that go into a course record are to some degree largely out of your control.
With the orange blades, that's Endeavor Rowing Alliance, and then behind them is Quinsigamond Rowing, approaching the bridge now. Yes, if there's a collision ahead of you, a slow crew, anything can happen that could negatively impact your targeted time. And we have Hudson River in the red caps, blue hull. 10.
Followed by Saugatuck on the Boston shore.
That 8 is still in purgatory over there.
Feel the anticipation building for the Alumni 8s.
The Alumni 8s event is going to be
How about
great.
a nice vacation weekend in Boston? Let's go to the head of the Charles.
Yeah.
Let's take everybody. Everybody is showing up on the Elliott Bridge right now.
So this is one of our Canadian visitors, Don Rowing from Ontario.
White oars, blue stripe down the middle. Followed by Prince William. Dark red on the outside, black on the inside of the oars, white hull. Followed by Vesper, gray on top of dark red. And in the yellow boat, having port go quiet while they hug the buoys coming around the turn.
Yes, that would be Mount Baker, bow number 5. Yes, they're using the power of the rowers more than their rudder to control their steering. They placed 7th last year, and said they've been training to try
looks like
to.
they might have an equipment issue.
I think they're having a mechanical problem since their 2-seat is not rowing at all, even now that they're through the bridge.
Oh, 2 seats back into it now. Sort of.
No, it's 2 seats still not rowing.
Yep, mechanical
They
issue.
specifically put in their bio that they've been training all year to try and break the record. So I was surprised to not see them in our first clump of crews.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if they had a rigger failure or a seat failure somewhere along the
happens.
course. Which again, anything can happen on race day. If your equipment fails, it fails. It's outside of your control.
Yep, do it again next year.
In front of us now, approaching the bridge, BMA, Cornell Alumni.
Cornell alums. And then Capital from Washington, D.C. with the distinctive gold and black oars, Baltimore Rowing Club. Who are leading with the white oars with the red stripes on the outside, San Diego Rowing Club in the red hull.
Yes, the Baltimore teams are always easy to spot because of they emulate the Baltimore flag, the yellow and black checkerboard.
San Diego crews are also similarly usually easy to spot because they tend to be fast.
Yes, they do. And approaching us on the buoy line, Sammamish Rowing Association coming out of Washington. And taking the turn a little bit wider on the Cambridge side, we have Intrepid Rowing Club from Iowa. And approaching Cambridge now with the purple, gold, and green blades, Gentle Giant Rowing Club, rowing out of Somerville. They row on the Mystic River. Similarly complicated course to navigate, so I'm sure their coxswain feels very at home here on the Charles. They're trying to hold off bow number 22, Los Gatos, from Los Gatos, California. And looks like we have a pack of 4, maybe 5 crews coming around the corner, and now any minute. Hudson River. Out in front is Hudson River. That's Hudson River entering the bridge, and then Martha's Moms coming from Seattle.
Yeah, and then Three Rivers from Pittsburgh.
And a crew that lost their bow number. Not sure who they are. They appear to be wearing blue Henleys with white visors, blue and yellow blades. This is another Greenwich crew. They've been wearing a high-vis green kit all weekend.
Passing in front of CBC, bow number 30 from Seattle, Washington, Kona Bear.
Sounds like we have some Kona Bear fans up on the bridge.
It's bow 28.
Yeah, CBC.
And bow number 28. Let's hear it for Cambridge Boat Club.
CBC.
Courtney, Cindy, Dee, and Laura. They've been competing for over 50 years.
26.
And from Greenwood Lake, New York, East Arm. These are all graduates of they're A+ graduates of the East Arm Adult Learn to Row program. Welcome to the head.
Yes, rowing is a sport that you can join at any point in your life. 35.
35? 35?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, 35.
Yep. And moving up nicely, bow number 35, USD Alumni,
31.
followed by bow number 31 from the Northampton crew.
29 overtaking 33.
And we have 29, Recovery on Water, overtaking bow 33, Row, New Jersey.
Which that
This
overtake
is Row, New Jersey's first trip to the head.
that,
Welcome
that
to Boston.
overtake stalled a little bit. Row, New Jersey is not letting them get away from them. I can hear those coxswains making some noise.
Is this it for us?
Yeah, women's grandmaster. Yeah. Let's see. Supposed to be Alexander Packard.
So he's taking over.
Yeah, if we
Okay, let's call these two and do some sponsor stuff.
that is 34.
And from Chincoteague, Virginia, Avalon. The bio for Chincoteague for Avalon says, "Hi, Mom."
Yes, like we said, you write it, we read it.
We know you're out there, Mom.
We'll go through and sanitize and make sure there's nothing controversial.
Yeah,
or
the one thing,
any
Mom.
dirty jokes.
Hey,
but
Mom. Next year, if you come here, it's even better.
32.
And bow number 32, King's Crown, from Hoboken, New Jersey.
Columbia alumni.
King's Crown, of course, is up at the joining of the Hudson and the Harlem. Okay, couple of quick sponsor recognitions. First off, the oars that you've seen coming up this course, the very large majority of them are made by Concept 2. Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They're debuting a new concept over at the tent this year. Go check it out. It's being released for the first time ever here. So head over to the Concept 2 tent, say hello to them, and talk about your next oars and sculls.
Because it's a rehash of the dyno, right?
Okay, a couple more crews coming.
I think this is the next event. Yeah, it's bout number 1.
Up.
All right, next up, event number 22, Women's Grandmaster 4s. New course record set last year by East Arm, who is right in front of us right now. That is East Arm from New York. They set the course record last year of 20 minutes, 7 seconds.
And we're going to start to do a transition here in announcing. So this is Greg Benning. Thank you for putting up with me all morning. To everyone on the Elliott Bridge, you're going to have some great racing coming at you in the next few hours. And with that, I'll turn this mic over to Xander Packard.
And you're still stuck with me for another 3 hours. So bout number 2 is Chinook. Again, that's another Rolodex crew. This is their 10th anniversary, and this is one of their lightweight programs. And I will let my co-announcer here briefly get settled and introduce himself, and we will continue with our event announcing.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Xander Packard. It's a pleasure to join you on the roof of Cambridge Boat Club announcing this next set of races. We got some exciting boats coming up the course.
So, yeah. So, just if you got to talk offline, either cover or.
Yeah. Do you have a preference on spotting versus announcing, or how do you guys work?
We've just kind of been going back and forth.
Okay.
In front of us right now is Quinsigamond Rowing Club. That's, of course, rowing out of Lake Quinsigamond, the border between Shrewsbury and Worcester. One of the best race courses on the East Coast. Hey, good announcing with you, Greg. Good to see you. And a little bit of a shakeup. We have bow number 5 entering the bridge now. That's Narragansett, who have overtaken bow number 4. We haven't seen them yet because that is North Suburban in front of us with those red hats. And we have a little bit of a gap here.
So just to recap, this is the Women's Grandmasters 4s, which is the 60-plus age group. We've got a course record here that was set just last year by East Arm of 2007. They just narrowly knocked off the previous course record by about a second. And as Greg and Jonathan were mentioning in the previous event, course records don't normally fall by 30 seconds. They often fall by a second or 2 or 3. So,
or less.
Or less.
Like we saw earlier this morning. We had a course record set by a third.
That's right. We've got 20 competitors coming up the course in this event. And coming up in front of us now.
Yes, we have 2 crews side by side on the buoy line in turquoise. That is White Marsh Boat Club. They have turquoise and black blades. It almost looks like the reeds coming up in a marsh.
That's right. And then on the outside of the turn here, we have Narragansett, bow number 7. Both boats approaching Elliott Bridge right now. Let's hear it for these 2 crews.
Yes, really love the race line on both of those. It's all about strategy of what do you want? Do you want the closer race line on this corner or the more competitive line of the next corner? And approaching us now in the black hull, that is Lake Washington out of Seattle.
This Lake Washington crew is actually returning to defend their title from last year in the Veterans Women's 4.
I got to see if I can plug in my iPad for results here.
Approaching the bridge now, we have Conabear Rowing Club out of Seattle, bow number 10. Followed by bow number 14, Endeavor Racing. This is kind of exciting. Bow number 14 has already passed 3 crews as they head into Elliott Bridge. Let's hear it for Endeavor Rowing. Endeavor Racing Alliance. That's Olivia Petrine, Christine Malcolm, Allison Hunt, Ruth Kennedy Suddeth, and Janet Lancaster. Coming into the bridge now, we have bow number 13, Lake Merritt.
So again, we are trying to report unofficial results as we get them. Again, this is unofficial, but it looks like, assuming this time stands, East Arm broke their own record.
Well, that's pretty exciting.
Previous record was 20:07, and they just came in with 20:03.9. So that's a more standard record-breaking time of shaving off 2 or 3 seconds off of 20 minutes. Some of these times that we were talking about earlier, and you'll hear later today, of shaving off 30 seconds is unheard of here on the Charles.
Bow number 12 approaching the bridge. This is Chinook. Karen Stryker, Adrian Bryan, Susan Hamby, Alyssa Casella, and Paula Cron-Merkel.
Again, high-performance Rolodex crew. You just call everybody up. You do virtual training, virtual testing, and then you have mandatory on-the-water camps. And approaching us now, Northern Virginia, bow number 15. In the red hull, white blades, white hats. And right on their tail, bow number 17, Sammamish.
Coming around the bend here, we have bow number 11 from Avalon of Chincoteague, Virginia. And then on the outside of the turn, Ottawa, working their way around a little bit of a wider turn, but passing as they approach Elliott Bridge.
Yes, as Greg was mentioning before, that if you don't take the idealized race line, specifically on this corner, you can add an extra 50 to 100 meters to your race, which maybe that doesn't sound like a lot, but after 15 minutes, an extra 100 meters sounds pretty horrible.
Absolutely. That can be 20 or 30 seconds right there.
Approaching us now is bow number 16, Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire. And we hear a bit of cheering from here at CBC as our CBC athletes, Cambridge Boat Club athletes, return to the dock after a successful race. And approaching Elliott Bridge is now Green Lake from Seattle, Washington. There are 20 competitors in this event. We're still waiting on, I believe, one more crew, which we can see coming around the corner. The coxswain is doing a great job on the buoy line. For those of you up on the bridge who can't quite see the buoys, what we're referring to is there's a edge line of what is called the inbounds racing area. Those are the orange buoys. And the coxswain is trying to put the hull of the boat as close to the buoys as possible. So if you're feeling particularly confident in your crew and your balance and your steering, the coxswain will actually put the buoys underneath each of the riggers. Now that's a high-risk, high-reward maneuver since you can shave off 10, 15 seconds on this turn.
That's right.
But a random gust of wind or somebody misses a catch slightly, and you could wrap yourself up with the anchoring cable of that buoy.
This particular set of events, these coxed fours are uniquely able to hold the buoy line as they go around because the coxswain lies down in the front of the boat and has an unimpeded view, ideally, of the buoy line, and can literally, if they steer the course well, they can literally set the boat up so that the rowers can feel the buoys brushing against the side of the hull as they go around the turn. That's a little bit of more of a high wire act when you're a coxswain at the back of an 8, or even in a blind boat where the rower in the bow is looking over his or her shoulder to figure out the right course.
And I believe that is the end of the event. So our next event is bow number 23, the men's Alumni 8s. This is one of our exciting events today. It's a pretty stacked event with some very, very fast men in these boats. We'll take a minute here to thank a couple of our sponsors, and then we'll give you some more details about the event. We'd like to thank WBUR, the official media partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to stop at the booth at the Weld exhibition venue. Thank you, WBUR, and be sure to tune in to 90.9, Boston's NPR news station. We'd also like to thank Wintech Racing and King Racing, the official boat partner and supplier of the 2024 Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit their compound and learn why so many teams trust, win, and break course records in their shells. Thank you, Wintech and King Racing. And of course, get the good life. We are proud to announce that Vineyard Vines is the official style of the 2024 Head of the Charles Regatta. Stop by their location next to Elliott Bridge Enclosure and check out their limited edition gear. And on that note, thank you to our volunteers. You can recognize our volunteers because they have been given Vineyard Vine vests. They are this beautiful navy and green color, and they're quite warm. You'll probably see the volunteers sweating in them in the very near future.
Jonathan mentioned earlier that there was a potential course record set. We do believe it's still unofficial results, but it looks like East Arm is still holding on to first place in that last event, having potentially broken the course record by about 4 seconds. Now we're on to event number 23, the men's Alumni 8s. We have
They should be coming around the corner.
47 competitors coming down the course in this event. Generally, this event are full of boats from fairly recent college graduates. The top 12 crews all claimed their awarded bow numbers after quite strong performances in 2023. The course record set last year by Ex Nemo A, which is a group of Harvard alumni, broke the course record by 15 seconds last year.
Which is, again, an absurd amount of time to be cutting off the course record.
But they'll be closely followed by University of Washington alumni who actually set the course record the previous year in 2022. So we know this is an incredibly tightly contested event, and we've got some other stars to keep an eye out for. In particular, bow number 6, called Blue Star, which is a British crew. They have several. They have a Paris Olympic gold medalist and a Head of the Charles medalist Cox. We've also been told to keep an eye out for bow number 33 from Penn, which is full of younger, more recent graduates. And then bow number 42 from 1877. This is a crew of very successful athletes with medals at numerous international competitions.
Also, these may be 8s, but it is worth noting there are several Olympians in this event, not just coxswains. Bow number 15, the Wisco boat, Wisconsin alumni, has former Olympian Ross James. Bow number 32 that has Stanford bronze medalist in Paris. So as we've been harping away at here all morning, we have over 100 Olympians from Paris competing today and tomorrow. Many of them are competing in the champ events, but some of them, being alumni of these great institutions, are competing in the alumni events as well as the champ events. And it does look like, so initial timing down the course, as of Weld, UW, bow number 2, Washington, had about 9 seconds on Ex Nemo, but then Ex Nemo and Brown are within half a second of each other. These are all unofficial results, of course, and anything can change between Weld and here.
And we can see them coming into sight now.
Side
in fact,
by side.
we actually, from the roof of Cambridge Boat Club here, the folks on Elliott can't quite see this yet, but you'll want to get your binoculars out up on Elliott Bridge and look at these two crews coming around the turn side by side, with University of Washington on the inside, overtaking Ex Nemo with bow number 2.
Yes, if I were to guess, based off their placement at Weld, it looks like Nemo probably overtook Washington, and then Washington had the better race line coming into the long arcing turn approaching Elliott.
That's right. Washington not giving an inch here on the inside of the turn. Look how close they are to the buoys as they come off the buoy line into Elliott Bridge.
That coxswain is doing an amazing job right on the line. So as we were saying before, you want to enter Elliott Bridge on the center Boston side, but with an attack angle exiting out on the Cambridge side.
Let's hear it from Elliott Bridge.
Yeah, let's make some noise. These are some of the fastest boats of the day. Wow, they look great. Those are going to be some fantastic times coming out at the finish line. And look at the space those two crews have put between themselves and the rest of the pack.
Lest you think these are alumni who are not still competitively rowing, the stroke of that Ex Nemo 8 was actually the stroke of the men's 4 that won the U.S. men's 4 that won the gold medal in Paris this summer, Liam Corrigan.
Bow number 4.
Bow number 4, we've got Brown alumni approaching Elliott Bridge here. And then on the inside of the
Brown,
turn here.
Sorry, that was Old Dog. That is Yale alumni. Brown alumni are on the buoy line right now with what appears to be
5 and
Dartmouth
3.
alumni.
Yeah.
Since these are proper alumni crews and recent graduates, they do tend to wear their college kit as well as row with their college blades. So they're all easy to identify.
Looking down the course now, we can see Blue Star. This is the British crew we called out a few minutes ago before the race approached. 7 out of 9 members of this crew placed 6th last year. We've got Paris 2024 Olympic gold medalist from Great Britain, James Rudkin, and a very competitive boat here, having this part of the river all to themselves as they approach Elliott Bridge. Let's hear it for our British visitors.
Yes,
heading
welcome
into
to
Elliott Bridge.
Boston. Glad to have you. Looking great approaching the bridge. That Washington boat is flying. The official time here had been have almost 10 seconds on Ex-Neva, or on Brown. Approaching us now is bow number 8. Those look like Cornell blades.
That's the Boston University men's alumni.
Excuse me, not Cornell blades, BU blades. So, of course, BU being one of our neighbors downriver, they know this course like the back of their hand.
Inside the turn is 9. On the outside is 7.
So approaching on the buoy line, that is MRA, so that's Michigan Rowing, and they are overtaking Ex-Nemo. Ex-Nemo here on the center line of the river. And I can hear some Michigan fans up on the bridge there. Approaching CBC, Purple Calf Boat Club, so that is Williams College. You heard Purple Rain earlier, that is the older Williams College alumni. Purple Calf are the younger Williams College alumni. So these are graduates of 2017 through 2021. Who is this? And in front of us now with a great buoy line approach is Northeastern in the MPOCR with the red, white, and black blades.
The Northeastern alumni have a creative motto. Their motto here is get faster, not fatter, as alumni men.
You know, that's easier to say when you're in your early 20s.
13 is next. That's Syracuse.
And approaching us now is bow number 13, orange with a black triangle on the tip of their blades. That is Syracuse of Syracuse, New York. Looking good, very smooth coming into Elliott Bridge.
17.
And we have Fat Cat, Princeton alumni from throughout the 2000s, including USA gold medalist and flag bearer Nick Mead.
So the U.S. had only one gold medal in Paris this summer, and we've now seen 2 of the athletes go by from that 4 in this event.
And we now have Butte from Weston. Billy and Ian's Homemade Hot Sauce Rowing Club from Brookline. I'm not sure who that is. If I were to guess, probably another Harvard boat. And Wisco alumni. That's another one that we told you to watch out for because of Olympian Ross James and IRA champions.
Just coming around the bend now, we have Blue Cheese Rowing Club, which is apparently a group of Yale lightweights from the early 2000s. Followed by bow number 18, Queen City Barge Club. Go Red Foxes.
So, 22.
On the inside of the turn here, we have BMA, which is a Cornell alumni crew.
And they have overtaken St. Joseph's University alumni. St. Joseph's out of Philly.
Another Philadelphia crew, Temple University alumni, Go Owls, coming along behind them with bow number 20.
Bow number 2.
21 is Dartmouth.
I'm not going to talk about it yet since there's crews in front of us, but it looks like another record was set
Yeah, maybe after this.
by,
14 or 7.
7 seconds. So again, that is Evergreen, Dartmouth alumni entering the bridge right now. 23. And in front of CBC right now, that is bow number 23 in the yellow MPOCR, Hobart Alumni. And again, as we get results, we would like to report them to you. Unofficial timing, of course, unofficial. Nothing can be confirmed until all racing is completed. But it looks like University of Washington may have reclaimed their top spot as course record holder, shaving off 7 seconds from ex-Nemo's time. So that is a new course record of 14:07.6. But, again, the race is not over. Anything can happen.
25.
Approaching us in orange, bow number 25, UVA Alumni, University of Virginia.
And then coming around the corner in the red hull, we've got bow number 24 MIT graduates. These are recent graduated alumni from the MIT men's lightweight program. We've got Wesleyan University alumni coming around the turn here. Bow number 27 with the black tank tops, red and black blades.
Looking good, very consistent, smooth strokes. We have a large pack coming through now.
Followed by bow number 31 following Wesleyan. That's Oregon State out of Corvallis, Oregon.
Coming
alumni
a
group.
little wide is Bowdoin with the black and white checkerboards. That's Friends of WPI, Worcester Polytech. Oh, and who is that? That appears to be Northeastern making a big move.
32, that's Stanford. Proud to see Stanford representing well here. Another medalist from Paris is here for Stanford men's alumni boat heading into the bridge. Bow number 32 with bronze medalist Peter Chatain from the Paris Olympics.
Making a big move, overtaking BB&N. Sounds like we have some BB&N teammates down on the dock.
Bow number 33 in the white T-shirts and the yellow MPOCR is the University of Pennsylvania alumni from the classes of 2020 through 2024.
Yes, they always have the very easily identifiable blades, navy blue with a maroon burgundy triangle.
We've got three boats across here with bow number 35 on the inside of that
that's
turn.
BC, Boston College.
That's Santa Clara University
Oh, excuse me,
on
sorry.
the inside of that turn. And they've managed to hold off a charging bow number 38, which is Baltimore Social Club.
And then coming in wide in the yellow MPOCR, that's Marietta Training. Oh, they better make that turn. Or maybe they're taking the escape route out on the Cambridge side. Oh, this is going to be close. Watch out.
Another cluster of crews here coming through. We've got Georgetown, bow number 39 in the blue tank tops, followed closely behind by Purple Haze, which is
42.
another Williams alumni club from the class of 23. And then 42, which is the 1877 boat club from Great Britain that we mentioned. These are folks from Durham, England, which includes Durham Boat Club alumni. Got some recent U23 World Championships, some boat race members. This is quite a well-qualified visiting British crew, number 42.
As we were talking about earlier, the boat club is, or the boat race is essentially double the distance of the head of the Charles, but also they treat it like a sprint, unlike a head style race. So it's phenomenal to see those rowers and athletes come out to join us here on our river.
Bow number 37 here with the blue and white blades. These are alumni from the local scholastic program Brownfield Acton Boxborough, located out in Harvard, Mass.
Yes, they are part of the growing youth public school movement here in Massachusetts. We have a lot of very fast youth crews here. In front of us in the yellow empire is bow number 41, King's Crown. Those are Columbia alumni from the 2010s and 2020s, so all young, recent graduates. And approaching us now is Friends of UNH in the blue hull, University of New Hampshire. So these are friends, so alumni or supporters of the UNH rowing program. And they have put quite a gap between themselves and the next group of eights.
We've got about a half a dozen more boats expected down the course here. Bow number 43 from Concord, New Hampshire is Concord Crew. Alumni 8 of a public high school rowing program there.
Followed by LaSalle Rowing, another Philadelphia crew. Again, composed of young alumni. And LaSalle has been doing well on the collegiate program, collegiate racing circuit. So these are many of those recent graduates.
And then just coming into sight from Cambridge Boat Club, we've got our final three competitors in this event number 23,
46, 47.
which is the men's alumni 8s. Leading the charge here, we've got Colgate alumni, bow number 46 in the burgundy-colored shirts, followed by Chaminade out of Long Island, Chaminade High School alumni.
And then Middlebury.
Middlebury College out of Middlebury, Vermont. Recent graduates.
They always have very identifiable blades. Their mascot is a cow. And their blades are black and white cow spots. All right, let's go Alumni. So we do believe that is all the competitors from this event. Our next event are the women's Alumni 8s, event 24. Started at 11:10. The University of Washington women set the course record last year with a time of 15:41, shaving off 7 seconds from the previous course record. They do have back-to-back wins, so I think if their women's program is anything like their men's program, I wouldn't be surprised to see them on top again. Stanford also returns with not one, not two, but 3 Olympians stocked in their crew, so definitely watch out for Stanford. And let's see, who else do we have? We have the Wisconsin crew being steered by 2-time Olympian Yas Farouk.
Which will be interesting because she'll actually be competing against many of the women that she coached at University of Washington. So it's great to see Yaz competing there.
And we also have competitors from Crabtree who are Cambridge, not CBC, but Cambridge University alumni, and Oxford University, who they just had the boat race a couple months ago. So they'll be having a showdown here as well.
We'll take an opportunity here during the break between races to mention a few more of our sponsors and also important organizations here in the local community. One of the ones we wanted to call out is the West End House. We're proud to share that the West End House Boys and Girls Club is an official charity partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Thanks to the incredible generosity of our charity program competitors, more than $150,000 has been raised for our official charities. Your support is making a lasting impact on our local community here, and we sincerely thank all of our competitors and participants for their contributions. Another partner we wanted to call out is Wintech Racing and King Racing. You may see a lot of crews today racing in these shells, either because they own them or if they've traveled long distance, they may have rented these shells while they're here for the Head of the Charles. Wintech Racing and King Racing are the official boat partner and supplier of the 2024 Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit their compound up on the Boston side of the river near towards the finish line to learn why so many teams trust, win, and break course records in their shells. Thank you again to Wintech and King Racing. We've got one of our fun sponsors and partners here is 776 BC. Many of our competitors this weekend will be actually wearing the 776 BC trow, or luckily nobody will be needing to wear long sleeves or weather gear with the beautiful sunny days we've got here. Head down to the 776 pop-up shop to shop limited edition collection honoring this year's Head of the Charles Regatta, featuring unisuits, and for your winter rowing pleasure, long sleeve performance base layers or summer hoodies for days like today. Don't miss regatta exclusive offers, competitions, and a chance to connect with U.S. rowing team athletes and or co-founder Cam to find out how to get your crew racing in world-leading kit that can be customized for your team.
And just looking at the initial reports on timing, coming down the course as of Weld, it appears to be Stanford, followed by Texas, followed by Brown, followed by Old Collegians, followed by University of Washington. That being said, there's quite a bit of space between Weld and CBC, so anything can happen. But, you know, we promised we would keep you updated as we got information. Yeah, actually, once we hit a slower event, I got a bag of clothes. I'm going to
Go get some t-shirt and shorts, yeah.
Yeah, it was cold up here this morning, but...
Yeah, probably a good 30-degree difference.
Yeah. I just got a polo that I got to whip this off and throw the polo on. I got jeans too, but
Do you want to do that real quick before this event comes on? Or?
I think they're going to be here any second. That's the thing. But we got some, like Masters 4s. I
Okay.
probably
Sneak out
take a
before
dip
that.
during that. The Alumni tend to bunch up, so you got to have that rapid fire spot to deliver.
All right. Can you hear us on Elliott Bridge? Woohoo!
Hey, Elliott Bridge!
We are excited to see the first 8 of the women's Alumni 8s coming around the bend. We've got 52 competitors in this event, and we expect to see bow number 1, University of Washington, likely coming around first.
That is what you would expect, but I do not see bow number 1. I see bow number 2. Bow number 2 would be Stanford.
As a Stanford alum, I'm excited to see these Stanford women cranking around the turn. We've got multiple Olympians here. Aja, with apologies, I might mispronounce her name, Zakowski, who was in the Paris pair this year. Emily Delman was in the U.S. quad. And Ali Rusher was in the quad at the Tokyo Olympics in 2020. We've also got Christine Cavallo in here. Let's hear it for Stanford as they are the first women's alumni boat entering Elliott Bridge. Looking very nice.
But right on their tail, we have Texas rowing as well.
Longhorn Legends here with bow number 3 and the Hook'em Horns, brown
burnt
unisuits.
Orange, Longhorns, and then we have bow number 1. So just...
Little change up in racing order here.
Unless there was a problem at the start, I think we can assume that Stanford and Texas have both overtaken University of Washington. Which the unofficial timing out of CBC shows Stanford and Texas are about 0.8 of a second apart. So it's still anybody's
that's pretty
race.
exciting. And those are the 2 crews that have taken turns the last couple of years for the women's national championship and the NCAA finals.
And we do have, looks like a pack of 3 crews coming around the corner next.
On the inside of the turn here, we have bow number 6, the Brown women,
Yep, Michigan on the outside.
with Michigan hanging on tough on the outside of this Brown crew.
And Fat Cat on the rear.
As with this first cluster of boats, we've had a little bit of passing here. Let's hear it for Brown alumni as they come into the bridge here, followed by Michigan, and then Fat Cat alumni from Princeton, also full of several Olympians.
Yeah, let's hear it from the bridge. Make some noise.
We've got bow number 8 here visiting from Dublin, Ireland, Old Collegians Boat Club. This is an alumni crew of the University College Dublin Ladies Boat Club. Second year racing in this event, and they finished 7th last year in 2023. Looking strong coming into the bridge.
Doing great on the timing. They're looking very good. And then,
Followed by bow number 7, which is Radcliffe Alumni Rowing Association.
of course, their home course. They know it better than anybody. Following up, coming around the corner now, the Yellow Empire and the Navy and Burgundy Blades. That's Penn alumni.
Bow number 10 here, with an amazing course around the turn, is actually a visiting crew from Great Britain. This is a reunion crew from across the pond. All of them are members of the Cambridge University crews that were victorious in the Oxford-Cambridge boat races between 2018 and 2022. Let's hear it for this visiting British crew from Crabtree.
Yes, Crabtree, Cambridge University alumni. These are one of the crews we were telling you to watch about. The alumni of the boat race between Cambridge and Oxford. This is bout number 11, Wisco, Wisconsin, University of Wisconsin alumni.
Coxed by Olympian Yaz Farouk, who is the head coach at University of Washington, coaching many of the incredible women we saw come by earlier in this event.
And approaching us now is bow number 12 with the white on top and blue blades. That's Bula Bula. They are one of the various Yale alumni crews. So Bula Bula is the Yale women's alumni. Yep. So approaching the bridge right now, that is Rutgers alumni out of Washington. And then BMA, so that is Cornell alumni.
Following Cornell, we've got Evergreen Rowing, which is Dartmouth women alumni.
Of course, play on words with Dartmouth being Big Green or just Green as their mascot. And we have two side-by-side crews approaching. On the buoy line in pink is bow number 18, trying to overtake bow number 16. So bow number 18 is the Northeastern alumni in pink with the better racing line, overtaking Syracuse alumni with the orange hats and orange blades. But Syracuse is not letting them go. Syracuse is holding them in place. Looks like Cuse might actually be able to hold them through the bridge and for the next racing line around the last turn.
With bow number 17, we've got the Brown University women here.
Yes, those of you on the bridge who have binoculars, you'll notice the bow deck of their hull is actually a bear. And a little bit of a jump. We have another Radcliffe crew now in front of CBC with the black blades with the white tips. And I'm sure Radcliffe is very happy to have passed the Bula Bula crew. That is another Yale alumni crew. And then we have two crews coming around the corner side by side. And we will wait to announce them as they get closer to the bridge.
Approaching the bridge now, we have X-Boat, which is a Bates College alumni group.
And they just overtook King's Crown. So that is Columbia Women's Alumni Crew from the 2020. So these are all graduates within the last 4 years. Sounds like we have some fans up on the bridge. And in front of CBC right now in blue and white, those are Georgetown alumni. And then there's another Radcliffe boat in front of CBC now in the white hull. Again, blue, black blades with white tips. And this is bow number 26, Queen City Barge Club.
Bow number 25 here, we've got United States Naval Academy graduates. These are all athletes who have or are currently serving in the United States Navy and Marine Corps. Let's hear it for our Navy alumni here.
Yeah, let's go Navy.
Followed closely behind bow number 27, DeWolf Boat Club, Boston University alumni.
And those two crews have put a pretty sizable gap between themselves and the rest of the competition. We've seen about 30 crews, but there are 52 competitors in this event. Which part of that is that the top half do get guaranteed seating versus a lottery system. So there is a goal to train for some of these crews versus other crews. They think they can compete and they put their name in the lottery.
That's right. Year after year, the Head of the Charles becomes an even more competitive event to get an entry into. So that coveted top half finish for these Alumni 8s is super important, meaning that you can guarantee yourselves a bow number for next year. Otherwise, you're into the lottery and you may not get an entry again for a couple more years.
And out in front here, bow number 28, my alma mater, Trinity College. Let's go, Bantams. And they are trying to hold off bow number 35. That's the Oxford University Club. I don't know anybody in that boat.
That Oxford boat just coming through Elliott Bridge right now are all, as we mentioned earlier, they're all veterans of the Oxford-Cambridge boat race. And some of them competed as recently as last year and others over a decade ago. As well as including... Heading into the bridge, we've got bow number 30, which is the Wesleyan alumni women. And bow number 32, Marion Mercy Academy out of Marion Station, Pennsylvania, with their high school alumni boat. Followed by Colby College alumni with the distinctive blue unis with the white C on the back. Let's hear it for Colby.
And then we have bow number 33. That is Alabama. So University of Bama, Roll Tide.
They describe themselves as a bunch of friends who want to bring a little Roll Tide to Boston.
And then we have Penn State directly in front of the boathouse here. They have the blades with the S, presumably for state,
That's
on
right.
them.
Followed by bow number 39 from King's Crown. Those are Columbia women's alumni with graduates from the last decade or so.
So we do have some unofficial timing that we want to report. It looks like the record will stand unless something incredible happens in the bottom half. But first place and second place is separated by 0.35.
Wow, less than
That
half a
is
second.
between Stanford and Texas. That is one bad stroke or one fraction of an angle on a turn.
That's right. We've got a huge cluster of crews coming in here. We'll see if we can announce them sequentially as they come through. We have BMA, which is Cornell alumni here in the red boat, bow number 38.
And right behind them, we have bow number 36. That is Holy Cross alumni, Worcester. So they're Massachusetts local, but don't necessarily get a ton of experience on the Charles.
Followed by, we've got 5 crews coming around the turn here. And the bow number 43 in the lead of that cluster of crews is the Stanford lightweight alumni boat.
And behind them on the buoy line with the black and white checkerboard oars is bow number 42, Fordham alumni. They are holding off bow number 40. Looks like they probably just overtook bow number 40. That is Bowdoin. And then we have 2 crews side by side behind Bowdoin. Bow number 41.
Which is Huskies Forever out of Norwalk, Connecticut.
They are on the buoy line, so presumably that is Yukon. And then bow number 37 is Colgate alumni right behind Yukon. Wow, I am always tremendously impressed by these coxswains that can navigate 5 or 6 crews through Elliott Bridge nearly simultaneously.
One thing about these alumni events is that these coxswains have been down the river a few times, which is not often the case for our junior crews. And in a similar event tomorrow morning, we'll have 90 boys and 90 girls, junior 8s, trying to fit through Elliott Bridge at roughly the same time, and it probably won't be as neat and orderly.
And
for those of you who are Instagram fans, Elliott Bridge actually has its own Instagram page, which is populated by photographs of very creative approaches and tangles coming into Elliott Bridge.
And this is the Alumni's, Ohio State's alumni crew. And actually, it's not just the junior crews. Actually, many of the collegiate crews will also have novice coxswains who may have only been on the Charles once before or seen a video.
On the inside of the turn here, we have Northeastern alumni.
That is bow number 45 along the buoy line in the red hull, bow number 49.
They've been overtaken by Rutgers alumni, class of 2024. So these are all women who graduated just a few months ago and are fresh alumni from Rutgers.
And right behind them with the yellow blades, those are Smith alumni from Northampton. And they have overtaken UNH, friends of UNH, there with the pink hats and the blue and white blades. Now that is almost all of our crews. We have a couple more stragglers. I think we're expecting possibly 4, maybe 5 more crews in this event. Oh, and I can see them coming around the corner now. Looks like they're coming around side by side. Well, while we have a second here, hey, folks on the shoreline, on the Boston shore, can you hear us? Make some noise. Okay, I guess they can't hear us.
We've got Boston University DeWolf Rowing Club here in bow number 51 making its way around the Elliott turn.
Yes, that is named for the DeWolf Boathouse and famous alumni and donor to the program.
Followed by the alumni of New Trier High School in Winnetka, Illinois. This is actually the first time that an alumni boat from New Trier will be racing at the Head of the Charles or otherwise. New Trier is one of the top public high school rowing programs in the country.
Yes, it's worth noting this is an alumni event, but that does not mean strictly university level alumni. You can be a high school level alumni program and compete in the alumni events.
On the outside of the turn here, we've got bow number 46, which is Archbishop Carroll. This is a parochial school outside of Philadelphia in Radnor, PA, reuniting to enjoy a trip down the course for the first time in several years.
Although not part of the public school circuit, they are also historically a very competitive rowing program. And I believe that is Middlebury because I can see the cow spots from here, and that should be the last course in this event, or the last crew in this event.
We'll take a moment between events here to recognize some of our sponsors and partners. One of the organizations we work very closely with and very happy to partner with is Community Rowing, or CRI as they're known locally. CRI brings the sport of rowing to more than 5,000 youth middle schoolers in Boston and Cambridge public schools. This all happens through CRI's Let's Row program.
Fun fact, they're the largest community rowing program on the planet.
That's right, and many community organizations across the country are modeled after CRI because of the success and the breadth and depth of CRI's programs.
Yes,
CRI has a great tent on the finish line, up towards the finish line, where yesterday a bunch of local elementary school children were learning how to erg and learning about the sport, meeting some Olympians. So CRI is really a terrific community program right here in Boston on the Charles. The last of our competitors finishing up here in the Women's Alumni 8s. Let's hear it for Amherst Alumni. This is a program that, like many others, was halted for about 18 months during COVID, and they've had to work hard to rebuild the program. But we're excited to see this women's alumni group here from Amherst College. We also want to thank our friends at Concept 2. Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Stop by the Concept 2 booth in the Falls area to check out a new erg that's being released this weekend for the first time ever at the Head of the Charles. A new Concept 2 erg design that you can uniquely bring home for your training this winter. We continue to be incredibly fortunate with the weather today as we shook off the chills from this morning and now we're seeing temperatures rise. We're excited to have the Men's Masters 4 event. We see the first boat coming down the course. We've got 32 competitors in this event. The course record was set 2 years ago by ex-Nemo in a time of 16:35. The first boat around the turn here, and in fact, just about the only boat we can see right now is Club Nautico de San Juan, which is made up of Ian Emery, Porter Collins, James Besser, Taylor Brown, and Anders Weiss. Let's hear it for Club Nautico San Juan, putting a lot of space between themselves and the second boat to approach Elliott Bridge. A little bit of a shake-up here. We've got actually Minneapolis Rowing Club, bow number 4, coming along with a lot of space behind them from the Twin Cities. So we've seen bow number 1 and then bow number 4.
Oh, this is so much better.
Very tight competition here rounding the bend. On the inside of the Elliott Bridge turn, we've got bow number 3. Bow number 2 has yielded, as they are expected to, based on club rules, river rules. But we've got Potomac Boat Club, oldest boat club in the Washington, D.C. area, hugging those buoys as they come around the turn here, followed by Ex-Nemo, which is mostly Harvard University alumni.
Yes, the course rules here you mentioned. If a faster crew is coming up from behind a slower crew, the slower crew must yield the racing line to the faster crew. Now, if you're in the boats themselves, that can be up to interpretation. So sometimes you will hear coxswains using impolite language to communicate with each other.
Sometimes you just need to get the other coxswain's attention.
Sometimes, yes, but not the referees.
Bow number 6 here, coming around the turn. This is a crew from Chicago. This Masters crew won the Masters National Championship in the Straight Four this summer.
I believe the Chicago Rowing Foundation, I believe, is their full title. So as we were discussing earlier with all the various records set, the midday racing around the 1-2 o'clock hour, that's when wind was peaking. So this was about 14 to 15 mile an hour sustained winds last year. We have nothing close to that this year. Right now we're at about a 4 mile an hour wind that won't be doing much for helping record-setting pace.
We've got bow number 7 from Rex Boat Club coming around the turn here.
And then bow number 8.
This is Tyrian Boat Club.
Yes.
My fellow University of London Boat Club alumni. You'll see the traditional purple and white checked unisuits, which is unusual here in the U.S., but is a little more common in British rowing attire.
As it's much more of a fine check than what we're used to here. Here it's usually 4, maybe 6 blocks.
Right. It's a tight checkerboard. Your fashion committee up here. We've got bow number 11 approaching the bridge right now, which is another crew that...
It's a London Rowing Club.
Another crew from the Tideway in London. It's great to see so many British crews here this year. Followed by bow number 5, which is Case Western Reserve, or Western Reserve Rowing Club.
And then we have bow number 9, CRI, locals from upriver. All these London crews, it is a nice reminder that the Head of the Charles is truly an international event. We have about a dozen countries represented this year, a little over.
Yeah. 35 countries, actually.
Oh, sorry, 2 dozen.
Yes. Bow number 13 coming along here in the blue and white as they round the turn. That is Union Boat Club here on their home course from Boston.
That's one of the other oldest clubs in the U.S. And behind them, right on the buoy line, is Pacific. So that is, of course, out of San Francisco, Pacific Rowing Club.
And then we've got bow number 10 in the red and white tops. This is PNRA out of Princeton Junction, New Jersey.
Yes, that's they use the same facility as the high performance training facility down in Princeton.
We've got a Chinese crew here, bow number 12, the Zhejiang University Bumblebee Rowing. They're excited to be back at the Head of the Charles. It's been 8 years since this crew's been with us from China.
Yeah, people on the bridge, let's make some noise for Bumblebee. And then approaching the bridge right in front of Cambridge Boat Club is some Amish rowing, bow number 17. Joining us from Washington, that's Washington State, not the capital.
We've got bow number 19 here, which has a boat that's passed a few crews. This is the Wisconsin University Alumni. We've got multiple IRA champions, Eastern Sprints champions, and so forth, mostly from around 2008. Wisconsin's actually celebrating its 150th year of men's rowing. And then we've got Avalon Rowing Club here from Chincoteague, Virginia. Bow number 15 approaching Elliott Bridge.
Oh, and we have a large clump of alumni crews coming around the corner. We will try to announce them in order best we can, or at least provide identifying information. But out in front is bow number 20. That's Fairmount from Philly. And then following them with the red blades out in front, black unis, black hats, red blades, that is Rose City, Portland, Oregon. They are old junior alumni.
Potomac on the inside.
On the buoy line, in red, that's Potomac. That's red blades with the white stars. And on the outside of the buoy line, trying to hold off Potomac, is Buffalo River Rowing Club. This is their master's program out of Buffalo, New York. They train on the Buffalo River, taking 90-degree turns frequently. So they are very familiar with large turns like we have here on the Charles.
This Potomac Boat Club boat is on the move, having already passed about 6 boats as they head into the final stretch of the race here.
And in that bright green, that is East Bay Rowing Club from Barrington, Rhode Island. Much like CRI here in the Boston area, they're a community boat club trying to provide access to our wonderful sport for the people in the Barrington area. And it looks like we have the bows of the first.
So this is the
men's alumni four coming
men's
down
alumni
next.
fours. So that previous event was the men's masters fours in the 30-plus and 40-plus group. We've now got men's alumni fours coming down, 23 competitors, and bow number 1 here.
That is BMA, Cornell alumni.
Followed by Bowdoin alumni, bow number 2. Let's hear it for the Polar Bears coming into the bridge. Bow number 3, we've got Friends of Vanderbilt. These are all athletes who graduated in the last 2 or 3 years from Vanderbilt.
Now that they are out of earshot, the Bowdoin boat and the Cornell boat are a quarter of a second apart from each other.
Well, that's exciting.
That is very exciting racing. And I think those 3 boats, I think that's our main competition for 1, 2, 3 so far. Look at the size of this gap they've put between themselves and the rest of the competitors. We have, looks to be about 23 competitors in this event, and they put a good 30 seconds between themselves and the next boat. And as we were saying before, the alumni events, you do not have to be a university-level alumni team. For example, approaching us now, this is a Belmont Hill alumni. Belmont Hill being the boathouse immediately on the other side of Elliott Bridge.
Followed by number 4, Purple Calf Boat Club, which are Williams College alumni from the last couple of years.
Yeah, we have some Williams fans up on the bridge. And And now in front of us, green and white, that is Evergreen, Dartmouth College alumni. Followed by Michigan alumni. Can always recognize that big yellow M. Oh, and we now have a clump of three coming up. It appears to be bow number 8. I believe that's Bowden out in front.
And on the inside of the turn, that's Crabtree, which is Cambridge University, England alumni. These are folks who competed in the boat race over the last 4 years. That's bow number 13. You can see they've moved up pretty considerably in the field as they head into Elliott Bridge.
And if memory
They've
serves,
got the yellow Empacher and the Northeastern borrowed blades.
number 9.
Number 9 coming along behind in the red hull. That's RIT from Rochester, New York.
If memory serves, Cambridge has also done quite well in the boat race in the last couple of years.
They have. It's been, I think, a streak of maybe even 5 or 6 years, both on the men's and the women's side.
This is UVM, University of Vermont alumni, approaching us now. Yeah, just
No.
not worth talking about. I'll celebrate any of them that are close.
Yeah.
But, so no need to dampen their gold, you know.
Bow number 11 here in the blue and white. We've got Grand Valley State University from Allendale, Michigan. Rowing is actually the oldest sport on Grand Valley's campus, having been founded in 1964. They go by the nickname the Laker Navy. Bow number 15 here in the yellow, we've got Isla Vista out of Santa Barbara.
And behind them, Emory alumni, so that would be Emory University out of Georgia. And coming up next, in the white hull and the very freshly painted Northeastern blades, those are Northeastern alumni. Black blades with a red and white slash, followed by Northwestern. Northeast versus Northwest. Northwestern alumni, bow number 14 in the purple hull. And that should be most of the event. We should expect about half a dozen more crews to come down. But we have a little bit of a gap here.
Coming around the bend here, bow number 20, we've got Gordon College in the dark blue and light blue tops. Gordon College alumni, followed by Lafayette College in eastern Pennsylvania. Lafayette's finest and oldest rowers, they describe themselves. Some of these alumni boats choose to describe themselves with a fair amount of creativity and flair. Bow number 22 on the hugging the buoys on the inside of the turn here. We've got Bucknell alumni. In the orange blades, that's
Virginia. Or no, is that CPWRC?
so 22 is with a little bit of confusing because we've got some similarly colored blades here, but the orange and blue are Bucknell coming into the bridge, followed by Virginia closely behind them.
That is CPWC. I'm not sure what that stands for. Wallingford College? Because
CPWC, okay.
They are sharing blades with Virginia. So I apologize for that confusion, folks, but we are just fans of the sport, much like you. Now, this is Tulane in front of us now. See these two?
We saw Gordon. We haven't seen him over there, I think.
Okay. We may have one or two remaining crews. Looking at the initial results, it was Friends of Vanderbilt in first for almost the entire duration of the race. But looks like Crabtree snuck in, stole the gold from him by 20 seconds.
Wow.
Not quite a record time, but that is a gold medal time for sure.
We are lucky to have so many international crews that are incredibly competitive when they come across the pond or from wherever they're coming. It's great to see the Crabtree alumni here in multiple events.
Yeah, we've got crews coming from the east, crews coming from the west, crews coming from the south.
That's right. This is the Virginia alumni here in bound number 23 with the distinctive V on their back and the orange Cavalier blades.
Either Middlebury or the next event.
I'm guessing based on boat speed is the next event, but we'll see.
This looks like MRT. There's a large T on the blades. Bow number 2.
I guess we can't trust the blades, huh?
No. I mean, so many crews borrow them.
21.
So that's got to be Middlebury?
Yes. Maybe it is.
Oh, actually they are Middlebury
Yeah.
guys.
Bound number 21 here is, we believe, the final competitor in the men's alumni fours, Middlebury College alumni. Let's hear it from Middlebury.
Yes, they're wearing Cowspot unis. Oh, let's go, Middlebury. This year. All right, so our next event, assuming that is all of our competitors, is event number 27. Start time of 11:49, so we'll be seeing those crews shortly. This is Women's Master 4s, the 30-plus, 40-plus event. Record set by CBC in 2017, so pretty solid record there. Time of 18:45.
Yeah, we've got last year's winners coming back again. Boulder Rowing Club. Last year was Boulder Women Masters' first time at the head of the Charles, and they won gold on their first visit. Several returning athletes from that boat.
Yes, it does look like in terms of placement last year, we had Boulder, Sammamish, Riverfront Recapture, and our starting bow numbers this year are again Boulder, Sammamish, Riverfront Recapture. So I bet you these crews have been, watching the calendar and training just to try and get one over on whoever they feel beat them by just a hair last year.
That's right. We've got 25 competitors set to come up the river here on the course in the Women's Masters for the 30-plus and the 40-plus age groups. And interestingly, almost a full one-third of the crews are international crews. We've got 2 boats from Alipay Rowing Club in China. We've got several one from Ireland and a couple Canadian crews. And it looks like maybe a Swedish crew as well.
That's Copenhagen Row Club. That's Danish.
Okay. Thank you for the correction. All right, here comes our first boat rounding the bend in this event number 27, the Women's Masters 4s. This looks like bow number 2 leading the way, which is Sammamish Rowing Association out of Redmond, Washington.
So as we were discussing earlier in the day, this is one of those events where effectively you have 2 events running simultaneously. You have the 30-plus and then the 40-plus,
right.
Which is Senior Master. Sammamish, their average age places them in the senior master category. So we could potentially see two different winners, not necessarily two different golds, but it is, you can still claim a win even if you don't have the top name on the roster board if you are in the right age bracket.
Let's hear it for Sammamish, the first club to come by Cambridge Boat Club in this Women's Masters 4 event. Looks like they've overtaken
incredibly
bow
smooth
number
stroke.
1 from Boulder, looking strong as they enter Elliott Bridge.
If you look at the catches there, you see very little wasted energy, much like bow number 1 here, directly in front of Cambridge Boat Club. That is Boulder Community Rowing. Just a beautiful stroke. There's so little wasted energy, almost no splash at entry or exit from the water. Which, yes, as someone who's tried to make this turn several times at race pace, it is difficult to not waste energy when you're on the starboard side.
Absolutely. We've got Western Reserve Rowing Association in the purple and white heading into Elliott Bridge here, bow number 4, followed by Riverfront Recapture from Hartford, Connecticut.
Yes, Riverfront Recapture, that is a community rowing program, much like CRI, but located on the Connecticut River in the heart of Hartford.
Bow number 5 here is a hard-charging Carolina Masters rowing program.
Yes, that is them in the black hull with the coxswain in bright red.
They're enjoying their 7th guaranteed entry appearance in this event.
And these 5 crews have put quite the gap between them and the rest of the pack. Again, anything can happen in head racing, but when you see a space like this, you think these are probably the favorites.
That's right.
And we have a tight pack of crews coming around the corner now in the orange hats.
Capital Rowing Club, bow number 8, with their matching hats here coming in around the turn.
It's one of the 2 largest clubs in the D.C. area.
Followed by bow number 6 from College Club in Seattle. This is a group of women who've rowed and raced together in Seattle in some combination since they were in high school.
Wow. That is quite the longevity. Then bow number 7, Western Reserve from Cleveland. So that's a tight grouping of our bow 6, 7, 8. At the start, they would have started a couple seconds apart from each other. So that's some competitive racing.
And then in the mostly red crew here, we've got Atlanta Rowing Club, bow number 9.
Yes, red hull, red hats, and it looks like mostly red unis with a white slash.
Atlanta Rowing Club rows on the Chattahoochee River in Roswell, Georgia, just west of the city, and is currently celebrating their 50th anniversary of Atlanta Rowing Club.
And then bow number 14, coming up from lower in the pack, is Pocock Rowing Club. This is their 40-plus 4 program. Pocock actually does have a very good competitive training program out there in Seattle, Washington. And for those of you whose that name sounds familiar, that is the same Pocock as the boat manufacturer. And if I recognize those unis, I'm going to say that is St. Catherine's at bow number 12.
I believe that's actually Ottawa Rowing Club.
Oh, wow,
out of
I am
Ottawa,
mistaken.
Ontario.
They have very similar.
And then bow number 13 is one of our 7 international crews in this event. This is Copenhagen Row Club out of Copenhagen, Denmark. They say they row with a Viking spirit. They've got quite an international pedigree with rowers coming from Denmark, France, Germany, and the U.S. They wanted to specifically thank Boston Latin School, one of our local public high school programs, for loaning them the equipment for this race.
And bout number 11, that is Gentle Giant. Again, they are Gentle Giant Rowing Club, a affiliate of Gentle Giant Moving Company, one of our close partners here at the Head of the Charles. Hi.
Another one of our international crews coming around the bend here in the Emerald Green. We've got the Irish Masters Boat Club. This is a crew of women from Cork Boat Club, Shandon Boat Club, Clonmel Rowing Club, and some expert coxing from Belfast Rowing Club. So it's sort of a trans-Ireland combination of women here. Excited to have them and welcome them to the Charles.
Of course, and rowing in Ireland has really exploded since the Rio Olympics. They've actually put a lot of state-funded programs together to try to develop the sport in Ireland.
Following them is bout number 20, the Island Racing Team. They've been racing together since the early 2010s.
There we go. I knew St. Catharines was coming down the river. Here's St. Catharines rowing out of St. Catharines, Ontario. They have a great lake to row on up there. It's also the home of Canadian Henley. Not even close. And we have, looks like,
we've actually got, what do we have, about 6 crews in sight here?
We can't see the crews that are going particularly wide at the moment just because of the architecture here, so we will announce them as we see them.
We can tell you that bout number 24 in green and white is the one coming around the inside of the turn,
they've
a very
jumped up
tight
quite
course.
a bit. They started second to last. That is Minneapolis Rowing Club out of Twin Cities. But on the outside of the turn with the blue hull, that is Salem from Salem, Oregon, not Spooky Salem, Massachusetts.
Followed by bout number 19, which is Rhode Island.
So that's URI women.
And then we've got a couple more crews coming in here as part of this big pack. Bout number 10, which is Radcliffe Alumni on the inside of the turn.
And on the Cambridge side of the river is bout number 21. That's RIT, Rochester Institute of Technologies, alumni crew. And then in the back of this pack, in the bright red unis, is bout 18, Queen City Barge Club, joining us from Poughkeepsie, New York. And then we have bout number 15 with the yellow and green oars. That is Trinity Alumni. Allegedly? That's not their colors.
Some of these.
And this appears to be Radcliffe at bout number 23. And if we look down the river, around the corner, we have the next event storming up towards us.
I believe that's a Marin Rowing Club in the...
out in front, bow number 1, rowing with, looks like MIT oars. What the hell? Did they start the events out of order?
So that's Brown Women's... Did we skip?
It's Alumni Force. Alumni Force. So, yes. So that's MIT graduates going into the bridge, being chased by brown women.
So we've transitioned here now from the women's masters fours in the 30 and 40 age group straight into the women's alumni fours without any break. And as you can see, there's a crew with kind of high vis
they
coming
are
into.
Easy to see.
And so we've got a blend of boats here. That's actually bow number 25 from our previous event, which is Milwaukee Rowing Club Masters Women.
And on the outside is the current event, bow number 4, trying to overtake them. So that is University of Michigan women in the yellow hull with the red blades and yellow unisuits.
Oh, wait. 5.
And in the blue hull and blue and white blades, that's BHRA, otherwise known as Bromfield Acton Boxborough Rowing.
Which actually stands for Bear Hill Rowing Association, so it's kind of a mouthful to get all that out. One of our larger local public school programs here in Massachusetts. I think about moving the tent about 3 feet that way.
Yeah.
I guess they're sandbagged, huh?
If we get a break, we could just grab the ends of it.
Yeah, let's do that.
Because there was no tent this morning.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
This looks like Bowden. Let's see.
Bowden blades for sure.
Bow number 6 coming around the turn here is the distinctive black and white Bowden blades. So we've got the Bowden alumni women here.
The checkerboard pattern. Yeah, we got time to just do now.
Bowden is one of the programs here in New England that's been in the process over the last couple of years of transitioning from mostly competing in 4s to increasingly competing in 8s in their spring season. They're actually building a new boathouse at Bowden right now to accommodate those larger hulls. Coming in front of Cambridge Boat Club right now, we've got bow number 9 in this Women's Alumni 4s event, which is the University of Rhode Island alumni group. And then we've got 6 crews coming in very close order here, starting with bow number 10, which is Radcliffe alumni, followed very closely behind by the Wisco alums in red and white, bow number 11. And bow number 12, the Lafayette College alumni. Let's hear it for those crews coming into Elliott Bridge.
And behind them with the blue and yellow blades, that is Simmons alumni, another one of our local teams. They are trying to hold off Purdue, who's on the Cambridge side.
And a charging bow number 16, which is the University of Penn alumni.
Wow, that's a big jump. So as we were discussing earlier, with the lottery system for the bottom half, sometimes you get particularly fast crews that just blow the doors off some of the other crews that may have qualified last year, simply just of luck of the draw.
That's right. We encourage everyone to get the Head of the Charles app on their phones. One of the exciting things is that the app has real-time results at 4 different locations down the course, so you can check to see how your favorite course is doing.
Now, right in front of us, we have Trinity College alumni. Let's go, Bantams.
The tricky thing about the app is that because it does adjust real time, sometimes there, as Jonathan was saying, you might have a crew that starts 20th or 25th or 30th, but that passes a number of crews and is suddenly in the top of the pack based on a total elapsed time. We've got a British crew coming in around the corner here. This is Oxford University Boat Club alumni. All of these athletes are, again, veterans of the Oxford-Cambridge boat race. This is the crew rowing in dark blue with the orange blades. Let's hear it for our Oxford University Boat Club alumni. They're being chased by Fordham alumni, bow number 13 in the burgundy with stripe.
And behind them is bow number 18. That's Queen City Barge Club. followed by bow number 20. University of San Diego. Home of the San Diego Crew Classic. And then we have Northwestern. Distinctive purple blades with a stylized N on the tips of the blade. And we can see a pack of boats coming around the corner. They appear to be the last 4 boats in this event.
This is quite a tight fight here. We've got RIT on the inside of the turn.
They are all quite tightly packed together. When crews are that tightly packed at the start of this arcing turn, they will shake out a little bit before the bridge, but it's all dependent on the skill of the coxswain, truly.
That's right. So bow number 21 in the black is RIT. Bow number 22, very close on their heels, is Eastern Michigan. And then bow number 23 on the inside of the buoy line is Radcliffe Alumni. And then we've got a 4th crew in this pack, bow number 19.
Yep, they are on the Cambridge side, so closest to the CBC boathouse.
One of the interesting things coming into Elliott Bridge is that while you want to have the inside of the Elliott Bridge turn, you also want to have the inside of the final turn as you go by Belmont Hill and make that long arcing turn to starboard heading towards the finish line. So it'll be interesting to see how these crews sort that out as they get closer together through the bridge.
And that is all the competitors for the Women's Alumni 4 event. Looks like tentatively, it was originally the Head of the Charles app and the Regatta Central app was showing brown women as having the top time for almost the entirety of the event, but it looks like Penn may have snuck in by 7 seconds to take the top place for the Alumni Force.
That's an example of a crew coming from the lower half of the draw.
Yes, they were a...
bow number 16? Yeah, bow number 16 out of a 23-boat event, so you can get one of those surprise times.
That's a lottery pick.
That's right.
Next event is men's Master 8. So again, 30-plus and 40-plus subdivisions. Course record set last year by Marin, 14:41, with a start time of 12:14. So we will be seeing those crews coming around the corner any second now. Last year we had Marin, Fat Cat, and Old Glory placing in order. And of course this year, bow number 1, 2, and 3, Marin, Fat Cat, and Old Glory.
Before we see these men's Masters 8s come up the river, let's take a moment to thank some of our sponsors. Connected Dock is this year's official dock supplier. Connected Dock is the leading choice for rowing docks across North America. Trusted by rowing clubs and regattas everywhere, Connected Dock delivers unmatched stability and performance. Feel free to visit the Connected Dock booth along the river to see why it's a rower's top choice. And of course, we couldn't do any of this without the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation, what we locally call DCR, an incredibly important partnership for the Head of the Charles. DCR manages the parklands all along the river that really, that today's racing and fans and food and all the fun we're having along the river, that's all DCR land. The Head of the Charles has been in partnership with DCR since 1965, so for anyone who's keeping track, this is the 59th Head of the Charles. We'll be celebrating our 60th anniversary next year. And we absolutely could not pull off the Head of the Charles without the incredible support we receive from DCR, the organization broadly, and their hardworking staff. So thank you to the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation. Another one of our important sponsors is Gentle Giant Moving Company. Gentle Giant is often has a fun event at the side of the river, the famous run up the stairs and slide down the slide and see how many times you can do it in a minute. My tip to you would be to not do that just before you're about to launch for your race, but we are incredibly thankful to have Gentle Giant as a partner to the Head of the Charles. They are the official moving company and a logistics partner of the Head of the Charles. They provide an enormous amount of support during the regatta, moving many of the fixed assets that we have as part of the regatta, whether that be trophies or loudspeakers and other equipment that we need to put in place for to make this weekend possible. Gentle Giant is the force behind the regatta operations, storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. And Gentle Giant is currently hiring. So if you're in the Boston area and you're looking for a job at a great organization, stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more.
We'll say, as someone who used to coach youth rowing, particularly boys, don't even let your athletes know about the competition till after you're done racing. It's a very easy way to sprain something. So, youth coaches out there, forget about that last sponsorship read until after your athletes are done.
All right, it looks like the wind has dissipated a little bit, and it's calming along the river. On the big turn here, coming up to Elliott Bridge, we're still awaiting event number 29, the men's Masters 8s. Again, this is the 30-plus and 40-plus crews that'll be mixed together. In case anyone's wondering whether they dressed appropriately today, it's now 65 degrees, and we expect it to reach a high of about 69 degrees today before the racing wraps up in the mid to late afternoon. One of the nice features, though, is that there's very little wind. And as a rower, that's one of the things we care the most about. Right now, the wind is a gentle 3 to 4 miles an hour, and thankfully it's going to stay that way all afternoon before it picks up this evening. All right, we've got the first boat coming around the corner for event 29, the men's Masters 8. Who do we have? All right, we've got Marin defending their championship, their title here last year, Marin Rowing Club out of Green Bay, California. They're hugging the buoy line quite tightly. This is Marin Rowing Club with the red and black unis and white blades approaching the bridge.
Yes, they look to be moving very efficiently, and from what I'm hearing from their coxswain, it looks like they had a pre-planned move for around this corner going into the bridge. And based off the spacing of these crews, Old Glory is coming up behind them. Looks like Marin may have put a little bit of space on Old Glory. Hard to tell, though, since we don't know what's going on at the start line. But this is Old Glory approaching
was the
bridge.
third place finisher last year, right?
Yes, third place finisher. Yes, the bout numbers 1, 2, and 3 placed 1, 2, and 3 last year.
Bow number 4 here coming up the river in the red blades is Pen AC. We've yet to see bow number 2, which is the defending bronze medalist, silver medalist Fat Cat. Let's hear it for Pen AC coming by Cambridge Boat Club here, looking sharp with good catches. Following Pen AC, we'll have the Blue Cheese Rowing Club, which are the Yale lightweights from the early 2000s. They've got the light blue tops and traditional Yale University blades. Approaching Elliott Bridge now.
Yes, there are many alumni associations that have unique variations and puns and joke names that all fit in the theme of what their mascot or color scheme is.
Bow number 6, Brown University alumni rowing with brown blades. And the yellow Empacher here, just passing Cambridge Boat Club right now.
Yes, they have a faux wood deck on their Empacher. Historically, these boats were all wood, but wood is quite a lot heavier than carbon fiber.
All right, we've got 2 boats side by side here with Northeastern University coming around the inside of the turn here in this men's Masters 8, and they are
neck and neck. It looks like maybe 1 seat ahead of bow number 8. So that's the Olden Bears, Cal alumni, or generally Cal alumni. Yes, from our vantage point, looks like they're just back and forth.
Looks like Cal has
It's a negligible difference. They are
made
neck
up
and neck.
whatever gap they had. And while they had to go around the outside of the turn coming into Elliott Bridge, they've now positioned themselves for the inside of the turn approaching the Belmont Hill Boathouse.
And in front of us now, that is Navy Masters, graduates of the U.S. Naval Academy, who are currently or previously serving in the Navy or Marine Corps. And coming up now, 10, 8, 11, or just 10? We have one of our international crews, one of our visitors. So we'll, as they approach, we'll ask our fans on the bridge to make some noise. This is Peking from Beijing. They've come here all the way to Boston. They were established in 2016 and initiated by members of Peking University rowing team. Hey, let's make some noise on the bridge.
Peking Rowing Club is being followed into the bridge by Ex Nemo in red and the yellow Empire, bow number 13.
Mostly Harvard alumni.
In the yellow Empire here, we've got King's Crown Rowing Club, matching in their white long sleeves, which might be getting a little warm right now, with the distinctive Columbia C on their backs.
Yes. Although I imagine when they first got out on the water to warm up, they probably wanted those long sleeves.
It seemed like a good idea earlier this day.
For those of you who haven't rowed the Charles, you could have up to 90 minutes for some of these events where you're just paddling up to the start, warming up in the basin. So 90 minutes, 2 hours ago, maybe when you're going on your jog 2.5 hours ago, it was 15 to 20 degrees colder. It would have been a good idea then.
That's when all the guys in the boat said, let's wear our long sleeves for the event.
Of course.
And you signed up.
You got to look good, too. That's half of the event. Approaching CBC now in red unis with a white diagonal slash is Atlanta Rowing Club out of Atlanta, Georgia, celebrating their 50th anniversary. And they recently won gold at U.S. Nationals in the men's Club 4 event, as well as silver and bronze in the 8 events. Oh, and we have a large pack of crews coming around the corner now. Looks like 2 crews on the buoy line and then 2 crews on the outside.
So leading this group here is Western Reserve Rowing Association, the men's masters team from Cleveland, Ohio, in the black, white, and purple unis, followed by Fat Cat.
You can always pick out Fat Cat. As we were saying with styling,
this is
Fat
bow
Cat
number
is very
2.
consistent.
Perhaps Fat Cat had some trouble early getting down to the start. We expected to see them earlier in the race, but they are looking strong. They were the second place finishers last year, coming back to see if they can do some damage and maybe make it into the first spot.
And on the Boston side, we have Riverside. On the Cambridge side, we have Malta out of Philadelphia. It's traditionally a lightweight sculling club, but they've been building out their sweep program. And coming up the trail in red and black is Wesleyan University alumni. These are alumni who graduated between 2003 and 2006. Some unofficial results for you folks up on the bridge and here at CBC. Ex Nemo appears to have beat Marin by 0.6 of a second. on this event. Again, unofficial, but that is what is currently being posted for men's Master 8s. And those are both in the Senior Master qualification.
We've got bow number 19 coming around the turn here. We think this might be the last boat in this event, one of the more creative rowing club names. This is Rocket Legs Rowing Club, which is a mix of alumni from Rutgers and from Miami Rowing Club.
Besides the legs emphasis in rowing, what do we think Rocket Legs is in reference to?
That's a good question.
Because I imagine there's some sort of Rutgers-Miami pipeline connection. Do they have like a aeroscience grad program? I don't know.
That's a fair question.
It's a fun name, though. It's memorable.
We're going to leave our fans thinking about that one until the next race comes down the course.
Yeah. If anybody on the bridge knows, come on over. Let us know. Next event is event number 30, 12:24 start time, Women's Master 8s. So the women's version of the event you just watched. Last year, Capital, Texas Rowing, and BIAC, that would be Bear Island Athletic Club. They are bow number 1, 2, and 3 this year again, so it's a rematch. It is worth noting that Capital set back-to-back records in 2022 and 2023, so I bet you they're going for a three-peat. If I was that coach or those athletes, I would certainly be training to try to three-peat the record setting.
That's a tough thing to do. You're only making your job harder each year.
Of course, right? But this is why we do the sport, is it not? Oh, this is the other tournament spot. I think so. Yeah, bow number 11. Yeah, there's a man. And those folks on the bridge, this is our last competitor from Men's Master 8s. This is our other visitor from China. Let's make some noise. Welcome them to the Charles. They've been training for 5 years, and they've won several races all over China. They also went to Japan at the 18th Toda International Rowing, where they placed gold. All right, I believe we can see our first women's Masters 8s coming around the corner.
That's right. I think we can see Capital here in first place, trying hard to defend their title. Capital has the distinctive red, white, and blue blades, but they're being chased very closely behind. Perhaps the gap has closed a little bit between them and bow number 2, which is Texas, with the distinctive Lone Star State blades.
Yes, I do love those blades. They're so distinctive and easy to pick out.
So 2 red, white, and blue colored crews here. Now we see the Capital coxswain looking over her shoulder to the left as Texas Rowing Club closes that gap coming into Elliott Bridge.
Which I have to say, that coxswain's positioning is my favorite line for entering Elliott, where you are about 2/3 of the way to the Boston side with a slight tilt towards the Belmont Hill dock.
She's going to want to hold on to the inside of that turn.
Yep.
Although she continues to look over her shoulder. It's going to be a tight one here for bow number 1, Capital, and bow number 2, Texas Rowing Center from Austin, Texas.
And I will say, based off the initial unofficial results, the space between them is negligible.
That's right. Bow number 3 here, we've got Bear Island Aquatic Center coming in front of Cambridge Boat Club. This is a relatively new club in the San Francisco Bay Area in Redwood City. Very competitive boat club. And BIAC, Bear Island is also known as BIAC. BIAC is coming back to see if they can equal or better their 3rd place finish in this event last year.
And coming up next with the starboard side rowing orange, port side rowing teal, is Endeavor Racing Alliance.
Endeavor is another one of our Rolodex crews where they don't have a boathouse or a physical location, but they are a group of very successful rowers who get together at regattas to compete, and then they train independently throughout the year.
Yes, and very successful, high-performing Rolodex crew. Can't hear me. Oh. Yeah, I guess I'm.
All right, we've got a few crews coming up around the bend here. Sammamish Rowing Association is bow number 5. They've got another red, white, and blue set of tops here. But on the inside of Sammamish, we have bow number 8.
Bula
Bula. Is that right?
Yes, Bula Bula. That is a Yale. It's a Yale-associated club, generally of Yale women alumni.
Or people who are friends with Yale alumni.
Yes.
Bula Bula moving up on the inside, passing Sammamish. And then behind them, we've got bow number 6.
That would be Argonaut with their light blue and navy blue stripes.
Speaking of old clubs, Argonaut has just celebrated its 150-year anniversary as a club. They're being chased by bow number 7 in the blue unis.
That is another Rolodex. That's Chinook. This is their 10th anniversary.
Quick call out. Our very own Courtney Forster, Cambridge Boat Club member, is in that Chinook boat that just went by.
And bow number 9 is Olden Bears. That's, again, a Cal-associated club.
Followed by bow number 10, another Rolodex crew. This is another Endeavor Racing crew.
Yep, teal and orange.
And a white blade thrown in at 7th seat for good luck.
And we have quite a bit of a gap. There are 15 clubs competing in this event, and we've seen about 10 of them. So I would expect another, probably a condensed pack of crews to come down the course.
Unofficial results, it looks like we might have a switch of the top 2 boats from last year.
Yeah.
Looks like unofficially, Texas Rowing Center has claimed first by just 6 seconds over Capital.
Although
things
it
are
does
on the move.
look like the top 3 are still the top 3.
Yes, that's right, with Bear Island currently unofficially having crossed the line in 3rd place.
But, again, this is head racing, so anything can happen. As we have a few more crews coming down the river towards us.
That Texas Rowing Center boat was pretty fast. It looks like, this is not a particularly record-breaking year. We're not seeing records falling in all the events, and they were only about 8 seconds off of the course record.
Yes, the weather conditions today and river conditions are not advantageous to record setting, but they're certainly not detrimental. So in red, that appears to be bow number 13. That would be CRI, their competition boat.
They're being followed by bow number 12, another one of our British crews from Putney, London. These women row on the Tideway. Many of them have rowed at an elite level in the past. Often compete at the Head of the River races in London, which are similar to our Head of the Charles.
That would be Thames Rowing Club.
That's bow number 12, our British guests.
Their unis are very similar to the blades they traditionally row with. It's the tight red and black stripes with the black field. And then in front of CBC right now, bow number 11 is New Orleans from Louisiana. New Orleans Rowing Club, first ever 8 entry to the Head of the Charles. Let's hear it for New Orleans up on the bridge.
One of the distinctive features of that New Orleans boat is that actually more than half of their boats started rowing as adults and had never rowed in college or high school. With the growth of rowing in the United States, it's, we were talking earlier about these community programs all over the country. It's incredible to see such opportunities for adults to learn how to row who may not have participated in the sport earlier.
And it's an incredible sport to join later in life. So this is bow 15, Carnegie Lake. Carnegie Lake Rowing rows out of Princeton University's boathouse. And approaching CBC now in the purple unis with the white blades, that is Avalon out of Virginia. We do believe that is all of the competitors in event number 30.
Again, unofficial results, but there's been a little bit of a shakeup. We still see Texas Rowing Center holding on to first place with Capital second, but bow number 10,
that is a shakeup,
which was listed as Endeavor Racing in the Head of the Charles app. They're called Steering You Right LLC.
Legal name versus club name.
Their legal name, I guess. They are now holding on unofficially to third place, with Bula Bula holding on to fourth and Bear Island in fifth. Again, those are just unofficial results that'll be finalized as the afternoon goes on.
Yes. For those of you fans of the sport watching at home or watching on the bridge, friends and family, you have your time, and then that is cross-referenced with the officials, refs, make sure there's no penalties, and everything is clear, and then scores are finalized before the award ceremony. Next event, men's club fours. This is another event where we're going to see a lot of high-performing athletes. Last year, the course record was set. It was a 10-year long-standing record, so this was a bit of a surprise. Again, how great the conditions were. The course record is 16:01, set by Dartmouth. And Dartmouth, Purdue, and BU were on the podium last year, with Dartmouth, Purdue, and BU returning.
One of the distinctive features of the men's and women's club events is that while they do include top-performing clubs, they also are full of college crews. And so in this next event, both on the men's and women's side, we'll see about an equal mix of clubs from around the country as well as collegiate athletes.
Yes, you'll often see D3 crews are entered into this event because the Division III collegiate rowing is just not at the level of competition for the collegiate events or champ events.
But Dartmouth is a D1 program, so there is a mix. BU came in third last year, so there's actually an interesting mix of D1 and D3 in this event.
Well, we have a little downtime here, folks, so take a minute and thank a couple more of our sponsors. I'm going to thank that you should savor the moments at Head of the Charles with La Crema. Join La Crema Tasting Room for the finest wine experience, exclusive tasting, and elevate your weekend with La Crema's exceptional wines. Visit La Crema, the official wine of the Head of the Charles, at the Falls Bar next to the award tent. Now that sounds like that would be pretty good after getting the medal. And we can see our first crew approaching CBC now. Well, I recognize those green unis and the green and white blades. So that is Dartmouth coming down the course. Current record holders. They got gold last year. They set the course record. And looks like green has put a big amount of space between them and any of the competition. From our elevated vantage point, we still can't see another crew. If I were a gambling man, I'd say they're trying to do it again.
We can only now see the boat that's following Dartmouth. That's probably got to be about a 35 to 45 second separation between the first crew through Elliott Bridge and the second crew coming along. So
it's about triple the anticipated start distance. Oh, and we have a clump of crews right behind them. So there may be some.
That's Purdue there coming around the bend with bow number 2.
Yes, they're coming around a little bit wider. They might be yielding to a faster crew.
Yielding to the BU men, although maybe not yielding that much actually, as we see these boats coming closer together.
Or
that's
perhaps they have a new coxswain who isn't familiar with the course as their previous coxswain.
That's BU in the red and white. And then on the outside, so those are a couple of their first 3 boats down the course are collegiate crews, But then we have New York Athletic Club coming around the outside of the turn in their distinctive Nyack red and white colors. Nyack pressing hard here against
New York AC,
BU.
very competitive youth programs, very competitive club programs. Yes, they're bow ball on stern deck with BU. They're going to want to try to overtake that BU boat as soon as they get out of that bridge. But
This will be a case where the coxswain will be jockeying for the inside of that turn as they come up on the Belmont Hill Boathouse.
And
we've got LaSalle College in bow number 5 entering the bridge. This is LaSalle's JV4.
Wearing all white. Looks like we have some LaSalle fans here. And I see Riverside across from us now.
Riverside Boat Club, bow number 7, and their distinctive blue and white stripes, followed by...
overtaken the Harvard boat. This would be the Harvard Club A boat. And it looks like Harvard has put some space between them and the next crew as well.
That's the second New York Athletic Club crew, bow number 8, coming around on the solid red unis. They're going to be followed by Lincoln Park Boat Club, bow number 10, out of Chicago. Bow number 10, Lincoln Park, seems to have passed the Riverside B boat, which is now coming around the bend in their blue and white stripes. And Riverside will be followed around the turn by bow number 11, West Point. These are current undergrads serving at the West Point Military Academy.
And we have a large gap between West Point and the next crew. Next crew has also put space between them and the competition. Coming around the corner with a pretty good point, that is UMass. That's out of UMass Amherst. They have a competitive program out in western Massachusetts.
Unofficial results. It looks like Dartmouth has defended their title in this men's club fours event. Again, still unofficial results. It looks like at this point the Nyack A boat is in second place, followed by the BU crew, with Purdue, who finished last year, holding on to fourth.
Across from us right now appears to be CRI, bow number 13. That's their comp men's 4. Coached by Kelsey Foster. And now we have UVA, their club 4. Always recognizable with the orange, with the large V emblazoned on their backs. And approaching CBC with a tight angle on the buoy line. Riverfront recapture. Blue unis with a high-vis green stripe. And on the buoy line, Austin from Austin Rowing Center. They're trying to hold off a moving Harvard club. I believe this is the Harvard B boat. They've been moving up the course, and they have bow deck on stern deck. So you know that Harvard coxswain is trying to get his oarsmen to push them so that they can get the better line off the back corner of the Belmont Hill dock.
Bow number 18, we've got another California crew. This is University of California Davis in the Navy tanks with yellow stripe.
I always have to do a double take on them because their oars look almost identical to Trinity College oars. It's just
That's
their
right.
stripe is about twice as thick. That is the only difference.
Followed by University of North Carolina men's crew. We've got the Tar Heels coming through the bridge here.
Coming up from Chapel Hill, joining us here in Boston. And coming around the corner, Coxon is on a good line. That is bow number 22. Vesper. Again, as we were saying, one of the oldest clubs in the United States. Long history with Vesper rowing. And coming up behind Vesper in the yellow Empacher hull with the navy blades, yellow slash, and an R emblazoned on the bottom corner. That is University of Rochester rowing. And they have overtaken St. Paul's. So that would be, St. Thomas from St. Paul's, Minnesota. And that is, they're coming down the course in the purple unis. Purple blades with, looks like a white cross on them. When we have two crews coming around the corner now, looks like the orange crew, bow number 25, the coxswain is demanding the crew out in front to yield.
That's
bow
right.
number 23.
That's CPWRC in bow number 25, pushing out Southern California, bow number 23.
And they have yielded. They appear to be wearing UVA unis. So this may be an
So give us
affiliated
some-
UVA club.
We don't quite know what CPWRC stands for, but some kind of a clue there for University of Virginia alumni. Neck and neck as they head into the bridge. Bow number 25 is going to be looking for an advantage. A little bit of an oar clash there.
Yes, very close. You always want to avoid that. You lose speed and you risk damaging your equipment as well as catching a crab. Bow number 24
Out of
is
Los Angeles.
in front of CBC now.
These are the Sea Lions from Los Angeles. Go Sea Lions.
And approaching now is bow number 26. That is Connecticut College. Followed by Potomac. That's bow number 28. Potomac in red. Again, those are red blades with a white star emblazoned in the center.
Again, for those just catching up with this event, you've got about an equal mix of collegiate crews, both D1 and D3, and then club crews, masters rowers in their 20s that are competing for local clubs here in Boston as well as from all around the country.
Clarkson.
This next crew with the green and yellow blades is Clarkson College, coming out of Potsdam, New York. Their comment in their entry was that they are trying again for that elusive guaranteed bid. We talked earlier about how important it is to be able to guarantee your club or your school a bid for next year's Head of the Charles. In aggregate, across all the entries, only about 30% of the folks who apply for an entry across all the hundreds of different events, dozens of different events, only about 30% actually get an entry in any given year.
And in front of us, approaching the bridge now, is PNRA Mercer, bow number 30. They have a very accomplished crew there, several lightweight champions, as well as some Cornell and Penn rowers who are very successful in the IRAs.
And they're followed into the bridge by RPI, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, bow number 29.
And now approaching the bridge in the black hull, black unis with the red stripe down the legs, rowing club at NC State. So North Carolina State University. A little bit of rivalry between NC State and UNC, of course.
They're followed on the inside by Lincoln Park Boat Club.
Bow 33.
With Alabama taking the outside of that turn.
Yes, the Alabama being with the black hull with the high-vis yellow stripe down the top deck. And we have two crews on the Boston side. We have bow number 34 overtaking on the Cambridge side, bow number 27.
That's the Harvard Business School alumni, rowing with the distinctive dollars signs on their blades, and they've overtaken boat number 27, which is rowing in color.
Yes, the business school is also rowing in white button-downs and red ties because, of course, they are the business school. They're going to wear business attire. Bow number 37 in the blue hull is approaching the bridge now.
That's the United States Merchant Marine Academy, followed by number 38, North Adams. These are alumni of Williams College, Dartmouth College, and Potomac Boat Club.
As we were saying earlier, the Head of the Charles does not have the rigorous requirements of official racing kit as some of the other races throughout the racing season. So clubs like the Harvard Business School will have a little bit of fun with it.
Coming around the bend here, we've got another crew from UC Davis with the blue and the yellow stripe, followed by Minneapolis Rowing Club in green, bow number 41, and they are just ahead. They've overtaken bow number 40.
Has just completed their overtake around the corner.
Which is Henley Island Rowing Club, another club crew from St. Catharines, Ontario.
And then we have one more crew coming around the corner, which is St. Lawrence. That would be New York, from up in the mountains. We think we have one more crew in this event. The next event is the Women's Club 4, start time 12:53. We have one more crew coming around the corner. That is the last crew of the men's event. Bow number 42, Great Bay. They're from Dover, New Hampshire. They're a community club out of Dover, New Hampshire. Those of you on the bridge will make some noise for our friends from Great Bay as they approach. Looking at some tentative results from the previous this current event, the two New York AC boats, bow 4 and bow 8, placed just over 2.5 seconds apart. Those are two very balanced fours. So again, folks, this is Great Bay from Dover, New Hampshire. Let's make some noise up on the bridge. Being coxed by a 16-year-old. Gotta love community rowing programs. Always love to bring new people to our sport. So again, next event is event 32, Women's Club 4s. Duke women placed first last year, setting a new course record. They placed ahead of Radcliffe and ahead of Penn. Tentative results from the Men's Club 4s, Dartmouth, Riverside, Lincoln Park Boat Club as our podium finishers.
So we'll have about 50 competitors in this Women's Club 4s event. The trophy for this event is named after Marcia Hooper, who's a member here at Cambridge Boat Club. Duke is actually not returning this year. Duke is not racing here this weekend. And so Penn, University of Pennsylvania, which finished third last year, will have bow number 1. They've actually got an all-freshman boat for this event. I think this is our last event.
Yeah, we swap on. Yeah. Don't know where Ellen is. Haven't seen her today.
Just want to thank a couple of our additional sponsors. We're thrilled to welcome Rivian as a proud sponsor of this year's Head of the Charles. As many of you know, Rivian is a pioneer in electric adventure vehicles. They're committed to innovation, sustainability, and exploring the great outdoors, values that align perfectly with the spirit of this iconic rowing event. Be sure to visit Rivian's booth along the race course to learn more about their cutting-edge electric vehicles and how they're paving the way for a cleaner, greener future. A big thank you to Rivian for supporting our athletes at this incredible event this year.
I will say those the pickup trucks and the SUVs they have, they are very cool.
Pretty cool vehicles.
I
huh?
want one pretty badly. I wonder if if they're giving those out to volunteers this year.
One of my other favorite products, in addition to Rivian, is actually Teddy's Peanut Butter. Teddy's Peanut Butter is a local company. The Head of the Charles is pleased to once again have Teddy's Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. Teddy's Peanut Butter is all natural and the perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. If you haven't had your Teddy's today, there's actually a tent up just past the finish line, a small Teddy's tent where you can go get a scoop, maybe pick up a jar for the ride home, all the protein you need.
It does make a great post-workout snack.
Absolutely.
A little bit of protein, a little bit of carbs, a little bit of fat. It's great.
And with that, we're excited to see our first boats coming around the corner for event number 32, Women's Club Fours. Again, like the men's event, this will be a mix of women's collegiate programs as well as post-collegiate athletes rowing for clubs around the country. And we actually have several international crews here as well.
Yes, a couple from the Netherlands and a couple from Great Britain.
Coming around the turn first, we have Columbia University, bow number 2. They've overtaken University of Pennsylvania. Penn is right behind them, maybe 2 lengths of open water behind Columbia as they finish the turn and line themselves up on Elliott Bridge. Let's hear it for these collegiate athletes as they approach
Elliott Bridge. Let's make some noise on the bridge, on the shores. Let's hear it.
Elliott Bridge. Let's hear it.
There we go. Let's see. At Columbia crews looking very smooth coming around the corner. And those two crews have put a big gap on, looks like Dartmouth coming around now. Would be bow number 3, green unis, green and white blades. And they are trying to hold off the BU women. Can hear some Dartmouth fans down on the shore here on the Cambridge side. There we go. Got some life in the crowd. Let's hear some noise.
Bow number 6 coming around the corner is our own local Boston College crew. Go Eagles.
Yes, Boston College rows just upstream from us.
Followed by bow number 4 from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, another local crew here on the Charles.
Yes, and MIT hosts many of our visiting crews as well this weekend. So these two crews, they will see each other often when training for the Head of the Charles, since they are essentially at the start and the finish of the course.
Bow number 8 is San Diego. And then we've got Georgetown University, another one of our college crews. I want to give a quick shout out to one of our Cambridge Boat Club junior alumni, Sophia Grossman, who's rowing in that Georgetown University boat. Let's hear it for Cambridge Boat Club alumni.
Yeah, let's make some noise on the bridge.
Bow number 9 coming around the corner is Fairfield. Fairfield had their highest ever place in this event last year, and they're wondering if they can keep climbing the ladder. Let's hear it for Fairfield.
And following them, coming around the corner with a good line, pretty much down the middle of the race course, is Northeastern University. This is their 10th. This year they won their 10th consecutive CCA championship and rode in their 10th consecutive NCAA championship. And we have a pack of, it appears to be 3 boats across, trying to jockey for position around the corner. They should have a pretty defined order by the time they reach CBC, and we will announce them in order as they approach the bridge.
In the light blue, hugging the buoys, coming around the corner, that's a Bear Island Aquatic Center crew.
Yes,
with
Bear
Coxon
Island,
steering an
Bayak.
excellent line.
And right behind them in the maroon burgundy unis,
That's a club crew out of Vesper in Philadelphia on Boathouse Row.
and taking the wider angle in the high vis pink, that is bow number 11. That is UConn, University of Connecticut. So judging just by the racing lines there, UConn likely had to yield to Bayak and Vesper. As we were discussing some of the basics of the rules of yielding earlier, faster crews get priority.
And that's actually a hard thing for a bow-loaded coxswain to actually be able to see. He or she relies on their instinct, maybe a mirror, maybe their bow seat turning over their shoulder to tell them whether there's a crew approaching and which side they're on, how many feet of distance there might be between them. Because if the crew doesn't yield to the approaching crew, they actually can be assessed a penalty,
Yes.
which would be, a significant detriment to placement.
16?
Yeah.
In front of us right now, entering the bridge, Sacred Heart in the red and gray. And we have another clump of crews. It appears to be 4 or 5 crews coming around the corner now.
Lincoln Park Boat Club leading the charge in this pack here. We've seen a lot of fast Lincoln Park Boat Club boats today from Chicago. And next to them on the outside of the turn, the light blue, we have bow number 15 from Austin, Texas. Austin Rowing Club Masters Racing.
Yes, they row on Ladybird Lake right in the center of Austin. And they have a fantastic dedicated 6-lane race course on the lake. It's a phenomenal place to train.
We've got 3 crews almost bow astern to each other
Yes,
here.
on
First,
the
we've
Boston
got
side in front, that's Holy Cross.
followed by Stetson out of DeLand, Florida. And then
And-
behind them, bow number 14, Pocock Rowing Club from Seattle, Washington.
I'll say some unofficial results coming out. The first 2 crews are separate by 0.4 of a second. So it seems like today we don't have a lot of records being shattered, but we do have a lot of finishes within a fraction of a second of each other. In front of us right now is bow number 21. That is Purdue. That's college club athletes. They finished 24th last year, and that was their first time they had entered this event. So I'm sure they're looking to try to improve upon that 24th place finish.
We're now seeing Lake Merritt Rowing Club. This is Lake Merritt's 3rd time participating in this event. They practice on one of the smaller bodies of water in the United States for rowers. They have about a 3,000-meter loop around their lake in the heart of Oakland, California.
And red blade, red unis with waves on it, red blades with waves on it, red unis with waves on it, red hats with the waves on it. You know that's CRI constantly present here on the river. And we have another grouping. It appears to be 2 across, maybe 3 across, out in front in the red hull with the black blades.
We've got Marist College overtaking Flower City, 2 New York State crews. Marist on the inside and bow number 24, but Flower City doing a great job trying to hold off that oncoming crew.
Yes, Flower City is actually doing a great job stopping that advance. They're keeping a very competitive pace.
Maybe they'll be able to hold on to the inside of the turn if they
think
do a
so.
little bit of a move here.
This is essentially the line they're on now. They'll want to make a hard pivot towards starboard in probably about 200 meters.
That's going to leave that Marist crew, and unfortunately on the outside of that longer turn, as they approach the finish line.
Yes, which that longer turn could easily add an extra 100, 150 meters to your race.
Bow number 26 here, Monmouth University, in their third year as a program. We're seeing lots of new programs popping up around the country. Rowing News highlighted in its current issue, High Point, a new Division I program in North Carolina. It's great to see the strength of women's rowing as new programs are starting up.
And approaching the Cambridge Boathouse now with the green blades is bow number 28, Loyola, that is out of Baltimore.
Bow number 30 here is Vesta Boat Club out of London. Vesta rows on the Tideway in Putney. Their regular presence at the head of the Charles. 4 out of the 5 crews in this boat members of the crew have been here multiple times before, with one of them who learned to row at CRI.
And we have Willem 3 from the Netherlands overtaking Potomac Boat Club on the Boston side of the river. Although Potomac appears to be trying to hold pace.
Very competitive crew here from Willem 3.
Let's make some noise for our visitors from the Netherlands.
And they're followed under Elliott Bridge by Carolina Masters Rowing. We've seen just over half of the crews in this Women's Club Fours event. We have 50 entries, one of the larger events you'll see today. And we've got about 20 boats that are still expected to come by us here at Cambridge Boat Club and Elliott Bridge.
And here's another crew from New York Athletic Club, New York AC or NYAC, although I've heard some people of New York AC don't like it being called NYAC. I've heard that's person to person. So we have New York AC crew here, bow number 32, and they've put a sizable gap between them and the next group of crews. So as I was saying before, the placement between first and second in this event is 0.4 of a second. The placement between third and fourth in this event is 0.7 of a second. Wow. We have a lot of very, very competitive racing today.
That's incredibly close. And we've got a crew here from the United States Military Academy in West Point. Let's hear it for our West Point athletes approaching Elliott Bridge.
That's black blades with gold and silver chevrons. Let's make some noise on the bridge for these girls.
Young women.
And women.
Bow number 38 here. We've got another British crew from Mortlake. This crew is reuniting off of a very successful summer racing at the Henley Women's Regatta and the Henley Royal campaign last year. Let's hear it for Mortlake as they head into the bridge. Some noise for our
visitors.
Bit of a gap here, and then we'll see bow number 35 from Riverside Boat Club.
As much like CRI, those Riverside boats are always very identifiable. It's the tight navy and white horizontal stripes, both on the blades and the unis.
Riverside has succeeded in passing Harlem River Community Rowing, the only masters rowing organization in New York City.
Yes, their blades and unis are actually the New York skyline. It's a very, very interesting design. They are.
And then bow number 33 here, Rowing in Color. Their motto is strong, fast, and native. Let's hear it for Rowing in Color as they enter the Elliott Bridge Arch.
And they are holding off. And bow number 39, Iona University, is now entering Elliott Bridge as well with the yellow blades. Rebuilding the team, former lightweight sculling varsity program. This is their second year with a new coach.
Coming along next, we've got Creighton University women out of Omaha, Nebraska, in the blue boat with the blue unis.
And coming around the corner, approaching the Cambridge Boat Club Boathouse, is bow number 37, Gentle Giant Rowing Club. Again, affiliated with our one of our longtime sponsors and vital partners, Gentle Giant Moving Company. We have a large group of crews coming around the course now.
Behind Gentle Giant, we have Colgate College out of Hamilton, New York. And behind them, we have bound number 41, Rowing Club at North Carolina State University.
There we go. We're hearing some noise from the bridge. I love the energy.
And then we've got the Kansas Jayhawks.
Yes, they're trying to
bound
hold
number
them
48. Kansas charging around the inside of that LA turn as they approach the bridge, trying to work their way through
As it
North
appears
Carolina
to be
State.
bow ball on 2-seat when you have the Jayhawks and NC State there.
We've also got Narragansett Rowing Club on the outside of the turn here. And just behind them is Riverfront Recapture from Hartford, Connecticut.
It's a great community program down in Hartford. It looks like the Jayhawks have succeeded in their overtake on the other side of Elliott. And now they have to negotiate for space around the Belmont Hill dock. Those of you spectating on the bridge on this side cannot see the Belmont Hill dock, but the course bends hard towards the Cambridge side. And the ideal line actually will put the starboard oars about,
foot?
Yeah, I was going to say about 3 feet from the corner of the Belmont Hill dock. A foot if you're feeling particularly competitive.
It's actually one of the most fun places on the race course for competitors because Belmont Hill is generous in allowing many screaming fans to stand on their dock, and you literally, as a competitor, look to your starboard side, and you've got dozens or maybe even hundreds of screaming fans yelling at you as you go by.
It's fantastic. It makes so much noise, and it makes that last stretch to the finish line just a little bit easier.
We've got bound number 50 here.
Yes, 50. That's a jump up.
Which is Saratoga Rowing Club. This is a combination of Aryan Elite Team and Saratoga High School alums.
That's Orion.
Orion, out of Saratoga Springs, New York.
And they are being followed by bound number 44. That's Connecticut College Rowing Club out of New London, Connecticut. So again, like we were saying, this is a combination of clubs and colleges. And approaching us now in the bright yellow hull and white unis is Merrimack College out of North Andover, Massachusetts. And we have hit most of the competitors in this event. We have a few more.
Looks like we've got Great Bay Rowing Club out of Dover, New Hampshire, coming by here in bound number 47 in the red, white, and black.
I think that's 40. Yeah, that's 45. I marked them off accidentally earlier. That should be the last one. Yeah, I can.
Just these guys, and that's it. Yeah.
So the board is different. There's no switching mics. So if you want to talk offline, there's a mute button.
Yeah.
So whoever's over here, yeah, you gotta be careful with the mute buttons.
Where are those?
So mic 1, mute. Mute? Yep, and it says mute right below.
So the mic is always on unless it's muted.
And these are sensitive, like
We've got the last crew of our Women's Club 4 coming down the course. These are the women from RPI, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute.
I'll get my stuff out of the way for you here.
And now that we're wrapping up event 32, we get to sign off. I'm Xander Packard, and this is Jonathan Costello, and we get to hand it over to the famous pair of Ellen Minsner and Greg Stone for the rest of the afternoon.
Yes, thank you one and all. It's been a pleasure announcing and entertaining you today, and I look forward to next year's regatta. If you have any questions, feel free to come up and ask them, and we will see you next year. So this is Jonathan Costello signing off and handing over to Ellen and Greg.
Now, what is this? Am I supposed to manage this thing?
Keep running it
Okay,
here.
good. Because I'm very old school.
It's just iPad Regatta.
How are we doing on my mic? How are we doing on sponsor announcements?
Pretty good. We've been ticking them off.
Okay. And where's that
got a
list?
bunch off this morning.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a list here.
All right.
We haven't done this page in this
So
retreat.
one thing for the survivor row, there's just a little thing that says, check the printout page, and that's the sheet that's inserted immediately before that event. So that's between event 42 and 43.
Why don't we
And
yank that out
it's a full
now?
page to read.
It's
So
between
try to
what
space
pages?
it in, like, either
It's
at
way
the
back
start
here,
Events.
42
No,
and 40.
event 42 and 43.
And what do we need? It's no good?
No, it's a
false info.
separate. It's a novella. So we'll
Yeah, it's
We'll
a
get
full
there.
page.
We'll-
It's just,
we'll do the best.
I figured I'd warn you because
Yeah.
it's
We'll
dense.
we'll fake it if we can't make it. All right. You want to flip the? We're gonna go.
All right. So what's our next event?
Next event. We'll flip them on, and then we'll announce ourselves, right, or give our name. I'm on. Okay, hi there to those on the bridge, one of the great views of this regatta, and those across the river. This is Greg Stone. I'm here with Ellen Minsner to help you through the rest of the day, hopefully. And both of us are CBC members. I rode yesterday morning in the single, and we are going to see in our tour two of the gladiator events, the singles, and my daughter, Jevy Stone, for whom is far more famous in rowing than the rest of us, was the U.S. single for many years, and so it's going to be fun to see the new generation come alive. Ellen, over to you.
Sure. I also raced this morning. I mean, can't ask for better conditions. I mean, I can't remember the last time we were able to walk around the regatta in shorts and a T-shirt. So it was a real privilege. I raced this morning. Happy to be alive. Happy to be here. And looking forward to a great event. I'm just so pleased to see how the regatta is growing. Not only we have some of those gladiator events that Greg mentioned, we'll also see the premier para and inclusion events at the end of the day. So I'm really excited about that. My other hat, when I'm not a CBC member, is I am the director of para high performance for U.S. rowing. So many of our athletes from the Paris 2024 games will be featured in that event. Those are the last three events of the day. But as Greg mentioned, we've got a lot of Olympians coming up. This is going to be a great afternoon of racing here on the head of the Charles.
All right, so the next event, which took off from the starting line about 8 minutes ago, is the Men's Club 8s, the Howard D. McIntyre Cup. Course record is held by Brown last year. Last year we had some very fast conditions this afternoon in 14:13, and Brown, you can be sure, will be starting off this event, and we have 36 competitors. And now, Ellen, what about our sponsors?
Yeah, well, we couldn't really do it without the sponsors, but we're going to have to wait because that is a fast event, because here comes the very first of that event.
Yep, so here we have coming down the pike around the track is Brown. A little deceiving with the red shirts on, but quite sure this is Brown by their blades, by their style. Brown has always been a ferocious competitor, both in the Ivy League and at the national level. They were fifth last year in the IRA for points overall in the 10 Ike Trophy. So here they are. This is likely the third varsity of Brown, and they're looking very strong, and they have got about their starting distance on boat number 2 in the green, the big green of Dartmouth, New Hampshire, which is also their 3V lineup. Cox doing a very good job coming around this corner. Dartmouth coached by Wyatt Allen, an Olympian himself, and a very good sculler, and a program that has been on the upsurge for a number of years. And we can tell, Ellen, that upsurge because look at the gap they've been able to put on boat number 3.
Yeah, that's BU. They're doing a great job on that line, though. They have slipped away a little bit from that Dartmouth crew, but the Coxon, this is their home course, and it really shows here. Hugging that buoy line is not an easy thing, even when there's no wind. BU doing a great job out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club right now.
And one of the things that we rowing freaks like to look at is the cadence, how how high they're rowing, how many strokes they're taking a minute. And this BU crew is rowing at 32, which is sort of a moderate pace, and they are being chased down by Riverside, a true club. The meat wagon of Riverside behind them, rowing a little bit higher, a little bit more aggressively. And boat number 5, which is closed a little bit, it looks like, is Northeastern. Probably also their third varsity crew. And they live on the river as well. They know their way around. Coxing is now lining up to go around the next turn just past the Belmont Hill Windsor dock.
Yeah, and those local coxswains really getting it done. There's a huge gap between the bow 3, 4, and 5, and that would be opening up a lead on the Brown crew, which is bow number 6, kind of a little bit wide, showing that they are not necessarily the hometown coxswain.
Well, and a notch down. So this would likely be the Brown 4th crew, and they have hot on their heels boats number 8, which is Harvard, and 9, Penn. And Penn doing a nice job for out-of-towners, Ellen, on that line. But here we go. So this is Brown's boat, and they are in the right spot for the next turn. Harvard now taking a big look, and they've got to figure out whether they want to get closer to that next shore. Looks like nice move there by Penn with the black oars, coming in and trying to get the inside on Harvard on the next turn. And now we have boat number 7. This is BU's second boat in this event. All right, Terriers, coached by club member Tom Bohr, and constant action on the river. Now coming around with white blades. This is boat number 10, Riverfront Recapture. So another club crew. Great to see them here. And people can note their oars look a little different. Oh, a little tough stroke there, but they're using the new comp blades, which are smaller. They have a very different feel. Been very successful at the higher levels of sculling. There we go, Riverfront Recapture, taking it up. And now we have another healthy gap, but two boats going mano-mano.
13 Northeastern on the buoy line.
On the buoy line is Northeastern in there with their black, red, and white blades, very distinctive. And they are holding off the... Oh, they passed bow number 11. This is another Riverside meat wagon. These are college graduates who still have fun getting out there in the very dark hours before they go to work. And but the coxswain knows what she's doing. This is her home course.
And out in front right now are the MIT engineers in the red hull and the white blades with the T at bow number 12, MIT.
And right behind them, distinctive blades of Georgetown, which started at 14. So they've made some progress through the fleet here. Georgetown from Washington, D.C. Great program. And on the inside here, we have the blades of another club program, Potomac Boat Club, Washington, D.C. And they are trying to make that turn stay clear. They're 16 of boat 15, who they've just passed.
And 15 are the Jumbos from Tufts University.
Tufts' own boat there. And this is the Club 8. And in the 3 seat, I see my cousin, Hayden Stone. And Jumbo's taking a difficult line through the Elliott Bridge. But good choice by that coxswain, as opposed to getting into a crash. 17 here, this
Holy
black
Cross
shirt is Holy Cross. With just a hint of the Holy Cross purple in their hats, going through.
I think those buoys are much more manageable because usually anybody that does that, they don't get off in time. It looks like they're...
I put them in.
Okay.
I did the upper course this year, and we're having, Chevy goes,
You and
it's so
Weston?
much easier to go downstream.
Well, there's one way behind this morning. I mean, we had a reasonable line going by Windsor City. There was one 4 feet off our ports. It was a hot. I think it was a stray.
Okay, who's that? 9. Can't see that far.
18.
Okay, and sorry for the silence there. This is Colby College from Maine. Sydney, Maine coming through. Constant competitor here. It's probably 20 degrees there this morning. I assume these guys are happy to be down on the Charles, racing through. Go Colby. And right behind them, distinctive striping of the U.S. Coast Guard Academy. Go Coast Guard. Let's give it a big cheer for them. They row on the Thames River down there, and they're preparing to defend our shores. And behind them, another Potomac boat, Washington, D.C. This is the oldest rowing club in the Washington, D.C. area, 1869. Also with a lot of recent club college grads out there rowing before they trudge to work as a clerk. Okay, a little gap here.
The Trinity College crew from Ireland.
Yeah. So now visible to the bridge with the Harvard Blades is Trinity College from Dublin, Ireland. In 21 and 23, the Club 8 Irish national champions. And they've gotten help to come to their regatta by the Trinity Association and Trust. Great looking shirts. Let's go Trinity. And behind them, with Tech Blades, boat number 21, which is MIT. This is the lightweight men's 2V coming up here. So this guy's a part of the lightweight program. In the spring, they'll be getting down to 155, 160 pounds to go racing.
In the blue jerseys is about 25.
Okay, and coming on the inside, that is the Cambridge Shore in the blue, is from Austin, Texas, the Austin Rowing Club, which is a beautiful building. They're on the river, Lady Bird Lake in Austin, and it's a lovely place to row. And outside of them is the MIT Rowing Club in the red hull. All right, let's go ARC.
And coming up now is bow 27. That's the Los Angeles crew from Marina Del Rey. So doing a nice job there. Bow 27 moving up.
Bow 27 in the gray hull, Marina Del Rey. Welcome to Boston. And
We haven't seen 23 yet. We haven't seen 26 yet.
right.
Got a large pack coming through now. So this will be Unity Boat Club in bow number 26.
Okay, so coming up now with the red shirts is Unity Boat Club from Washington, D.C. This is a group of former black collegiate rowers who came together with the purpose of training and racing here. So that's unusual. Unity Boat Club, welcome to the Charles. Go for it, baby. And then behind them with the white blades is boat number 32, coming way back. That is the University of Washington. Storied rowing program, as we all know. And on our side, boat number 28 is Michigan Rowing Association, which is a third varsity boat that's trying to push Washington outside to slow them down.
And in the high vis, we've got bow number 23. That is the JL crew from Tustin, California, made up of the Team JL ambassadors. So welcome to the Charles, Team JL.
All right, and tell us, how's the fit of those shirts, JL? Okay, and over on your side, 29.
That's 29.
That is Georgia Tech, the Rambling Wrecks of Georgia Tech. Let's go. And JL very much on the inside of that. Yeah.
And Columbia
okay,
in bow
Columbia
34.
And they are going to get a good race through here, and they're going to find some people on the other side of the game. That's their Club 8. And now we've got a little bit of time here, so these singles can push off from Cambridge Boat Club. That's bow number 1, Michelle Susher, Americans Olympian and last year's champion. Let's go, Michelle. And Emma Twigg is here, bow number 2 in the yellow boat, but she's a very cautious woman, and she's going to wait till they tell her to go. Okay, bow number 35 coming up. The Jumbos from Tufts University. This is the 4V of Tufts coming up. And, yep, they're just stretching it out here. And we're going.
Maggie's launching there. Yep, Maggie there.
Okay.
There.
Oh, yeah, it's Maggie. Somehow I thought Sicily. They must have briefed and ordered them.
Yeah, Maggie's this is 36 wrong with Harvard Blade.
Okay, coming up here in the yellow hull with Harvard blades. It's boat number 6. Oh, there we go. Well, it is Harvard. So there you go. It's not a borrowed boat. This is one of the many Harvard crews out here racing today. And I think it's maybe Percival, but they all have different shirts on. Okay, and Harvard is followed. Another borrowing equipment from Boston Latin. Bow number 30 is CURC Global Canal Rowing Club from Shanghai. And this crew is the Masters Regatta first place in Nanjing. There we go. So welcome from Shanghai. Welcome from Shanghai.
Home of the world next year. No, it's not Shanghai.
Yeah, World Championships in Shanghai.
31.
Okay.
31, another one.
And now we have another Chinese boat coming up. This is Shanghai Huma, which is also from Shanghai, the Pudong district of Shanghai, which is the new part across the river. And this is the biggest rowing club in downtown Shanghai. The club was set up 3 years ago, and they have over 200 members training regularly with 8 full-time coaches. Very serious stuff. Welcome from Shanghai, and off we go in the black shirt. Emma Twigg, Olympian champion and Olympic silver medalist. Behind Maggie Fellows from Cambridge Boat Club, former winner of this regatta, and Sicily waiting to kick off.
There's nothing we can do about it. What do you want us to do? Who are we asking to leave?
Ooh.
You have to contact the Tanya, I think. I'll do what I can. 33?
Okay, and this is boat number 33 in the yellow hull. And this is the Harvard Waves. This club was established in the late 2017 and is the first Chinese rowing community for scholars and friends of Harvard. And this is the second time they've been in this event. So welcome back to the Charles for this race. Waves.
What do they need us to do? Clear that area? Hey, John.
I think they want them to keep rowing, do you think?
What do they need us to do? Are they talking about the singles that are blocking the way?
Do you want us to ask them to keep rowing?
But there was no one over there at the time. That's like a referee thing.
Yeah.
There was a woman, they want us to, the woman there sitting down, does she want us to make an announcement about something on the far side?
Huh, they are getting blocked up. I don't know why they're not going over there. That's a woman.
All right, a little bit of
Yeah. All right, yes, scullers over on the Cambridge shore. The blue double, the blue single. Let's all proceed down to the start inside of the white buoys, please. Okay, we've got a new event coming up here. This is the Women's Club 8s, the Nikolai Kermakov Memorial Trophy. Nikolai Kermakov was a CVC member, longtime coach of Simmons College, fantastic human being, who unfortunately had a heart attack while he was rowing. The course record is held by the Bruins of Brown University, set in 2014, an old course record. And here we go, wearing in pink, but not brown, but boat number 1, Yale University, the Bulldogs. And the Bulldogs have stretched it out. This is the Yale 4V, but they have stretched it out on their competition.
Yeah, they look pretty good for a 4V. That just shows the depth of the Yale program. They've got a bunch of Olympians coming out of that program, and they're doing so well at the NC2A level. And look at that gap between them and bow number 2, which looks to be the green blades of Dartmouth.
Yes, so we're going to have Dartmouth come up, and Dartmouth is under second-year coach John Graves and associate head coach Kendall Brewer, CBC member, and they are a program on the upswing. And last year they were second place in the event. Here they are again, trying to hold their position, trying to push back the Tigers of Princeton right behind them. But first, let's get a cheer for the big green. Let's go Dartmouth. And now for the Tigers, coached by Lori Daphne, one of the storied programs of the nation. And they are looking good here, and with the special paint job on their bow deck. Go Tigers. And then
Bow number 5, the Radcliffe
number 5.
crew.
Go ahead.
Also new head coach.
Claire Ohal,
Yeah.
new head coach, and she is also trying to make a mark and lift the standard of rowing. And here we go.
Yeah, this crew here, bow number 5, has already passed bow number 4 of the Riverside Boat Club. So Radcliffe doing a nice job here, going a great line, move through Riverside, and look to be walking away from a few others right behind them. So that's great.
Yep. And we've given it away. Here we have in the stripes, bow number 4, Riverside Boat Club. Andries Angels are back for another trip up the course. And these are also recent grads from college who are working in Boston and go out Dark 100 to have some fun.
And right behind them is bow number 7, another crew from MIT.
Yeah, and right on their heels.
Yeah, they've passed UMass. Passed through
is
UMass.
UMass, which has come out for the race from the Connecticut, the big waters of the Connecticut River. UMass in the white hull with the dark red blades, followed by boat number 8, San Diego State, I believe, which is a great rowing group and a great place to row. Welcome back, San Diego.
Coming around the bend, it looks to be Georgetown, which might mean that the crew behind them is St. Joe's at bow number 9, but we'll wait to see the numbers until they come out in front. So in the dark hull with the gray and blue blades, that's Georgetown.
From Washington, D.C., Georgetown University. Great rowing school and a great location. And behind them, we have a confirmation. That's St. Joe's of Philadelphia. Come behind with brand new blades. Welcome back up to the Charles. St. Joe's. Looking good and stretching it out as they coming into the last 750 meters of the course. Wow. Okay, and no wonder Ellen can't see because I've got the binoculars. 11.
Up next is bow number 11. That's the Old Dominion women from Norfolk, Virginia. 5th place at the American Conference Championship. That boat was made entirely of freshmen and sophomores. So they're out here trying to build their program, doing a great job at bow number 11, Old Dominion crew.
And then 12 is next in the green.
Next in the green are the Eastern Michigan from Ypsilanti, Michigan, bow number 12.
Okay, and then following them and making up some time on them is BU.
Yeah, BU is
BU
putting pressure.
Women's, also a second-year coach at BU, coming up and looking quite strong here, quite aggressive, rowing a little bit higher. Nice-looking crew in a black hull, and then behind them is Marist from Poughkeepsie, New York. The white blades with the red tips is Marist University in Poughkeepsie, and rowing on the big waters of the Poughkeepsie. And behind them, Ellen, who do we have there? Holy Cross. Is that Holy Cross?
No, it's 15.
15 is Holy Cross. So, yeah, right behind them, Holy Cross. I apologize for the stutter. It's new blades for me. Holy Cross going on the bridge. And then on the inside in the red hull here is MIT, and they are fighting off 17, who's passing them. That's Northeastern, of course. Northeastern women's crews, opposite coloring than the men, but all in yellow boats.
So the MIT had to yield, but it's kind of interesting because the next corner is back over to the starboard side, so they may be able to reclaim some territory there after they get through the Elliott Bridge.
Yeah.
But out in front right now is the LaSalle crew from Philadelphia. The entire 2024 Varsity 8 is returning this year, so they're looking for some big numbers from their crew. That's bow 18 from LaSalle.
Yeah, okay. And got a little bit of gap here. It's somewhat like going in the morning on the Turnpike or the Southeast Expressway. People catch up with each other, and then there's a gap forms behind.
19 first, followed by 20.
So 19 here with this white striped little blades is Tufts University. Well, there's been no races yet. That's a joke. Excuse me. This is the 2024 undefeated 3V of Tufts University. And Ellen, I think that Tufts did very well at the national championships as well.
Yeah, that Tufts program is really strong. They've got a great set of coaches there. George Munger and Lily Carbeck doing a great job for the men and women. Bout number 20
is Monmouth University from West Branch, New Jersey. Very unusual blades with the white shafts. Those blades are technically able to measure how much force is on them. Okay, on the Cambridge side, 22, Boston College. On our side, 21, Riverside Boat Clubs, B Club 8. Going after it with each other, and Riverside is well positioned for the next curve. Now we have another BC crew, boat number 23, this one in black, coming through right down the center of the arch. And that was boat 23. Okay. Oh. Okay, and now we have a healthy gap here. Very healthy gap.
We've got easily 15, 16 more crews to go, so maybe there was a change in the start order down at the BU Boathouse, but this is probably about a 2-minute gap at this point, which is pretty unusual in the club.
Very unusual. And that could be that at the start there was some confusion. But this, what we see coming up towards us is, it's got a healthy lead on whoever's coming after. 29. Okay, so
Pride on the water.
That's 28. Okay, here we go. This is Clemson University in their orange. We know from watching football. This is the 2v8 of Clemson.
And yet another new
coach, the wonderful Adrian Martelli, former Olympian, former coach at California and Northeastern, has taken over this crew. This is boat number 29, and for those who are counting, we haven't yet seen 24, 25, 26, 27, 20, 28. So they have passed a lot of boats. Clemson is doing some damage here. Okay, and now, what do we have, Ellen? Who's this? Boat number 24 is now coming up in the black hull. This is Rowing in Color from Danielle, Florida. These are people who love the sport and come together with all different cultures. Here they are, Rowing in Color, boat number 24 in the gray hull. And then behind them, boat 31. Whew! From the Netherlands, Triton Boat Club from Utrecht. A college crew from Utrecht rowing for the USR Triton Rowing Club.
Yes, and they
Go for it.
Fueled by a great team dinner over at the famous Churchill residence last night, so hopefully that sustains them through the end of the race.
Inside info. And then boat number 26 here in black is JL. This is another JL. No, sorry. That's Baltimore Rowing Club. Baltimore Rowing, we should know that, the colors. And behind them looks like Cornell. Cornell Looking Blades. I just don't know. 27 here. This is the Coast Guard, the women of the Coast Guard. Let's give a big hand. These are our service academies. They deserve our support. All right. And then on the inside, in the green of Dartmouth is Dartmouth, the 3v8. 5th place last year in the Ivies. Looking for more this year. And towards us in the gray hull, 32, is Fairfield University of Fairfield, Connecticut. Okay, and on the outside with the Northeastern Blades is Northeasterns. Another boat of Northeasterns. And then 25, we've learned, High Viz is JL. These are their ambassadors. JL ambassadors coming through. And steering a much better line than their male counterparts. Okay, and then boat number 36 from the University of Connecticut. The pink threw me. This is UConn. Famous basketball school, rowing in a hull labeled Roman numeral 9, I'm sure for Title 9. Let's go UConn.
And UConn clearly brought the fans. You can hear Elliott Bridge going crazy. That's the loudest one I've heard so far. So the UConn fans have won the Elliott Bridge for now.
Okay. And here we have boat number 28, Pride on the Water. And Pride on the Water is an LGBTQIA plus team. That's very inclusive. Rowing out of the General Giant Rowing Club in Somerville. This is their 2nd year competing in the Head of the Charles. Well done. Well done, Pride on the Water. Keep it moving. And their hull is called the Mystic Monster. I thought it would be Mystic Magic. I would have liked it better.
All right, bow number 35 is next. That's the Detroit Boat Club. In Detroit, Michigan, one of the oldest clubs in the country. In the blue hull with light blue lettering and blue, white, and red blades.
You've got
Detroit Boat Club.
You've got the binoculars. Okay, and behind, what do we see?
37.
Okay, in the black hull, red shirts, boat number 37, MIT's Rowing Club. It's the largest non-varsity rowing program associated with any university in the country. And behind them, and very close indeed, is boat number 38. That is another rowing in the color boat. These are black women rowing together to pave a path for all to come. All right, rowing in color. You are almost touching them. Drive it. Oh, you can hear the coxswain under the bridge in the arch. I love that. Okay, we've got about, by our count, another 6 clubs to come. In the dark blue is boat number 41. This is a Yale graduate crew consisting of both experienced and novice members. Oh, this is not alumni. This is the Yale graduate programs of Yale, which is great. I wonder if you get to row at Derby or whether you row on the lagoon. But great to have you here. And on the inside here with the candy stripe blades is boat number 40. 40 near us, candy stripe blades. That's the rowing club at the
Harbor Harvard Griffin.
GSAS, Graduate Studies at Harvard. 42, burning by them right now in the blue hull.
Bryant.
That's Bryant University from Smithfield, Rhode Island.
Oh, and they've had to correct course there in that bow number 40 there, just trying to get back on course and avoid any damage there. Coxon did a great job. Split decisions there have to be made, so everybody's back on track with unscathed.
Okay, that looks like our group here. Ellen, I'm just going to...
We didn't see the
yeah, I'm going to see whether they raced.
We are expecting to see a team from Great Britain come down. It's usually a strong program, so we're just checking to see if they had a start. We're looking for bow number 30, the Vesta Club from London, but perhaps they didn't start. So we'll check the results and get the next event underway.
Yeah, and we actually all have seem to have cell phone reception today, Ellen, which is amazing. So I guess I shouldn't read off results, but in that women's Club 8 seems to have been won by Yale, who had such a healthy lead, but a big surprise, Harvard, moving from 5th place starting to finishing 2nd, followed by Princeton, MIT, and Dartmouth. What number was first? 30. Oh, and we must have missed it, but Vesta did pass, and they started 30th and finished, well, there are no numbers up yet, but they did finish after Riverside and Monmouth. Oh, who's this? Oh, we have one more entry, apparently. We thought we saw them. Okay, this boat is number 39, which we have made a mistake. We thought they'd passed earlier, but this is the CURC Global Canal Rowing Club from Shanghai, which won the Harbin Masters Regatta earlier in the year. Okay, welcome from Shanghai, all of you in that boat.
All right, and that does wrap up the Women's Club 8. Great racing, no real mishaps, so we'll take some time to thank our sponsors. I'd like to thank WBUR as the official media partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. You can stop at their booth at the Weld Exhibition venue, which is down, of course, near Weld Boathouse. And really appreciate BUR's support, and be sure to tune in to 90.9, Boston's NPR news station.
Yeah, please do so. It is a great news station and my go-to morning thing while I stretch out.
Also sponsoring this year is, I think, a new addition is the West End House. The West End House is a boys and girls club that's an official charity partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They actually used to run some programs through community rowing over in Brighton. So the West End Boys and Girls Club is a charity partner. I want to thank the incredible generosity of the charity program competitors. More than $150,000 has been raised for the Head of the Charles official charities. So your support, fans, friends, family, it makes a lasting impact on the youth of our community. So thank you, official charity program partners and the West End House in Brighton.
All right, and we are seeing our next event around the corner here. This is beginning to be gladiator time. This is the men's champ doubles, the Cy Cromwell Trophy. The course record is held by the Sinkovic brothers of Croatia, who set it in 2014. And they started first today. They won the pair in the Paris Olympics. They won the pair in the Tokyo Olympics. They won the double in the Rio Olympics. They were silver in the quad in London. The Sinkovics are fabulously great human beings. They are two of the most successful oarsmen in the history of the sport. And here they are coming around pretty much untouched.
Come on, Elliot Bridge.
In their favorite hull. And taking a good look. It's hard to believe these guys have been doing nothing but partying for a month. Well done to the Sinkovics. And we'll see you tomorrow in the Champ 8s. And we talked about cadence. And we saw those college crews rowing at 32. Martin is now driving them down the course at 36.5. This is a hard way to row.
Yes, and look at that gap. You see him looking over his right shoulder because he knows well the corner is over to the other side there, so cut that Elliott turn all by themselves. What a display of rowing prowess there in that bow number 1.
Okay, now we're going to have to we got new boats coming up on us. One in tight, one out near Cambridge.
2 is wide, 3 on the buoy line.
Okay, so near us is boat number 2. That's Green Racing Project. That's Jacob Philol and Alexander Hedge. Jacob was the U.S. single sculler in Paris, finished 13th. Is building a great career in sculling. He's in the bow seat of the boat closest to us, the big guy. And over in bow 3 is Fiamma Gialli. This is an Italian double that was 13th in the Olympic Games in Paris. Whew, and we had to stop there in the little stutter step. And now boat 4, moving very nicely indeed, is also from Croatia. This is the Croatian double from Paris. The Sinkoviches we saw on by were the pair. Pair is 1 oar each. Double is 2 oars each. And these are also brothers. That's what they do in Croatia. Your brothers row a 2-man boat. Okay, and it's very colorful. Boat 6 from Belgium. Club Gent in Belgium. This is actually... In it is Jamie Copus, who's a senior level rower from England. Okay, boat 5. Oh, boat 5 is the Italians, Fiamma Gialli. They two. Oh, second entry of the Italians. Thank you very much, Ellen. Boat 7 here, Whitehall blue shirts. That's Penn AC. Cedar Cumming and Michael Herman. And Cedar was 3rd in the Olympic trials last year and 2nd in the last year in this event. Okay, 8. Now we've got 8 in the yellow hull. These are the U.S. Coastal Champions next level rowing from South Dartmouth, Mass. Christopher Bach and Corey Rogers. So these are usually guys that go out to the sea, but they're rowing that double very nicely. And now boat 9 doing well. The Palestine Sailing Association plus Riverside Boat Club. The Stripes guy is our local. The bowman we've seen on the Charles a lot. He's from Palestine, rowing here where it's safer and better to row. Wow. All right. So we've got a little gap here. We've seen the internationals go by, and now we're going to see a bunch of college and club crews that are trying to make their way down the river.
Yeah, and it was great to see the Italians and the Croatians come in such strong crews, but such strong numbers. The Fiamma Gialli crew are borrowing boats from Cambridge Boat Club and the U.S. Training Center, so they came with big squads and big dreams. So hopefully they'll do great here at the head of the Charles.
Okay, so now we have boat. Okay, this is boat 10. This is Dartmouth. This is Wyatt Ellison, age 23, and Thomas Barrett, 20. These are Dartmouth lightweights. But here they are. Lightweights are out in the Olympics. Open weights are in, and these guys are taking it on. Looking good. Nice steering there on a new river for you guys. A little more complicated than the Connecticut. Behind them, boat 15. Very impressive. Northeastern Alumni. Victor Colte, age 23, and Stephen Sparks, 24. I think this is the first Northeastern boat I've seen not in an 8. And there is boat 16. They are Purdue from West Lafayette.
16 was them, and 13 is this crew. 13 is
16's in the black hull, and behind them, 13
Purdue and Purdue
is another Purdue crew. And they are lightweights. Those are Purdue lightweights, and the 16 were Purdue open weights. And this is the Whitehall Riverside Stripes is 17, and that is from Great Britain. Itchen Imperial from Southampton, Hampshire. A younger, maybe not even related, James Cracknell and Harry Atchison, semifinalists at the Henley Regatta in 2021. And in the red shirts is 18, the Concord crew from Concord, New Hampshire. Travis Garside and Seth Lown, both 18 years old. These guys are young guys and were U.S. rowing junior national champions last year. Well done. And behind them, boat 11, Texas Christian University, Sam Barnes and John Meha. And this is their first time for the whole university ever competing ahead of Charles. Well done. And then 19, behind them with the white blades, Lake Lanier in Gainesville, Georgia, former home of the 1996 Olympics. Matt Litt and Rajan Judowski, both 38 years old. So they're doing a nice job. Okay, 14, hull number 14 coming up. The Maryland crew. This is Austin Schaefer and Anthony Van Ryn. They're from College Park, Maryland. This crew was founded in 1999 and has returned to the Heather Charles for the first time since 2014. We have a sophomore and a senior who are excited to be here, and we're excited to see you. Welcome. And looks like they borrowed their oars from 3 different groups. Very creative. And this is boat 12 from the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy in Kings Point, New York. John Crawford and Tanner Martinez Schultz. And as you probably all know, the Merchant Marine Academy is a federal service committee that commissions officers for the Merchant Marine, something we very much need. And the rowing program began in life-saving boats, but has moved to shells. Well done. So we are just looking. We see in the far distance another. Oh, maybe between. Let's move it between. Or we pull the wires out.
No, we're good. We got another boat. I'm just going to stand anyway. This chair is like broken. It's like killing me.
We have about 200 more downstairs. Maybe Lisa's going to get one for you.
No, it's okay. 20. 20. Harlem River.
Okay, and this last boat we see, we've got to give them a cheer when they get a little closer in the hearing range, is boat number 20. They started last. They're from the Harlem River Club. Benjamin Gettelson and Max Ferrandino. And this is the only Masters rowing organization in New York City, and it's got a mission of making rowing accessible to all New Yorkers. This is their second season in competition after many years off, and they are borrowing a riverside boat, and they're making their way down the Charles, which is much more civilized than the Harlem River, I assure you. And we got somebody on the bridge for you. Awesome. All right, well done. That was the men champ doubles.
That's everybody.
Do you want to? You need to get a chair. Can you get a chair?
No, there's one here. I think I'm going to just swap out.
Oh, okay.
That chair, mine's like...
Did you see my text? See my text? Well, look at my text. So you did. The woman who coached for you in Belmont Hill, psychologist. Greer was looking for you.
Oh. Oh my God, so much better. I was like,
All right.
I had more slope than the roof here. What's going on? My hamstrings are killing me.
Okay, I'm gonna introduce. Okay, first I'm gonna have a little word about Wintech Racing. Wintech Racing and King Racing are one of the official boat sponsors and suppliers to this regatta. They are upstream in the Falls area, and they are now building. They build all their boats in China. They're all designed either by a famous German architect or Graham King, who's a fabulous human being. Building in China, very high quality and high service, and they're great to have them as a sponsor in any program thinking about a fairly priced fast hull should be thinking about Wintech and King. Okay, And now we've got the women's champ doubles, big time racing. This is for the Craig Swayze Trophy course record 27, 22 competitors. We're seeing coming around the corner, boat number 2. This is from Great Britain. Matilda Hodgkins and Rebecca Wild. These are the Olympic bronze medalists from Great Britain. They qualified through Lucerne. They were not expected to be big timers, and they had a great regatta in Paris. Welcome to Boston. And behind them, boat number 1, from Washington, D.C. area, Sophia Lewis and Adriana Borson. These are both very high-end, lightweight oarswomen. And then behind them, boat 3 from Skibbereen in Ireland. It's Aoife Casey and Magus Creeman. This is the lightweight women's double from Paris, where they were finalists. And they are fabulous human beings and a lot of fun. Okay, closer to Cambridge Boat Club is boat number 4 from Kingston, Ontario. The Canadian lightweight double, Jill Moffat and Jenny Casson, Olympians in Tokyo and Paris. And looking forward to this race and an 8 tomorrow.
Leander.
And the BU Blades Dark Hull, boat number 6 is Leander. That's Hannah Scott and Lola Anderson, gold medalists in the Olympic quad event this year. Woo!
And they've gone through the Italian duo from Fiamma Giale, also Olympians from the Paris 2024 Games. That's bow number 5. Bow number 7 trails them. And that's another Canadian crew, RCA High Performance.
That's part of the Canadian team, and one was a spare. Cassidy was a spare to the Olympic 8. And so now, just on the outside here, black jerseys. It's boat number 11 from Craftsbury Common, Vermont, the Green Racing Project, Sarah Busey and Sophia Calabresi. They are looking to tear it up here. And they've given me their dogs' names, but I don't know if we need that. What we need is to encourage them to keep that rating up and push themselves to the Belmont Turn. Okay, boat number 8 from BU. Kylie Logan and Caroline Burchett. They are the 2024 IRA National Champions in lightweight double. Well done.
And Kylie actually rode for the CBC Juniors a couple years back.
And boat 10 and the yellow hull from, that is DeWolf Rowing Club. Oh, mix of DeWolf, that's BU, and Union. Sarah Maeda and Emmeline Lawrence, a Yale alum from Union Boat Club. All right, Emmeline. And now boat 15 has made very good progress. This is White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. Claire Freelander and Aislinn O'Brien, fresh out of summer training and racing a light quad. Doing an excellent job here. Oh, just keep going. And boat 9 is Riverside, Chloe Lewis and Meg Combs. Yeah.
You know, it's so great to see so many Olympians coming out for this Head of the Charles Regatta. You know, you come down off the Olympic or the Paralympic Games and you think you'll catch your breath, and then it's time for the Head of the Charles. And maybe they're returned to training, maybe they haven't yet, but they come here and celebrate rowing and put it all on the line. And it's so exciting to see so many international crews coming with their 2024 Olympic and Paralympic teammates here, so very exciting. But we've got a lot of action.
Okay, so now we've got a little cluster coming up. Headed right for Cambridge Boat Club is the Cambridge Boat Club boat of Caitlin Trotter and Molly Pierce. They last raced together in 2019 as U23 lightweights, and Caitlin is going on to medical school. Molly works for a wage, and they've just gotten together to do it again, and they are in the pink shirts. Closer to Cambridge and giving them a good push is boat number 19.
Motoring through.
That's from Canada. Rebecca Dockery and Tess Fryer. And their varsity members of the Trent University crew, and they won the Dad Vale last year. 14 is the dark hull,
BU.
and that is the BU women. They are BU women's current lightweight double, followed in this white hull, boat number 13, unaffiliated Sophie Stanford and Hadley McCormick.
Well, they're rowing under Vineyard Vines, one of our sponsors, so that's kind of exciting. Vineyard Vines has taken to the water for this regatta. That is very, very cool.
Yeah, wonderful. Great job. And now coming up with white blades, boat number 18 from the TRC, Texas Rowing Center in Austin, Texas, is Louise Kuster and Megan Urbanik, and they're members of a winning quad at Masters Nationals this year. And they're now here, and they say they are a lightweight double, but I think they're all mixed. And here they are, racing down from TRC, which is a great place to row from, unbelievably friendly. And boat number 20, White Hull, is Narragansett Boat Club from Providence. That's Libby Meyer and Peyton De La Cruz. And they met in sculling class in the spring of 2023, and this is their first competitive outing. Nice job. Okay. In the red hull, MIT, Kristen DeConza and Avery Reicher-Kraft from MIT. Well, I'm suspecting lightweight doubles. MIT's got a great lightweight women's program, and lightweight women collegiately have doubles. And they're followed with the BU Blades by boat number 22, which is DeWolf, which is the rowing club of BU. Marcy Rickman and Delaney Bernier, 22 and 23 years old, probably recent BU graduates. Okay, we should have one left. Oh, two left. Okay, coming around the corner now from Capital Rowing Club in Washington, D.C. is Sarah Baratek and Sophie Wink. And they're both from Maine. One is a graduate of Santa Clara University and practicing in Yarmouth, Maine. And the other is a rowed for Catholic University. So it's a mixed group, but they're Mainers, so they know all about the water. Let's have a great row. Okay, and one more crew in this event. It's making its way upstream. Yeah, well, they learned in lifeboats, so life-saving vessels.
Good thing your mic is still on.
All right, and finishing up in this women's championship double is boat number 17 from the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy at Kings Point. Catherine Wahab and Kara Larudis, ages 20 and 21. The Federal Service Academy, remember, their rowing program started in life-saving vessels. So this is definitely for them a step up and a different challenge. And they're doing a great job finding their way down the course and off to the finish line. Terrific. So that ends the women's championship double, and we are now into soon, starting at 2:12, so very soon actually, the men's champ singles, the Lawrence Curtis Trophy Course record was set last year by Soren Kozik. Oh, yeah. Well, they have to go around Noel to get back here.
Did you?
Yeah, so we all do. 22 competitors this event. Last year, Soren won, followed by Tom McIntosh, who represented New Zealand in the Olympics, and by Elliot Finn Putnam, who was third, who is a CBC member. This year, we've changed around the order, and the first boat to start will be Philip Doyle. Philip was part of the Irish double that won a bronze medal in the Paris Olympics. It's his first race in the head. He'll be followed by Jonas Juul, who's a 24 Norwegian Olympian from the quad, and then from Skibbereen, Paul O'Donnell, one of the most successful oarsmen of all, O'Donovan, one of the most successful oarsmen of all time, gold medal in Tokyo and in Paris in the double. All right, and Ellen, this is going to be fun. And we get a little headline ahead of the bridge here because we can see these crews coming around. Okay, sorry. And so we're seeing some action here. We're getting the binoculars on to see how this is going.
Bow number one is in the white jersey. Bow number 2 is red going wide.
Okay, in the white jersey coming towards you, bow number 1. That's again Philip Doyle, Paris Olympian in the double. Very strong guy. Also Tokyo Olympian, disappointing results. And he looks actually like he's pushing out a bit now from bow number. Is that bow number?
In the red jersey is bow number 2.
Bow number 2 is in the red jersey. That's our Norwegian Jonas Juul, 24 Olympian. And bow number 4 with the Cambridge Focal Bez is from Andalusia, Seville. It's Julian Garder Ordonez, member of the Spanish national team. He is cutting up the rug here. He's rowing high. He's rowing push. 750 meters more. Take them all down. And here's another bow number 1. How did we get that wrong? But you told me. I don't know. I think I'm back. Apologies. Bow number 1 was the last man through, Phil Doyle. I think we must have seen Paul O'Donovan in that crowd. But I don't know. And so here we've seen the Spaniard. Okay, now we have boat number 5. So here also from Skibbereen is Fintan McCarthy. 6. This is boat number 6. This is Finn Putnam, not from Skibbereen, from Boston, Massachusetts, rowing out of Belmont Hill. And right behind him, pushing hard, is Andy LaRue, who's rowing for Boston Rowing Federation, near miss on the Olympic team this year. Andy LaRue is pushing him very hard. Boat number 10 in the yellow, doing a nice job with USA Blades. That's Sam Melvin from New York AC, lightweight single.
Green Racing.
And behind him is boat number 9, Green Racing Project, Cooper Tupperman, and the red hull was Riverside, Will Decker, doing very well. Okay, and now we have boat number 9, Riverside, William Drecker. Okay. Whew. Too many. I got too excited. Too many people coming by in quick order. So we're going to have some more action coming up. Passing going on back here. You can see maybe the white blades and the yellow hull pretty close to the buoy line, doing a beautiful job.
Yellow hull is 16.
That's boat number 16. That is well down in the starting order. But that is Finn Hamill from Waikato, New Zealand. Finn won a silver in the lightweight men's single, the U23 World Championships in 2023. He is a world champion in the coastal rowing. And he is set a course record that will never be challenged at the Housatonic last weekend. And behind him, boat number 12 is from Three Rivers, Zachary Petronic, third at one point. And 14 in the blue hull is from GB, Cameron Buchan, I believe. He's the founder and CEO of the M Squad. 11 in the white hole from Riverside is Ashton Knight, ooey-oo. And 15 in the blue hole, also from Skib, is Fintan's brother, Jake McCarthy, who's been on the international scene for years, rowing with his brother often in the lightweight double. Yeah, when they come packed. Can you see where Paul O'Donovan is? I know, can you see where he is in results?
And out in front right now is bow number 20. This is Cornelius Palsma from the Fontainebleau Rowing Association from France. Raced the World Cup in Poznan, a lightweight double. Doing a great job here on the Charles, leading this next pack.
Yeah, and so we have here in the white hull, boat number 13, and that is from Long Beach, Nathan Damas. He's rowing out of Long Beach and rowed in the World University Games most recently at 19, pushing hard. Dark hull is from Upper Valley Rowing, Luke Ryan. Very calm guy. And 21 with the red blades is from Maritime Rowing in East Norwalk, Connecticut, which is a great program. J.C. Sanzoni, who is a longtime member of the Northeastern crew, now sculling.
Now, bow number 18, closest to Cambridge Boat Club, is the Seattle Scullers, Maxwell Hyde. He's right next to bow
22, who is from Craftsbury, Caleb Nolenberger, who's from the Midwest, went to the University of Michigan, and is now testing his skills as a sculler. And has had a nice job. Obviously having a very good regatta. We did him. He's winning. Okay, and now two more. Okay. We need lightweight singles. Men's lightweight singles coming right up. Bow number 1 from White Marsh Boat Club, Justin Schmidt, and coached by Michael Hall. And nice looking boat, nice color there. Good distance on this.
And a nice gap on the field. But you know, this is one of the longest held course records. It was set by Paul Fuchs back in 1984. I think this is the only course record that has yet to be broken. 1984, set back in the day by the great Paul Fuchs.
40 years ago.
So let's get it done today. Let's hope we see that
maybe
record
you can
fall.
do that. Okay, bow number 2 in the white hull from Row House, Miami, Rodrigo Silva Urbana, top 4 men's single last year. Now boat 4 behind him with the stripes from Riverside, Chris Crawley, 3rd in the lightweight singles at the U.S. Rowing Trials. In the dark hull from Seattle Scullers, Perry Alex, who was 5th last year in the head, is moving on and there's put on a big gap to those behind him. And we've got a report, you may have it on your phones. The Spaniard won. The New Zealander, that former lightweight New Zealander, Hamill, who crushed the head of the Housatonic. Looks like he's just crushed the head of the Charles to boot. Okay, now swinging wide on this turn in the white shirt, white blades from Narragansett Boat Club. On the Seacont River is Elias Diabez, a former Temple University lightweight rower, graduated in 2023. Now living in Providence and training there. Welcome to the Charles. Yeah, you can't even, Well, he's not on a course.
is coming up next.
Okay, in the red shirt. In the red shirt from Ottawa, Canada, is Brendan Edge. He is the Ontario University Association bronze medalist from 2023. And who's Ellen on the inside here? Is that boat number 8, closest to us? From Undine Boat Club in Philadelphia, David Joyner. Used to row for George Mason University. And then in the stripes from Riverside, he's passed a few people. That's Sean Richardson. 6 in the lightweight double last year. In the Pan Am Games, too. He rode in the Pan Am Games as the lightweight double and in the 8. Okay, with the red hull from Canada, North Star Rowing Club is Brescian Hagen Deschamps. Started rowing at 11 o'clock. Oh, and there's...
The crowd is cheering for Tyler Gillette, rowing unaffiliated, a recent grad of Trinity College and winner of the 2023 Head of the Riverfront and
All
Head
right.
of the Fish, where they have those great trophies.
And he's got some friends, which is awesome. Okay, and boat number 6 here is unaffiliated Xavier Viana, who rowed in the Basque Country for 8 years, but is now rowing out of MIT, so sort of homegrown at this point. And with the Riverside Blades is Stefan Suarez Barea, who's being coached. Has written to us as his bio about where to get a good dinner in Boston, but we're going to skip that. He's going to enjoy it himself. Boat number 9 from Riverside. I don't think so. But okay, we think that is it for this event. So while we rest and catch our breath for what is next, which is the Women's Championship Single, that is the Cambridge Boat Club Plate. The course record stems from 2013. That's Kate Burko, 1813. Last year's winner, Michelle Sescher, who represented the United States in the Olympics in the lightweight women's double, will return as boat number 1. Boat number 2 will be Emma Twigg, who's one of the great oarswomen of all time, certainly to be in the Hall of Fame. Gold in Tokyo, silver in Paris. And then last year's third, Emily Caulfield, rode in the Olympics and is off for the year. So, and I think actually who we're seeing now is a last member of this event.
No, wait.
We need a red shirt. Is that a 12?
Yeah, that's
okay, this is our final entry in the lightweight single, rowing right along from Leander Boat Club in Hamilton, Ontario, Wilhelm Falanen Blecker, who rows for McMaster University in his 4th year, heading up the course, the way to get calm water and no crowd is to just be between events here, having a lovely row. All right, 750 meters to go. Go for it. Okay. Now we'll see soon the women's single and maybe a word from our sponsors.
All right, we'd like to thank Concept 2. I mean, you really can't be a rower without Concept 2 anyway, but the Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. You can stop by their booth down at Falls if you haven't got enough training in yet and take a few pulls and check out. They've got a new erg being released. First time ever at the Head of the Charles. I hear it can guarantee you a PR on your 2K.
Whoa! Wow, that is totally... Ellen, have you seen the new erg? You being a coach and in the forefront?
I haven't seen any erg in a long time, Greg. So let's be real.
Wow, that's really exciting. Have you seen it?
I saw.
Oh, you were supposed to be getting down numbers?
Oh, it's not a rowing machine.
Oh, is it like that dynamic thing they used to have? That's
It's the dynamic leg
Or
press.
are they making like their own?
They used to have
Oh,
it.
I thought that's not new. It's not.
Maybe they've rebranded it. Okay, and I'd like to put a word in for Connect to Dock, because the only way we get everybody on the water here is to have docks upstream and downstream for the visiting cruise. And Connect to Dock is the leading choice for rowing docks across North America. We actually use them up at Belmont Hill, Windsor, and they're highly durable, very useful, and they give a lot of stability and performance. So if you're thinking about a dock on your lake or shorefront for things other than rowing, go visit Connect to Dock. See what they've got for you. It'll be worth your time.
All right, I think we've got one more sponsor announcement we can make. Big thank you to the Department of Conservation and Recreation, the DCR. They manage all of the parkland that today's races take place in. The Head of the Charles has been in partnership with the DCR since 1965, and we could not pull off the race without the incredible support we receive from their organization and their staff. Thank you, DCR. I'd also like to thank Gentle Giant, the moving company and official logistics partner of the Head of the Charles. They are the force behind Regatta operations, transporting in each year tens and thousands of pounds of gear, including this great Vineyard Vines gear. You like how I worked in a double sponsor blurb? Yeah, there we go. Gentle Giant currently hiring also. Well, that's great. So if you need a job and you like lifting things and putting them down, Gentle Giant's your place. Check them out.
Okay, so while we wait, here are the results from men's champion doubles. You remember we mentioned the Sinkoviches who held the course record. Oh, man. What did we say the course record was? I don't know if this is a new record or not. The Sinkoviches won again by 24 seconds over the Italians in that great race. And third was the composite boat from Oxford Brookes and Ghent University, and followed by the other brothers from Croatia. So that's how it went. Croatia, Italy, Belgium, and then Croatia again. And here we go, Ellen. We've got a race coming up. And look who we see with a big-time lead, stretching it out. Bow number one, Michelle Sescher, twice Olympian, lightweight oarswoman extraordinaire, returning champion to the Head, thinking she might just want to take another plate home with her tonight. She's got nice lead, stretch it out, Michelle, 750 to go, and behind her, putting on some pressure, Cara Kohler, three-time Olympian, twice in the single. This year in Paris in the finals, steering a nice line. and have put herself ahead of the silver medalist, Emma Twigg. Kara Kohler going for it and thinking now about, come on, Kara, let's think now about Michelle. Take the next step. And here we have Emma Twigg, really one of the heroines of rowing, world coastal champion, 5-time Olympian, spokesman for many people, and Toyota.
And bout number 4, right behind her, is Teal Cohen.
All right, Teal Cohen, one of my favorites from the U.S. team in the quad this year, formerly the University of Washington, gamely switched to sculling and putting pressure on Emma Twigg. Okay, bower number 5, closest to us. Another incredibly famous oarswoman. This is Imogen Grant, world record holder in the lightweight single and gold medalist in the double. In fact, undefeated in the lightweight double over the last quadrennial. Also stroke of Cambridge. Did it all while she was getting her doctor's degree. Now practicing medicine. And Grace Joyce from Craftsbury pressing the great Imogen Grant. Grace Joyce out of our quad this summer. And she is preparing already for LA. And boat number 9 behind her is from Orion, Savannah Breha, one of Orion's great oarswomen.
But on the buoy line is Maggie Fellows.
And
from the
Maggie
Cambridge Boat
Fellows
Club.
holding the line, knowing that this is her location. She knows what she's doing. And having a great battle in boat number 7 here, the white hull, is Alina Hagstrom, who is an alternate to the women's team this year in Paris and is also preparing for a run at LA. Go, Alina. Katie Clark. Okay, the White Blades, boat number 13, is from NTC, which is in Victoria, National Training Center for Canada. In Victoria is Katie Clark, who was the winner this summer in the quad at Henley, now preparing for bigger things. And boat 12, Cicely Madden from Cambridge Boat Club, right on the line, rowing high, rowing well. Let's go, Sis! And then we have boat number 14 behind her, and that is Mary Nabel, Mary Jones Nabel, going after her clubmate Cicely, holding the line, another lightweight, having a good row. And boat 10, and this beautiful Lauren O'Connell from Orion with a beautiful paint job, Lauren, on that boat. Lauren also in the women's quad for the U.S. this summer. And boat number 15, another Orion, Hannah Painter, who raced sweep at the Pan Am Games and at the Henley Royal Regatta this summer. Whoa, that's really...
This is 11, Riverside.
Okay, now with the blue hull, the Riverside Stripes is from Riverside, Natasha Hurt, who is captain of the MIT Lightweight Women, and head of the Charles winner in the Lightweight 4 in 2021. Still rowing. And also from Riverside, oh no, not Riverside, excuse me, Orion, lookalike blades, Lauren Miller. And Laura Miller raced in the Pan Am Games last year in the sweep events. Now back sculling as they are more comfortable in Orion, sculling and bike riding.
Bow 21 is on the buoy line.
On the buoy line, bow 21, the white hull from Montreal is Elise Bryan, who is just started rowing really, and bow 16, Pan C in the dark hull, and then closest to us, very close to us, bow number 19 is Hannah Heldeville, and she is from Anywhere USA. She's rowing with Orion last year.
And bow number 18 now entering the Elliott Bridge. That's the San Diego Rowing Club sculler, Alexandria Martinson.
And now bow number 22, who was the last one to start from the California Yacht Club, Teresa Rocos. And what do we think, Ellen? Yeah. And we think that is... Yep, we saw her. So yeah, that is the women's champ single. It'll be followed quite quickly by the women's lightweight single event which has 12 competitors in it. But those, Elder, were quite bunched up.
I got the Greek chorus out here. I know, isn't that great? Smelly, but good. You want
Yeah.
to check some results?
Oh, yeah. Let me do that while you do it.
All right, we'll do a quick thank you to we're going to thank our volunteers. This regatta, it could not happen without our sponsors, but it definitely wouldn't happen without our volunteers. The head of the Charles Regatta extends a huge thank you to our 2,400 dedicated volunteers. Tireless efforts and support are the backbone of this incredible event. Early morning and late nights, I know I've had a few myself. This regatta simply would not happen without that kind of commitment. So to all the volunteers, you'll see them around in the gear, the vests and jackets. So thank you for making this event such a success. And thank you to the weather gods.
Okay, so quickly, men's results, St. Champ single from Wakado, that was Finn Hamill, followed by Julian Ordonez from Seville, followed by Paul O'Donovan from Skibbereen. And now we have the women's lightweight single, and in the stripes, bower number 4, Liz Martin. Liz Martin, wonderful human being, has raced at World Cup level, has raced at the Pan Am Games, continues to train, and works hard in a lab in Kendall Square, and she is pushed her way back, bower number 4, leading through the bridge, followed by bower number 2, and that is Alex Morse, and we have no more detail other than it's New York AC. And Ellen, this is quite unusual to have this kind of spacing and be led by bower number 4.
Yeah, it's really incredible, especially in the lightweight event where everyone is sort of equally sized, and generally you have to kind of win on your technique. You're not really going to outpower the field, but clearly there's been then a huge change at the top of the field. So we'll have to wait and see what the results say to find out what really happened.
Yeah, exactly. And now we have bower number 1. Is that, am I right, or 3? This is bower number 3 from Narragansett Boat Club. Allison Arndt, 3 years at Ithaca College and appeared in 4 NC2A championships. And has done a lot of rowing and is rowing very nicely here as she heads down the course with a nice line. And behind her with the Riverside stripes, bower number 5, Casey Shashadi, former Princeton lightweight for 4 years. Double in a championship in the double, doing very well. Bower number 9 behind her from Vesper. This is Mary Wilson, a graduate from Duke in 2016, was a Pan Am silver medalist with Liz Martin, who you saw earlier in the day, earlier in this race.
And bow number 9 and bow number 10 had a little gathering there just on the buoy line. Sorry, bow number 8 and 10, but they're both come away nice and clean here. Bow number 10 in the orange hull. That is the Canadian crew from North Star. Julia Mills.
Yeah, from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. And bow number 8
is Katrina Mielbrot, White Marsh Boat Club,
who started rowing in Auckland, New Zealand, and competed then in the University of Toronto. So really quite a
say
varied
good things
background.
because her mom is right behind us on the announcing booth.
Okay, and now we have bow number 6, and that's from Oklahoma City, Lucy Oney, who is bow person of the IRA bronze medal lightweight women's double. And so now at OK City, rowing on that lovely canal and bearing with the weather. Great job. Bow 12 coming up from Milwaukee, the Milwaukee Boat Club. Grace D'Souza, 2022 National Lightweight Quad. Lots of rowing experience. And behind her, bow number 7 in the light blue is Emily McComb, who began rowing in high school in 2007. She's from Dallas, Texas, where they have a lot of sculling in quads at the high school level. Nice job, Emily. Okay, we have one last competitor in this event. Ellen, you never saw Riona, right? That's okay. And now we see. Who is this coming up? This is the Vesper, right? Okay, this is bow number 11 from Vesper Boat Club. Charlotte Bentrim. She won the great high school racing, Stotesbury, years ago. Not that long ago. She's only 20 years old. And was an indoor rowing national champion in 2023 on the erg. Well, that is impressive. And now she's taking to the single, and yeah, that's it. Keep it going. Keep it going, Charlotte. 750 meters to go. All right, and we think that's it. Mary,
what did you say? Mixed doubles? What? Oh, director's challenge. Oh boy.
oh yeah, we get it. These are tough. Am I off?
You are now. Yeah, up next are the Director's Challenge mixed doubles, and it's also a challenge for us in the announcing station because this field is full of current and former Olympians and club rowers, so we don't always know what we get, and in fact their bios are not often filled out until the very last minute, if at all. So we're going to do our best to call out what should be some very exciting racing in the Director's Challenge mixed doubles, but you'll have to forgive us as we wing it a little bit if the bios aren't filled out, but it's got an exciting field so far.
The results of that last race. I'm not on. Hello? Hello, I'm on. Okay. More on the Director's Challenge mixed double. This is 45 competitors. Course record 17 minutes, set in 2019. Last year won by Seattle Club. This is in the normal Head of the Charles events. If you finish first, the next year you start first. And on down the line for all the crews that make the qualifying standard, which is typically 25% of the finishers, top 25. In the Director's Challenge, I think, Ellen, it's who pushes the button first to register. There's a mass race. Suddenly, 12 o'clock midnight, you're allowed to register, and everybody pushes that button.
Yeah, it's impossible to get in. It's an exciting race. It's a great addition to the regatta because we've got, as you said, you called them, what did you call them, the Herculean events or the gladiator events? Yeah, we've got the Olympians here, but it's also this Head of the Charles really is for everyone, and this Director's Challenge is going to give you everything from the best in the world to some new people to rowing into the Charles River, so it's going to be very exciting.
We've in our style. That really came out of the rag bin. Okay, so for those lightweight women single scullers, just so you know, it was Liz Martin of Riverside Boat Club who won by a healthy 33% margin over Mary Wilson of Vesper and Alex Morris of New York AC. And Alex Morris is actually the daughter of Cambridge Boat Club member Steve Morris. So there we go. And I've been corrected from the stands. Thank you, Russ Murphy, for being so observant. The Director's Challenge starting order is by lottery. So there's going to be a lot of passing, going to be a lot of stuff going on. And here they come. You'll see them soon. We see this first boat, which has got a very healthy lead.
Well, winners of the lottery or not, it is bow number 1.
Yeah. Well, hold it. This was seeded. Russ Murphy, you're correct. This was seeded because in this boat is Ollie Zeidler, the Olympic gold medal champion in the single, a monster of a man and an incredibly gentle human being, and his wife, I believe, or partner, excuse me, Sofia Minken, who is the top sculler from the Swedish national team. So, just putting it simply, these people know how to row. And apparently they get along well enough to row double together, which is not true of all couples. So, let's go, Ollie and Sophia. Sophia, don't make him do everything. Just steer him and tell him more.
And they've opened up a huge gap. And I just have to say, what a treat for people watching this regatta who may not have had a ticket to get to Paris or to see any of the Olympic finals. They're seeing the best in the world for free at this incredible event. So it really is a treat. We've got the next crew coming around the corner now.
And this is also clearly a seeded crew. This is Antonio Jose Diaz Ramos and Esther Brice Zamora. These are members of the Spanish national team from the women's pair, and I don't know where. But these are also Paris Olympians who obviously know each other well. And being both Spanish, look that they're rowing exactly the same style. Excellent. Look at the leg drive, the horizontal shoulders. This is extremely good rowing. Well done. Ooh. The next boat is taking a creative approach to the Elliott turn.
We can't announce it.
I'm not coaching. Okay. This is boat 4, the boat that's coming for Cambridge Boat Club now, just starting to make their turn, is from the city of Cambridge, England. Christopher Ware and Kate Ware. They were medalists in the British Masters Championships and top 10 last year. So they're back. This year they got boat number 4, bow number 4. Beautiful paint job on that hull, too, but nice job to the Wares. And they have passed boat number 3 with the stripes. That's a combination boat from Riverside, Sean Wolf, the great promoter of rowing, and Heather Moon Vogels from Austria. And apparently they rowed in 2005 together. So doing a nice job. Way to go, Sean. Sean has a very characteristic finish, if you look at that. It's okay, and now with the white blades from Station L, which is in Portland, Oregon, Tara Jones and Scott Uberash. And they call their boat the Heckler, and they hope to have more speed this year than last. And this race, by the way, is handicapped by age. So we know the ages, but Ellen, is it appropriate for us to announce on the airways ages?
Well, sure. I mean, it's in the program, so if it's in print, you can say it.
Okay. Not everyone else can see this, but now you'll have a way of handicapping these people because you know their age. And now, boat 6 from the Maine Coast Rowing Association, which is a favorite of ours because they buy our old shells, including the one they're rowing right now. Don Towson and Leslie Kirko, average age 63, and they're married, who fell in love while rowing at the Maritime Rowing Club in Connecticut. Now they've gone straight back onto the Connecticut on the Androscoggin. All right, great, and big gap they've opened up. Whew.
Well, the mixed bag that we said we'd get in this mixed doubles it turned out to be more spread out than I thought. I thought that the entries would be bunched up, several entries coming across at once, but in fact it's much more spread out than maybe some of the events we've seen all day here.
Just wait. We've got 45 chances to bunch them up, so we'll just wait till we'll see what we get.
8 is next.
Okay.
Station L.
So we've got another Station L, Portland, Oregon boat coming up with the red and the blue shirts. That's Phil Vos and Lori Jensen, average age 60. And they've been racing together for 6 years. And this is their 4th appearance in this event. So it's great to have people come across the country for a spin down our blessed river. And boat number 7, which they passed, which Lori and Phil passed, from Dallas, Texas, is Dylan Chen and Maria Esway. Dylan is 28, Maria is 60. They're the coaching staff from the Hockaday School in Dallas.
No, we need 9.
We know them, but we don't see them. Oh, I don't see them. I'm on. Next coming up with the blue shirts is boat number 12. And they are from the Don Rowing Club. Oh, I'm glad Don Rowing is a regular here, but this is the first crew I've seen from the Don Rowing Club. This crew, which unfortunately for us is unnamed and unaged, started running together in 2022. Behind them in the black hull with the... Oh, that's bow number 9. This is the Zeza family, Margarita and Carlo Zeza. Carlo is 88 years old. Margarita is 67 years young. They win a lot in this regatta. Margarita is a former representative of the former Soviet Union.
14 is next.
And 14 from Great Britain in the white hull. From King's Chester is Holly Sutcliffe, 18, and Papaswan, who is 17.
About 15 next.
And 15 behind them in the red hull, MIT grads, Nathan Colgan and Ann Kim, 31 years of age.
13 in the
13, White Hull, Riverside, and Anywhere. Michael Eaton and Maggie Foley, age 28. 16 from Canada, Alvaron Laval, and they are Florians and Newmark Godlier, average age 33, followed by...
New Haven.
Oh, right to the bridge now, the New Haven Rowing Club. Danny Schley and Andrea Shea, average age almost 70.
And bow number 11, right behind them, is Andrea Teese and her partner, Lane Keith, from Otsego Area Rowing in Cooperstown.
And Andrea is a member here as well.
21 next.
21, who's seen some action with that dented bow marker. That's from Mendota. And that's Steele and Kellen, average age 46.
And right near them, right at the bridge, a little contact there. That's the Rocky Mountain crew from Aurora, Colorado.
Having a rocky trip. And 18 from the Middlesex School Alumni Association, Erica Mills and William Mills. They met at Connecticut College, where they captained the rowing teams and married in 2005.
And bow number 24 now entering the Elliott Bridge. That's the Bear Island Aquatic Center from Redwood, California.
Oh,
Aisha Chow.
Aisha Chow, former Olympian, and John Carlson. Aisha represented Trinidad and Tobago in Tokyo and in Rio.
Berkshire Sculling is bow number 20. From Pittsfield, Massachusetts.
And they are kids, 17, 8 years old, probably rowing at the Berkshire School.
22 follows them from the Nereid crew from Rutherford, New Jersey. And 17, the Union Boat Club in the Empacher.
Yeah, and that's Claire and Peter Schnorr, Naval Academy graduates and to-be graduates. And 23 here is from Roe Brevard, which is in Indian Harbor Beach, Florida. Amanda Francis and Bryce Crosley, average age 52. Central Floridians.
Indian River. Union we got, Middlesex, Berkshire.
Yes, we got them.
Mendota, Nereid,
No Duxbury. Okay. All right. Here we go, Ellen. This is the action you were looking forward to.
27.
First boat up, boat number 27. As Independence Rowing Club from Nashua, New Hampshire, Mark Lewis and Aaron Lalamod, average age 53.
30 right behind them.
Followed by 30, Quinsigamond Rowing Club. Oh, Harry Sodergaard and Megan Highland. Harry creates the Ponds Regatta, one of the great regattas of America every year. And they're boat number 30, and their average age is 57.
And 26 now in front of the Cambridge Boat Club. That is the Rose City crew from Portland, Oregon. And right next to them on the buoy line in the orange hull is bow 28. That's the New Haven crew from Oxford, Connecticut.
Average age 54. And 29, Whitehall Orange, is Greater Columbus, Ohio. That's John King and Lori Gunzelman, average age 57. And 31 as a Dutch crew. I'm not even going to pronounce it, but it's France and Megan, and their average age is 58. And 25, Whitehall is Duxbury Bay Maritime School. Benoit and Bridget Collins, average age 52 and a half. This is really good for my math skills. Wash you. Okay, now we have one of those Southeast Expressway gaps here.
Yeah, we're only about halfway through the field, so we had a long stretch and then some crews crowded, but nobody really having contact there. So the mixed
contact with the bridge.
That's right. Mixed doubles are always a mixed bag, but so far so good. Everyone's, the conditions are really great. These corners on the race course are much more difficult than you could imagine just by watching it. So the fact that we have no wind is just allowing the rowers and the coxswains for the cox boats to be able to steer the course as they wish. Oftentimes you come around the bend and get hit with a headwind or a crosswind, and it really can foul up your steering. So far the conditions are not only pleasant for spectators, but they're great for the rowers and coxswains and steering in general. And we won't call it yet, but it looks like there will be a tight pack of 3 doubles as we come around. You have to be careful. You want to be as close to the buoy line as possible without crossing the buoy line, because as many of you know, it's a bit of a penalty. So you have to sort of weigh the odds and make the decision every single stroke on a corner that also includes a bridge.
Okay, so briefly, as they come into the dock, I'd like to announce the winner of the women's single is again Michelle Sesher, just coming into the dock now. Let's get a hand for her from the bridge and from CBC. And she was followed by Kara Kohler, and then Savannah Breha of Orion. So it's fabulous. And now we're back to racing in the Bow 35. Palmer Racing from Newton, Massachusetts. Sky Palmer and Henry, a 10-year-old in the bow seat. That is just totally awesome, Sky. And then boat 32 over here in orange from Washington University. Charles Chagrin and Megan Hanlon, age 50 plus. 34 in the Whitehall and the Riverside Stripes is from Great Britain. Stockton-on-Tees is Elizabeth and Stephen Bochok, age 61. Now, 42 is in the gray hull towards Cambridge. And turn the page for that. Is from Narragansett, Alan Bubstead and Elizabeth Guy, 64 years old. They're doing very well. I missed. I think it was 33. 33 with the blue and red stripes. That's Greater Dayton, Ohio, and Brian White. And then 43, looking good here, going through the bridge right now. That's Seattle College Club, average age 65. Woo! And 40, I think, in the red hull is Rocky Mountain, average age 65.
Going through Elliott is 36.
And now just dropping through the bridge, hull number 36. Unaffiliated David Wick and Christina Peterson, average age 67.
45 is next.
Okay, Whitehall, 45 on the inside. That's from Cambridge Boat Club, Dan Chernoff and his wife, Lorraine Skibbo. All right, Dan and Lorraine, looking good. This is Dan's second race of the regatta, probably Lorraine's second race as well. Ooh. 44, clipping those buoys beautifully from Annapolis Rowing Club. is Carolyn Voorhees and Terrence Smith, average age 66. So they're coming around now. You can see them from the bridge with the white blades and the dark hull. Okay, so they're gone. Yes, I apologize. We didn't see this crew because we're blocked a little here. But you've got bow number 37 in the bright yellow orangey shirts coming in. This is Berkshire Sculling. 30 Humphrey and Linda Dool, average age 68. They're very excited to be here on the Charles, and we like having them. So they're fighting their way down the course. And then right on the course is Malcolm Geffner and his young bride, Kathleen Kirk. Average age of the two is about 75. And they've got a long history rowing here at Cambridge now. They're more into sailing at Newport, but they've come back to the Charles to grace us with their presence. And behind them, also with the Cambridge Blades, is bow number 39. That's Tom Kohler and Mary Jo Meisner, average age 73. And they are out here every morning together, always cheerful, always willing to help out. It's great to see them on the river.
Yeah, we think we have one or two remaining crews to come by in the Director's Challenge mixed doubles, but I'll see if Greg has any results yet. Well, I'm pretty sure we do have some more crews here, but we'll take a moment in the middle of this event to thank the Hyatt Regency Boston Cambridge. They are the official hotel of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They have views of the Boston skyline and lovely places to stroll along the Charles River. So you can immerse yourself in New England charm, is what they call it, Greg. New England charm during your stay at the Hyatt Regency Boston Cambridge. Visit the nearby tech hub of MIT in Kendall Square, as well as Harvard University, where you can embrace the best of Beantown.
well. And their average age is, I'd say, like around 50. So they're going to get some. Oh, never mind. We have the average calculated. Average age is 47. So they're going to get some help over some of the faster crews, doing very well. Behind them, boat 2, which is a mixed crew of lots, is none other than Mike Tada, fabulous guy, CB Sandspoor, Mitzi Mitz, and John Tunnicliffe. These guys are all good. Average age 63, rowing quite well.
Bow number 5 now is an all-in-the-family crew. This is a San Diego Rowing Club crew, all in the family. The Bolitho family, Olivia, Colette, Glenn, and Catherine, a full family of scullers. Finally roping in Mom, which is Colette, who is a novice sculler, making her first trip down the course. So well done, San Diego. Go, family Bolitho.
Oh, and go Mom, too. Yeah, that looks great. Okay, boat number 8, am I seeing?
Yes, 8.
With some nice headgear, which I like to see. Boat number 8 from CRI, mixed group of folks, average age 44, having a very good row, and then boat 12 behind them in the pink from New Haven and Oxford, New Haven Rowing Club, average age 51, and then here's a CBC Blades anyway, bow number 10 from Great Britain. This is Mortlake Rowing Club, Nottinghamshire, Quinton. This is a mixed boat from Britain. That's all I can say. Average age 49. Very nice rowing.
11.
And bow number 11 there from Nashville, Tennessee, music capital of the world. And very nice headgear with those swans in the boat. I love that.
9, Asheville, North Carolina.
From Asheville. Great to have you here after all the hurricane damage from Asheville. Going under the bridge now, Asheville Rowing Club, average age 57. 13 here in the blue shirts. Upper Valley Rowing.
That's Karen Reynolds, Will Purdy.
Oh, yeah, these Karen Reynolds, Bill Purdy, Beatrice Crocker, and Peter Kermond. All great fun people who love to row, love to cross-country ski, and
Some former lightweight national team members in that crew.
well, and Bill Purdy, Olympic team. Okay, and now close to the buoys, very professional in the green hull, is bow number 15 from Bainbridge Island near Seattle, Washington. Average age 49. Rowing together for the first time at the head and having a nice row. And we have a crew sneaking up on us here. Bow number 16 from OKC Riversport and Sarasota County. So these are two centers of rowing. And they are average age 55, and they've done well in this regatta here before. And they're just making some adjustments.
And they're
A lot of discussion within the boat.
14.
Okay, bow number 14 here in the bar of the Ribsheart is Rocky Mountain Rowing Club. They haven't given us our average age, but Mark is 72. And they're two 55-year-olds, so they're not kids out here, and having a good row. Okay, coming up here now with white blades. From Maguntacook in Camden, Maine, Meredith Currier, Marnie Reed, Evan Walders, and Hugh Brock, average age 51. That's bow number 18. I got confused as well by this as this coming in. And then behind 18, in the light blue shirts,
17.
it's 17. And there's another Chinese boat from Zhejiang in the Guangdong province, average age 43. This is the main crew of their club. And I'm quoting, "It will be an honor for us to be part of the Director's Challenge."
Lots of action on the buoy line
So
over there,
here
though.
they are from Guangdong in China. Welcome all.
Bow 22 has just emerged from a little bit of action on the buoy line, but bow number 22.
Bow number 22, Cambridge Boat Club. Rowing for Cambridge Boat Club. The bowman, Julian Bahrain, is a Olympian both from Paris and from Canada
And it's
in the quad.
And the Cambridge crew is pressing them. Bow number 25, pressuring them. That is
Yes.
Kate Boyd, Christine Collins, Nick Copley.
And a
they had-
substitute in for Tim Fulham, a mystery Danish rower. And here we have bow number 19. Watupa. This is a great program down in Fall River. It is a community program specializing on the underprivileged youth. It's got some parallels there to other community programs. And this is the first Watupa boat we've seen in the Charles, average age 68.
Yeah, this is Ravana.
And bow number 20, Ravana, average age 55. So great to have you. Ravana is Charlottesville, Virginia, home of UVA. And 23, bow number 23, PCRA, Pelham Community Rowing Association. Thank you, another community rowing. And this is father and son down the Charles with two other females, obviously. Great job.
We have two red crews approaching the buoy line here. This looks like Community Rowing Blades. It's bow number 21, closest to the buoy line. And bow number 24, just wide there, but I think they may both be from Community.
Yes, they are. They're both from Community Rowing, and unfortunately we do not have access to their names or their ages or their laurels.
But
here they are. They've spent a lot of time rowing with each other in the morning, and now they're going down the course together.
Go CRI. It's got one of the largest clubs in the United States. home to a great number of programs for youth and masters and folks with disabilities, military veterans, you name it, community rowing can do it.
And knock those off, sweet. Oh, no. Yeah, we saw them. That's the Fulham boat. We saw them. We saw them. Yeah, we did. No, we saw them. I announced them. That is the end of the Director's Challenge. Only 25 boats.
Hey,
totally amazing.
either you're getting better or it wasn't such a challenge after all.
Okay, now we have a exhibition race coming up starting at 3:26, so it's underway, and I'm now being coached and reading. This is the Survivor Row. It's exhibition, and it's a partnership between the Head of the Charles and the Survivor Rowing Network to host, and it's Survivors Rowing Network helps survivors of cancer build strength, rediscover the joy of movement, and become part of an empowering team. Rowing is helping these cancer survivors heal on and off the water. As you know, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and exciting to see 11 eights come down the course, all filled with cancer survivors. Included in this race are 9 boats from the United States, 1 from France, and 1 from Italy. One of the U.S. boats is a composite boat representing 5 programs. 2 boats, Rosa Remo from Rome and Crew 309 from Peoria, are being hosted by MIT coach Holly Metcalf. And she started the Survivor a Week in Row Boston many years ago in Boston. So, 80% of the athletes today have not competed in the Head of the Charles, and many of this is their first race. So, this is a big day for them. And anybody interested in beginning a Survivor Row, you people from Ontario, from Cleveland, wherever, please let us know.
Yeah, so this next event, if you cheer for anyone up and down the river today, let's make sure we cheer for every member of this very, very special event. They had a breakfast on Friday, I believe. I missed that because I was doing other things like trying to row. But it's really great how that network has grown because it means so much to so many people, and how the Head of the Charles has embraced that network and created this really special event, the Survivor Row exhibition event. There are going to be 11 competitors here, and I really want to hear it from the Elliott Bridge when they come by. Or now. Now is good. I like that now. I'm glad to know you're in. Okay. Now we got something to work with.
Go for it. I can handle it. Yeah, I'm going on. Okay, just some results from the Director's Challenge Mixed Quad. The winner was bow number 7 from Lake Washington, and followed by New Haven Rowing Club, bow number 12. And then the Arctic Challenge, bow number 4, and then Potomac, which started 1. And then the very good-looking crew from Yarmouth was bow number 2, was 5th. Those are early times, maybe not corrected by age, so we'll hold on that, but it gives you a hint of what's been happening. Okay, anybody around ever had Rainstorm energy drink? Rainstorm is an exclusive energy product sponsor of the Head of the Charles and invites you to experience their 2-story interactive trailer at the Weld exhibition. Wow, 2-story trailer. Grab an ice-cold Rainstorm on the house and take in some of the best views on the Charles. Or swing by the Rowing Fitness Expo to recharge at Rainstorm's second location. Rainstorm has the clean energy, immunity, support, zero sugar you get to live through a better weekend.
Well, I'm sure it's a great
thank
drink,
you.
but I don't like that we have to say rainstorm so often. I mean, the weather has been just fantastic. I don't want it to be like Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Can't say it too often, so let's keep the weather gods on our side.
All right. And while we're here, I know the other guys earlier today gave a nod to Rivian. Rivian is a sponsor of Head Charles. You know, they're electric vehicles that look like vehicles, actually hold things in them. And they're really coming on as a company. My daughter was asked to drive around in a Rivian yesterday. And, she is a small car, gasoline-powered car person, but she had a great day. And so, if you're thinking about a new car and you want to break out a little, think about the Rivian and go visit them now. You can take it for a test drive.
Yeah, I thought that was one of our volunteer cars parked at the Cambridge Boat Club, but maybe it was from Rivian themselves. I love those trucks. Maybe I'll own one in the future. Could win one here, maybe. But no, it's great to have them on board as a sponsor, and great to see them becoming more and more popular so that we can do a bit better for the environment.
Yeah. And then no one can say enough about Teddy's peanut butter, and everybody can go out and buy Teddy's. It's well distributed. It's all natural. The family that owns it is the Cambridge Boat Club family. They've been super supportive all the time. It's a perfect fuel for rowers and athletes of all type. I mean, nothing really is better than peanut butter. And if you're worried about allergies in your young children, give them just a little bit of peanut butter, so that they get used to the idea. Then no problem. That's the advice from Dr. Stone.
Unofficial advice. Please don't take it at face value. Please check with your pediatrician.
Thank you. Okay. Finally, some action.
Yeah, we're going to put both mics on for this because there are going to be a lot of great things we can say here. We have the beginning. This is the first crew we're seeing from this event. The Survivor row is going to be bow number 2. Bow number 2 in these awesome bright pink jerseys and pink hats and sort of aqua colored blades. I'm not even sure if that's green or blue, but I like it. It's great.
With the blade color, I thought this was an Italian boat because it's so stylish. But no, it's the White March Boat Club from Conshohocken, upstream on the Schuylkill. And what Weekend Row Philly was organized in 2018 specifically for breast cancer survivors. And so this is an all-women's crew, all breast cancer survivors. Probably none of them have spent years rowing, but they're now healthy and rowing again, and it is great to see you here.
Doing a great job, and look at that support from Elliott Bridge. We're with you 100% of the way.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, now here with the purple, the pink hats, bow number 1. It is Rosarimo ASD from Rome. And so this is an Italian. Rosamero is the first club in Italy that is doing rehab for breast cancer survivors. Simona in the stroke seat is the president, and Katia in the 2 seat is vice president. Each of them have participated in fundraising to get here and to show what they're doing. Fabulous, fabulous rowing.
Yes, and great job from that coxswain also, cheering them on, urging them through. It's not too far from the finish line. You've got this.
Okay, here we have bow 3 of this great event. This is Survivor Rowing Network from Wilton, Connecticut. Average age 60, and this is a collaborative boat composed of survivor rowers from 5 different programs, including Cortland Community, Sasquatch Scullers, ROAR, which is Row for Active Recovery, in Belmont, North Carolina, Cape Fear Rowing Club, and River City in Sacramento. All these women are cancer survivors, cancer breast survivors, actually. Well done. Really well done.
And we've got an exciting parade of crews and colors coming up along the buoy line. We've got 5 crews approaching. We'll do our best to give you info on each one. The first one of that group is bow number 6.
Bow number 6 is from France, Circle Avron Lyon in Lyon. And this French team is where the program Rowing for Health started in 2017. These women have not rowed for more than 4 months. These are real novices, all part of the recovery. But they all won a survival race at the Indoor Rowing Championship. So they've been in indoor rowing and they've done coastal rowing.
And they're doing a great job today. Right behind them in the pink hull with the pink jerseys.
Pink hull.
Bow 8.
Bow 8 in the pink hull is from Saugatuck, Connecticut. This is a community-supported group, and they are very flashy. Bow 7
Recovery on Water.
is Recovery on Water, Chicago, Illinois. And bow 4 in the green is from Upper Valley Rowing. And this has men on board. These are Upper Valley survivors, men and women, average age 60. Bow number 9 with the pink shirts and the blue hull is We Can Row in Washington, D.C. Must be a typo. It says it was founded next year. Average age is between 51 and 71.
Bow number 10 is the crew from Peoria, Illinois. This is crew 309.
Which is made up of over 70 breast cancer survivors and previvors. Most are new to rowing. And behind in the white hull, bow number 5, is from Pittsford, New York, Nadies Oncology. And it's based in Rochester, New York, and is celebrating 15 years of serving the physical and emotional needs of all cancer survivors. Wow.
And they've all done a great job. It's just so exciting to see the international community come out for this event. Really exciting. What a great day for rowing for them. They've got the course all to themselves, which is great. Makes it easier for the coxswains. They had a little bit of close contact there by the buoy line, but everybody's fine. And right now, in bow number 11, we have the We Can Row Boston crew from Cambridge, Massachusetts. This would be one of the flagship and original programs started by Holly Metcalf. This is Christine Goslin, Rosemary Mazzoni, Deborah Smith, Catherine Baker, Christine Kosman, Sherry Levine, Leslie Brunetta, and Susan Jacobs. Let's give it up for the founder and her crew, Holly Metcalf. This program started in 2002, and look where it's grown. Must be so pleased to have such a strong group of women and men out on the water today. Well rowed, We Can Row.
Nice job. That was good.
Yeah, that was a great event. We're just noting how well they were organized at the start line to come through. Only a couple of gaps and only a couple of crowded spots, but what a great day! And hopefully this brings new awareness to fundraising efforts and all kinds of programs and medical research and innovation that can help.
I was going to say, and inspiration, and think of the organizational challenges of bringing 99, basically 100 athletes from all over the country here for a sport they're not really familiar with, and getting the crew, the shells and the oars, and the places to stay. You know, I doubt they're staying at the Hyatt. They're probably all posed by host families. So it's really a terrific job.
Yeah, I'm sure they had a lot of, takes a village type of support to bring them here and house them, get them set up and ready to go. And what a great row they've had. All right,
Okay,
I
so
think we're going to probably...
You're going to lead off on this one.
Yeah, I'll take the lead on these next events. The last 3 events of the day will be all dedicated to athletes with disabilities. We've got the mixed PR3 4, we've got the mixed para inclusion 4, and then the para inclusion double. So I'll explain a little bit. Para events are where everyone in the crew has a qualifying disability for para rowing that would be contested at the Paralympic Games or international competition. Inclusion rowing is a mix. The crew will have half having that eligible impairment and half just having no impairment. So it's sort of a guide rower type of situation, or other team members. It's hard to assemble a group of athletes with the same level of disability to comprise a true para crew. So today you'll see a mix of boats with all athletes with the disability and some with a mix. So it's pretty exciting. We've got some international Paralympians from this summer. Also some Paralympians from the Tokyo Games, along with a whole host of clubs that are out here in the inclusion events, some junior para rowers, which is really exciting for us to see here. So we'll see some exciting racing, the last 3 races for athletes with disabilities. And the first of the mixed para PR3 4s, that first event. These 4s will all have the qualifying disability. There are 3 entries this year. Now, while that's a small number, understand how complicated it is to put together 4 athletes, all in the PR3 boat class, all on appropriate port and starboard side, and the crew have to be mixed. So that's just many layers of complexity that go into creating a PR3 4. And it's still an exciting race, even with just those 3 entries, because I'll tell you what, the first 2 crews will be the best in the world. That would be the U.S. Paralympic crew that won silver medal at the Paris Paralympic Games, and they'll be chased down by bow number 2, the crew from GB. All right, here we go. This is the first of the crews here. We've got bow number 1. This is the USA crew that earned that silver medal. They were all brand new Paralympians, along with their coach, Tom Siddall from Harvard, coxed by Emily Eldrocker of MIT, Skylar Dahl from Virginia, Gemma Wallenschlager from Temple, Alex Flynn from Tufts, and Ben Washburn from Williams. This is your silver medal crew. Let's give it up for them. Looks like the British are pushing them hard. They're going to need to really cut it hard for this last corner.
Coaching. Yeah, and they're young, Ellen. They're average age 21.
That's
so they've got LA in front of them. And here we have boat number 2.
Yes, and this is a combination crew of the 2024 gold medal GB crew, the PR3-4 from Paris Games, and the combo crew from the Tokyo Games. This is coxed by Erin Kennedy, Josh O'Brien, Geerda Raskute, joined by Ollie Stanhope and Ellen Buttrick. Those were the Tokyo gold medalists. So there's a lot of hardware in those first 2 crews. We'll sort of see. It looks close from here. Well, and they've opened up obviously a huge gap. The CRI crew, it will be a club level crew, but those are the best of the Paralympic crews that we've seen in recent history. So always a great matchup. It's been usually GB first and USA second, at least at the Paralympic level. So we'll see what happens on our home waters.
So we'll see. But at Cambridge Boat Club, the U.S. was leading by 2.8 seconds.
Ouch. All right, so we'll have to wait for the final results there. But it is great to see the international crews come out for the para events as well. You'll see international crews in the inclusion doubles as well as some of the inclusion fours. So really excited to have that rivalry usually contested overseas at a World Championship, World Cup, or Paralympic Games. It's here on home waters where everyone can see.
And we thought there were 3 boats in this event, but it looks like the other boat from CRI start. That's coming off the internet.
Okay, so we had just those 2 crews duking it out.
Duking it out.
We'll see what happens in the final 500 meters there, but we'll look on to the next event, which will look similar for the spectators because it will be a Cox 4, but this will be inclusion 4s, meaning 2 people will have the disability and 2 people will not. You're on.
Okay, and back to announcements, and this one is about, very important, the U.S. Army. The U.S. Army New England Battalion is partnering with the head of the Charles Regatta. They've got a booth at the Weld Exposition to talk with a recruiter there so that younger people can explore opportunities that may not know have existed. Be all you can be in the U.S. Army. There's no limit to what you can achieve. Explore passion, purpose, and community, and look it up at goarmy.com. And in the same vein, the Marines are here, and I actually saw them. I was up at the Falls area, and they have a couple of ergometers out. What a way to get people excited about torturing themselves. Give them an ergometer and see if they're fit for the Marines. But they've got a tent in the Road and Fitness Expo area, and they are also willing to chat with people about what kind of future and how the Marines can improve one's future.
All right, and since we did not see a start from that CRI crew, this first crew that we see here in the mixed para inclusion 4 is a crew from CRI. I don't have any bio info on them right now, but I may recognize them by sight as they come by. I used to coach the adaptive crews at community rowing a few years back before I made the focus to more of the elite scene. So we've got a really strong looking crew here. This is CRI, the bow number 1, looking really strong here out in front. Let's give them a huge round of applause here. This is a really nice looking para inclusion 4. So they're all athletes will be using sliding seat. You see, there's no difference in the equipment here. In the para and inclusion 4s, it's a sliding seat event, so it may look pretty easy from the sidelines, but it's a great crew there from the USA, CRI Brighton, the para inclusion 4. And in the next race, it's kind of an interesting group here. We've got the Coventry Lake Community Rowing and Coventry, Connecticut. This is a new program to the inclusion and para scene, and they've got some sight impaired rowers in this crew. So we've got Sarah Summer, John Cromie, Casey Picas, Megan Sear, and Sobe Dowd. So the Dowd, actually, two sisters are rowing. One of them, I think, is in the double, and the other is here in the four. So this is a young crew, averaging age 15 years of age. So quite a young crew. Look at them go. Come on, Elliott Bridge. Help them through. This is your Coventry Lake Community Rowing. This is their first time to the head of the Charles. So let's make sure it's a memorable one for them. Way to go, Coventry Lake, looking strong. And you can still hear that coxswain cheering them on. As I said, they have athletes who are visually impaired there, so that coxswain call is very important. You really want to know when it's almost time to be done, and you can take that final sprinting stroke. So you need that input from the coxswain. Yeah, and this next event will also feature athletes with disabilities. It's an inclusion double, so we've got some Paralympians teamed up with their training mates back home, so it's quite a mixed bag, but we've got, this field is 22 competitors this year, and it's grown every year. We started the inclusion events 7 or 8 years ago, starting out with a handful, then we went to about a dozen, and every year it's just growing and growing, and really exciting to see all of the age categories that are here. We've got masters rowers with disabilities, we've got high school rowers with disabilities, all in this event. This event is different from the fours races that just came down, because this event will feature each of the para disciplines. So you have PR1, which is really upper body only rowing. You have PR2, which is full upper body, so that's just a full trunk swing in the rowing stroke. And then PR3, as we mentioned earlier, use a sliding seat and the majority of their legs, and that can also include a visually impaired athlete or an athlete who has limited ability to use their lower body and get all the way up to full slide. So it's an exciting event. There's quite a lot going on there, and as I said, 22 competitors. The course record was set by Matt Hauser and Maurice Scott back in 2021. That was a couple of years ago, and as I said, that event has grown in numbers anyway, so we'll see if it's also going to challenge that record today. They certainly have good conditions. I don't know if it's record setting, but it'll be great conditions for them. The bow number 1 will start off with Todd Vogt and his training partner from Portland. Todd was a 2024 Paralympian in the PR3 double, which placed 7th. And he and his partner Carrie, who trained together while Todd is not able to be at all of the training camps. That's going to be exciting. Behind him is Andy Wygren, who is a Cambridge Boat Club member and was also a member of the U.S. Para National Team in 2018 and actually raced with Todd in the PR3 men's pair. So that's pretty exciting. And then starting third behind them, those are the course record holders, Maurice Scott, Matt Hauser. They've been rowing together for a few years now. It's super excited to race again. I met with them earlier at the U.S. rowing tent. That was a lot of fun, having our para athlete meetup. Following that is hopefully maybe the future of U.S. para sculling. We've got Max Allemeyer, who's just 19 years old, and he actually was our Paralympic spare. He's a visually impaired athlete, and he's teamed up today with Leela Morris, who just recently classified for PR3. So that will be exciting for them. They've got their heart set on an LA Games appearance. So we'll see if you see them down on the course today. You may be looking at a future Paralympic medalist. Then we've got a number of crews from Capital, Dominican, West Side. West Side has a few entries in here. West Side and Buffalo, New York have always had a strong para program, home to not only Andrew McClellan, who I just mentioned, but Andrew Mangan, who has been our PR1 sculler for several years, and Maddie Eberhardt, who has been our PR2 sculler for the last couple of years. So we should see a great field today. Generally speaking, the PR3 crews will be starting first. Then you'll see a couple of PR2 crews, and the PR1 will start more in the final order of events here. So PR3 will be using sliding seat, PR2 and PR1 will be using a fixed seat. That's how you'll be able to tell them apart, but I'll do my best to call them as they come by Cambridge Boat Club. And since it's almost time to be done, we're going to thank Oris Watches, the independent Swiss watch brand, Oris. Proud to be at the head of the Charles this year. Make sure you visit the Oris Airstream, that cool little vendor display area located at the Elliott Bridge, over by the Elliott Bridge enclosure, and discover their all mechanical watches. So if you're not a fan of the digital era, I suppose you can just grab an Oris and go back to the mechanical era. more due to copyright infringement. More due to copyright infringement. You could belt out a couple of tunes and see how it goes. You know, you could.
Thanks, Ellen. But I think that would, as people say, that would be hooked from the mic right away. So so we got one more race coming here to those remaining on the bridge, those loyal people, and it's the para-inclusion double. It started at 4 o'clock promptly, I'm sure. So the lead boats are now about Newell Boathouse. So it's probably 4 or 5 minutes away. It'd be great if you could stay and watch them go through and cheer them on. Otherwise, it's been a perfect day at the Charles, and we're so glad you all came.
Yeah, I can't even believe that I'm not freezing here on the roof of Cambridge Boat Club. Usually as the sun goes down later in the day, everyone else is enjoying the sun on the bridge, but it gets really cold here. But today's been literally perfect. I can't remember a regatta with more perfect weather than this. Tiny, tiny bit of wind. A couple of records fell, but man, what a great regatta.
And the trees are pretty much at peak.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah.
When I started rowing this regatta, the trees were long gone.
Yeah.
The leaves were long gone at this time.
The only thing missing is the ability to announce Red Sox scores in between the races here. So let's go Red Sox. Let's give us something to talk about in between races. Come on. We want October baseball and back to Boston. All right, and here we go. I see just coming around the bend, rowing at a nice, strong stroke rate there. Oh, a little bobble, but maybe I jinxed them there. But they look like they had just taken a great power 10, clipping along at a pretty high rating there. This would be, I believe it's going to be Todd Vogt. Let me get a little closer look. Yeah, this will be.
That's very, you gotta give me it's very, I mean, I'd say risky steering. Look at that. I mean, I tend to not try to. Yeah, that's better. Put the boat right next to the buoy, so it's a little bit shorter. You can, if you bang the oar, you can get yourself in trouble.
Yeah, and so Todd Vogt was a competitive rower and coach before he developed Parkinson's, and the Parkinson's has made him eligible for the Paralympic Games. It was a long-time dream that he fulfilled this year by being a member of the 2024 Paralympic Games team.
Todd, it looks terrific. Nice rowing, both of you. Good length, good cadence.
Yeah.
Very comfortable looking.
And he's an outstanding spokesperson and has helped many rowers who also have Parkinson's to get involved in the sport. There'll be another crew member who's same situation that Todd helped get into the sport, so that's going to be great to see later on.
Okay, so now we have boat number 3 here.
Ooh, boat number 3.
Which is Unity Boat Club from Washington, D.C. Maurice and Matthew are excited to race again. Maurice Scott and Matthew Hauser.
Yeah, so that's what we said. They're the former course record holders, but, you know, they have a lot of real estate to gain on Todd, but they clearly have moved through bow number 2, which would have been Andy Wygren and Brooke Wolford. And indeed, it looks like bow number 3 now. Bow number 2 in the Cambridge Boat Club Blades. That is Andy Wygren and Brooke Wolford. As we mentioned earlier, Andy is a former para national team member.
And a all around Cambridge Boat Club, super helpful guy.
Having a great row here on the Charles. He and Brooke look like they're doing great. You see Brooke really taking a look over her shoulder, making sure that line is going to work.
Nice steering, Brooke, and the oars are parallel. It's it's very good rowing. So.
Yes. And this is a new combo following them. This is bow number 4. They only started rowing together 2 days ago. And this is Max Alumni, the Paralympic spare from the 2024 Paralympic Games, with Leela Morris, recently classified for PR3. So this could be the future of U.S. para rowing. Let's give them a round of applause as they take it through the bridge.
Yeah, at a significantly higher cadence. They are really trying to punish that boat.
Well, they don't have the average age listed, but Leela herself is still in high school. Max just graduated from high school, and he's taken a gap year and wants to get recruited. So college coaches, if you're still on the shores, take a look at the stroke seat of that CRI double, Max Allemeyer.
And that would be recruited for able-bodied rowing in the college program.
Oh, sure.
And
The top PR3 scullers and sweep rowers for the U.S. all have come through and made either the varsity or the JV at their respective college program. So the college system is really feeding our Paralympic program much the same way it feeds the Olympic program.
Okay, and this is boat number 5. Capital Boat Club, Washington, D.C., John Huddle and Lauren Fish.
Yeah, this is a new matchup. Lauren actually did the para trials a couple of years ago. She teamed up with Sarah Menifee in the PR3 women's pair, and she's a competitive para rower from Capital, rowing with John Huddle today.
Oh, okay. Oh, I totally get it.
All right, this next crew going just a bit wide, so I can't quite get a line on that bow number 7. Bow number 7 is coming up. This is the West Side crew. As we mentioned earlier, Danielle Sullivan and Andrew McClellan. They're both coming from West Side. Andy and Dan are both longtime scullers who have competed together in many inclusive para events over the years. So, oh, and they give a shout out there. Go Bills. All right. Well, we'll tune into football after this regatta is done. But great job from West Side. You're going to see another entry from West Side later on in this event. And bow number 8 now approaching. Bow 8. This is Gabriella Bigler. She's just 16 years old, and she is an up-and-coming para rower, also just recently classified. Her coach is none other than Pat Kington, who also coached the famous Blake Haxton. So clearly an experienced para coach over there at San Diego. I'm not sure who her partner is today, but she's just 16 years old, and we'll be looking for her to make an impact on the national team scene for para in the future. So have a great row.
Well done. Well done. Good row.
We've got no bow number on the jersey of the bow seat, so I'll have to wait until they come around just a bit. Ooh. This is bow number 9. Bow number 9 from the Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing Program. This is Maya Rosenberger, who's PR2. So you'll notice she's rowing in a standard hull as a PR2 rower. She's rowing, I think, on one of the new platform seats that our engineer Tom West has developed. So it's a little bit tricky to match up a guide rower, PR3, guide rower for Maya, but they're doing a great job rowing this beautiful Empalker. Maya Rosenberger, she's participated in a development camp this year, and she won the Canadian Henley in the PR2 women's single this year.
And her partner is PR3 qualified or able-bodied?
No, just an open guide rower. Yeah, okay, so they're an inclusion double here. Okay. And up next is bow number 10. This is a CRI inclusion double.
She looks young, too. Well, yeah, this double
Oh, yeah, that's Campbell. My mistake. I almost missed him. There's Chris Campbell, also participated at the development camp this year. He's had a little bit of a wrist issue this year, so he's had to take some time off from training. But Chris Campbell is a PR2 rower, participated at Canadian Henley also this year. Bow number 13 coming around the bend. This is the Endeavor Racing crew. of Erin Jewell, who just classified yesterday for PR3, and David Peters, her teammate. Bow 17 right behind them in the green jerseys, the Buffalo Rowing Club. Chris Donnelly, he also has Parkinson's and was introduced to para-rowing by our own Todd Vogt. He's rowing today with George Beckstein. And right behind them is bow number 12. Bow 12 is the Rocky Mountain crew from Aurora, Colorado. Diane Straub is the para-rower. She's rowing today with Lauren Stevepack.
God, I couldn't do this.
Bow number 6 is now out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club. This is the Dominican University duo featuring Lily Adkins. She's one of the first athletes to be recruited as a para rower to the collegiate scene. So she's a varsity rower for Dominican University, and she's rowing today with her partner on the Charles as an inclusion double. So have a great row, Lily. Bow number 14 now. This is Adrian Berlin and Daniel Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Visually impaired athlete is Daniel, and is rowing in the stern, and his son, Adrian, as his guide rower in the bow. This is their second time competing in the Head of the Charles, so thanks for coming all the way from Colorado. Have a great finish.
Okay, 18 is in the red hull.
Bow 18 now in the red hull. Bow 18 is the Coventry Lake Community Rowing. As we said earlier, Coventry Lake competed in the Inclusion 4, just the event prior, and this is one of the Dowd sisters. Scout Dowd is rowing in this boat. She's just 16 years old, and she's visually impaired, and she's rowing with her teammate, Quincy Miller, who's 22.
Okay, 15 now. These are kids.
Bow number 15, another young crew from Regatta Point,
Oh, Lake Quinsigamond. Yeah.
over on Lake Quinsigamond.
Yeah.
Doing a great job here. This is bow 15 from Regatta Point, Worcester, your para inclusion double. We've seen all of the, this PR3 crew coming up, I think would be the final of the PR3 entries overall. This is bow, in the bow number 16 here. Oh, that's the Coventry Lake one. Sorry, my mistake. Bow 11 coming up. Bow 11 is this the GB crew here. You can see that Sophie Brown is the PR2 rower. She's rowing without a sliding seat there, doing a great job. She is teamed up with the rowers from the Acton Boxborough. So Holly Hatton and Gary Pantadosi and their young rowers are always eager to help the visiting crews along the Charles. And you can see she's doing a great job steering Sophie away from that abutment and having a nice clean line going through. I think many of the bows that are inclusion doubles are being filled by the local rowers from Acton Boxborough. So really appreciate their support in this event. So the next events coming through
Are PR2s or 1s?
could be PR2 or PR1. We have several PR1, which is really exciting. PR1 is difficult to put together in a double here, but we've got some exciting entries coming up.
Yeah, so this boat number 19, oh, that's okay. It has a wider hull. It looks like it's a...
This is bow number 19. This is great. So bow number 19 is the CRI PR1 inclusion double with a new para rower. This is Max Lyman. He is PR1 classified, so you'll see his fixed seat also has a supportive back. He also participates in the Spalding EXPD program. That's how we found him. He was rowing over at Spalding one day when I was there, and wanted to come down and check it out. So he's doing a great job. He's got a nice long reach for a PR1 sculler, and he's rowing with another one of our athletes who joining in from the Acton Boxborough program. They're probably already racing other places on the event today. So have a great row, Max and partner. Looks like he's doing a great job in the PR1 field. So that will be maybe a bit of an upset, because we haven't seen Bow 18, which would feature Andrew Mangan, who has been our PR1 national team sculler for a while. But, hard to say what the order of start was up at the starting line. So hopefully everyone is underway, and we'll see them around the bend soon. I've been informed that we missed Bow 18 entirely, so Andrew Mangan has already passed through. That would be that second entry from West Side, so my error not catching that. But if Andrew Mangan rode through minutes ago, that would be a great lead for him in the PR1 division. He was Bow 18. And I just got an update that number 20 did not start. That was another PR1 entry. That would be Taylor Roberts from the Watuppa Rowing Center. We saw them rowing earlier today. A great new program. They're just getting started in para rowing. And I did hear that Taylor Roberts had a medical issue a day or two ago before the regatta. So it's disappointing that she wouldn't be able to participate this year. She's really looking forward to getting back to the racing scene. And Watuppa has been really great getting their para rowing program started, so that will be exciting. We've got two more. We got Bow 21 and 22 that should be coming around the bend. Both are PR1 in that category, so you'll see the fixed seat in the stern, generally speaking, with the guide rower in the bow, who would not be using a fixed seat. So I apologize to miss Andrew Mangan, because he comes from a full rowing family. Andrew Mangan is PR1, and he's going to be rowing, I think, in the 2-seat of a family 8. There's an all-Mangan 8 in the Director's Challenge, mixed 8.
Hopkins family 8 too.
Yes, a full family 8, but Andrew is going to be rowing with his fixed seat in that 8. I mean, that is going to be amazing to see. I'm really looking forward to that. He's doing a great job. He's got his own sights on the LA game, so we'll see how he does in the mixed family 8 tomorrow. Yeah, that's true. You were just commenting that the fixed seat is pretty difficult, because imagine, if you've already rowed the head of the Charles, it's been pretty tough. Imagine doing that with only your upper body. So stroke ratings are going to be different. Some people rowing just really arms and shoulders. So, it's a good 20 plus minutes of arms only drill. It's not for the faint of heart. These athletes are incredible.
Yeah, it's just doing the pick drill.
All right. Coming around the bend is going to be the capital inclusion double. This is a PR1 inclusion double, meaning the athlete with a disability has classified in PR1. And again, usually in the stern, the athletes will use a bit of a wider boat for stability. And you can see this particular crew also using the stabilizing pontoons. That would be typical of PR1 sculling. It's in fact required for PR1 sculling. It's optional in the PR2 racing here, but Bao is doing a great job. Her first name is Bao, although she's rowing in the stern. She's rowing with her coach, Madeline Aspiris, who is a coach at the para program at Capital. And they're doing a great job here today, holding that line. So Bao has participated numerous times in the Beata Regatta and the pre-race clinic that we've conducted. So welcome to the Charles. I believe it's her first time here. Let's give her a round of applause. She did the whole thing with her arms. Let's go, Bao. And from our notes, we still have one final crew that is on the course. It's going to be the Louisville Adaptive Program from Louisville, Kentucky. Jennifer Pagini and Jenny Smith. Jenny Smith is the para rower, and she'll be rowing PR1. And they have been rowing together for about 18 years, so this is going to be a really great thing when they come around the bend. And they will finish out our field of para inclusion doubles.
Yeah.
And while we still have competitors on the course, this will be, of course, unofficial, but the winners of this para inclusion double is indeed Todd Vogt, but only by a small margin over Maurice Scott and Matt Hauser of the Unity Boat Club. As we said, they had been the course record holders, and but they couldn't get the best of Todd Vogt and Carrie Connell, his partner from Portland, Oregon. So that's really exciting for them. And remember, there's different divisions within this, and it may be a little bit too complicated for me to call the results among the PR2 rowers, but there'll be several divisions within this particular event that will be able to claim victory. All right, well, looks like we've got the high vis so we can actually see them. This is probably event 22. Yes, It's an interesting strategy because oftentimes the guide rower is rowing full slide, or at least a partial slide, just to even add a little bit more power there. But they've got a nice clip going on here, blades going in and out together. It looks like they're both rowing more with that upper body only stroke, but we'll get a better view when they come in front of the Cambridge Boat Club.
Yeah, you can see, they've got the referee safety launch right behind them, which, isn't very pleasant. I think the referee could stand back a little. But they've got, they're both no slide and they're both no feather. And so it's a very precise way of rowing, but it's going to take a while for them to get here.
Yeah, we'll work if they get the nice tailwind there with those nice square blades. It's not easy to row square blades, PR1 or open.
And
so.
Ellen, we have another boat. Is that boat coming in, we think? I put away. But they shouldn't be there.
I don't think we missed anybody.
And they have Cambridge blades.
All right, we've got the last of the para inclusion doubles coming in front of Cambridge Boat Club. You can't miss them. Bright yellow blades, dark jerseys with yellow top. Again, this is Jennifer Pagney and Jenny Smith rowing together for several years. Louisville Adaptive Program from Louisville, Kentucky, averaging age 52. Let's give them a big round of applause. Let's get them round the bend. Let's get them round the bend. Let's go, Louisville.
Yeah.
There we go.
Wow, that's just... Thank you.
Well, they couldn't have asked for better conditions. They are the final crew to come by the Cambridge Boat Club. Beautiful conditions, great flat water. Have a great rest of the course, Louisville. You're almost there. You've got this. All right, and now that we see they're safely through the Elliott Bridge, Greg and I are going to sign off. We're not done yet, though. Tomorrow is going to be a great day of racing, so come on back, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final day of the Head of the Charles Regatta.
We'll be here tomorrow afternoon for the Champ 8s.